the young master of the sect secretly hid a bottle of poison under your bed, framing you as the one who poisoned the sect's spiritual spring behind everyone's back. Yet, you offered no explanation. Because these younger generations may have already forgotten the origin of the spiritual spring, they all forgot about the catastrophe that descended 5,000 years ago. Forgetting meant giving up the cultivation that was about to ascend, sacrificing immortal bones, risking the huge price of never leaving the Forbidden Land in a lifetime, just to seal the catastrophe within the spiritual spring, thus exchanging for 5,000 years of the rise of the sacred land. Your master and senior martial siblings ascended to the immortal realm. For 5,000 years, you have been diligently dissolving the evil aura brought by those catastrophes with your own blood every day. How could someone like you, who has been doing this, poison the sect's spiritual spring? However, everyone has already forgotten. Even your master who founded the Tianshu sacred land, raised you, and promised to complete your immortal bones one day, has also forgotten. At this moment, you look at the divine thought cast by your master, waiting for the judgment. However, the master who had long ascended to the immortal realm didn't care at all about your efforts. He just sighed lightly. Forget it, whether you admit guilt or not is meaningless. With 5,000 years of protection, this seat has been benevolent enough to you. Leave. Considering your past contributions to the sect, I'll spare your life. The surrounding disciples were full of mockery. Do you really think none of us remember that great battle? 5,000 years ago, our ancestors already knew that those disasters and impurities had completely disappeared in that battle. You are only attracted to the abundant spiritual energy of the spiritual spring, but your roots are destroyed, and you covet eternal life. That's why you weave such lies, making the sect believe in your merits, giving up the most concentrated spiritual land in the entire cultivation world, using such pure spiritual energy to extend your despicable mortal life. At this point, a hint of jealousy appeared on the faces of those elders simultaneously. Upon hearing this, you gave a bitter smile, staggered back, day after day digging into your heart and abdomen, extracting a drop of blood from your heart, which in their eyes, in the eyes of your master, was merely a desperate measure to survive. Well, since you all say I fear death and resort to desperate measures to survive, then I will face future calamities on my own. Ignoring the ridicule all the way, you step through the gate of the holy mountain. At that moment, the auspicious beast Chilan, sitting on the mountaintop, suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils shook violently, and a trace of subtle malevolent aura quietly floated in the spiritual spring. Upon hearing the news in the immortal realm, the junior martial sister Ning Xiaoyu wanted to come find you, but the senior martial brother Wu Hao, in order to keep the junior martial sister by his side, went as far as fabricating that you had colluded with a witch 700 years ago, spying on the sect's sacred spring. He even used divine thoughts to make the current holy master, real man Baiha, hunt you down on the grounds of colluding with a witch. At this moment, Wu Hao slightly smirked. Clearly, you are a mortal who can never embark on the path of cultivation in your lifetime. So why make the junior martial sister worry about you? Death is your best destination. And by now, you have already arrived at the small town at the foot of the mountain. The crowd surged towards you. It's him, a mortal like you and me who cannot cultivate. He has lived for 5,000 years, stronger than my ancestors who had the qualifications of a golden immortal but died. Yet, this mortal is still alive. The heavens are blind. Pairs of crimson eyes glared angrily at you, exuding a strong killing intent. Why? How can you, a mortal, also achieve immortality? Why not? This is unfair. Seeing this, you had no intention of explaining, as explanations were futile. As the crowd closed in from all sides, you seized the opportunity, rudely pushing your way out of the crowd, sprinting at an extremely fast speed towards the alley, and running towards the distant jungle with all your might. It's ridiculous. After all, I was once a person who was just half a step away from reaching the immortal realm. I never thought that after 5,000 years, I would be chased by a group of mortals as if I were a dog, mocking the self who was overestimating and dreaming of being a hero. You headed straight into the jungle, intending to find a secluded spot without anyone bothering you, to try walking the path of cultivation again. Unexpectedly, you accidentally trespassed into the territory of the demon clan, but the demons did not launch a pursuit against you. They did not forget the favor you did for them 5,000 years ago, and so, you settled down here and began to cultivate once more. As the fluctuations of your Tao energy surged, the little demon village trembled, and the entire Tianshu Holy Land trembled along with it. A certain old fox cultivating in the Lingquan secret realm opened his suspicious eyes. The earth veins? How could they be disturbed for no reason? But in the next moment, his pupils instantly contracted, and his scalp exploded. The Lingquan, which had not changed in the slightest for 5,000 years, shrank instantly by one circle with this tremor of the earth veins. The malevolent aura spread out from the Lingquan like a drop of dark red ink on white paper. The entire Lingquan, the soil around it, and even the space were rapidly dyed dark red. The old fox subconsciously swept with his divine sense and spat out blood with a pu sound. The malevolent aura. It really exists. He didn't lie to us. Beneath the Lingquan is the malevolent aura. Never touch it, not even with divine sense. It's too terrifying. This thing is truly too terrifying. The Holy Lord furrowed his brows, turning to look at the spiritual spring surging with malevolent aura, murmuring softly, could he really purify this malevolent aura? Impossible. At that moment, a certain elder who had rushed over sensing the anomaly immediately shook his head. Holy Lord, times have changed. Perhaps he could purify malevolent aura before. Maybe he has always been able to. But so what? He is just a mortal. A mortal who can never set foot on the path of cultivation. He needs to be confined to a certain area to purify malevolent aura and extend his life. But you also know, what is needed above is not immortal. It has never been immortal. What they need are immortals. Lots and lots of them. And this spirit spring can spawn a group of immortals in a very short period of time. It is even possible for a loose immortal who fails to cross the threshold to go through the heavenly tribulation again. But, the Holy Lord opened his mouth and was about to say something when that elder pointed to the sky, and the Holy Lord immediately closed his mouth. Hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Go, fetch the immortal weapons from each peak and set up a purification spell formation. Can this district's tainted fury chi still contaminate the immortal chi? The elders and peak masters nodded their heads in agreement. That's right. What a mortal can do, we cultivators still can't do? Are you kidding me? If you can't beat that, then you can't even fix a ing line. If we can't do it, can't the people at the top do it? The sky is falling with the ancestors holding it up. So what are you afraid of? The Holy Lord looked at a departing figure, his expression cloudy. Thinking about it, he immediately recruited an elder and handed him a token. Quickly go and notify the holy sons and goddesses, and have them each lead a team of men down the mountain to go and capture Yisu back. After a pause, he added, live and let live. In the village of Little Demon, a drop of rain fell from the air, hitting the little fox's brow with precision. She touched her brow, baffled and confused. It's raining? The old turtle, who had arrived here in a state of disorientation, looked up at the sky. No clouds for miles, so he sighed helplessly and pressed the little fox's head. What are you babbling about? Where would the rain come from without clouds? There is a saying that the goodness of water is like water. In the sky is clouds, falling to the ground is rain, gathering into a river and lake, converging into. After saying that, the old turtle said no more, because it's really raining on this beautiful sunny day, and it's big. The old turtle looked at the sky with a face full of bewilderment, his worldview of hundreds of years collapsing in this instant as he murmured in a low voice, it can rain without clouds? At that moment, the hedgehog, who was eurythmically beating the water from a small wooden poke, dropped the barrel with a bam and was filled with horror. Open, 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 the water is boiling. Grandpa Turtle, Wolf Big, come and see, the water in the well. It's boiling, gurgling with big bubbles, and there's fog. The old turtle grew more and more bewildered, and with a great thud, Wolf threw the fluffy goose in the basin and rushed furiously toward the well. Get up and drive. Why is it so hard to get you to fetch a bucket of water? Move and don't want to move. All you can think about is eating and eating. Why don't you go to? Wolf Big snapped back. Uncle Turtle, the well water is really open. Ha, wait, how come I can't feel the temperature? Stay for me to taste it. Ah, so sweet. Let me taste it too. Let me taste it too. I want it too, I want it too. Hiss, dead hedgehog, what are you squeezing for? It stuck me. Put. In the next instant, a fluctuation of a cultivation breakthrough echoed by the ancient well. Wolf Dada was overjoyed. I broke through the 5th stage of chi practicing? The old turtle's eyebrows jumped wildly, full of incredulity. An unthinkable thought instantly came to mind. He immediately looked back at Yisu, who had been frozen in place without moving, and gave a tentative shout. Benefactor, is that you? Boom! Yisu raised his head violently. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the aura of dozens of miles around was as if the bottom of a lake had collapsed out of a bottomless hole. Endless spiritual chi instantly surged in, and Yisu's aura climbed upward, refining the body at the 1st stage, refining the body at the 2nd stage, body refinement 7th order, 9th order, 1st stage of chi practice, 2nd stage of chi cultivation. It was only when he had broken through to the 1st stage of foundation establishment that his aura stopped climbing. That old turtle with the 2nd stage of foundation establishment cultivation completely froze in place. What kind of monster is this? This? Click click click. Yisu returned to his senses and moved his muscles and bones, feeling the cultivation of 5,000 years of absence. His mood was particularly complex. It can only go so far? It doesn't feel like it's enough. Not by a long shot. But my soul is too damaged for my body to eat. But my spirit is incapable of harnessing too much aura. Besides, he slowly turned his eyes in the direction of the Holy Land and was silent for a long time. Why do I have the feeling that the broken ground has an extremely close connection with me? And that by continuing to cultivate, the spirit spring will be fed back? Doesn't it mean that half of the aura that I have worked so hard to cultivate is going to be given to that spiritual spring? What's this? At that moment, the old turtle gently tugged at his sleeve. Eunuch. Eunuch? Is that you? Yisu's head was full of questions. What is me? The old turtle pointed to the spiritual rain falling from the sky and to the ancient wells gushing with spiritual chi. Are they your gifts? Yisu's heart jumped hard, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Spirit spring? How did the spirit spring get here? Murphy. He tried probing his hand and lifting it gently. Boom! At this instant, all the auras in the entire Qingxia continent, as if they had heard some order, surged towards this ancient well in a hurry from all over Qingxia continent. A column of water that looked like pure spiritual energy condensed rose up into the sky, drenching that little group of demons. Yisu's eyes widened with disbelief. At the same time, the Rue beast Qilin, who had relocated his family, was just about to walk out of the Qingxia continent when he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at it. Eyes rolled back in delight, and he threw back his head and let out a joyful roar. The dragon vein deep in the ground suddenly opened its eyes and swayed gently. And in the forest not far from the little demon village, a Jindan stage cultivator who kept fiddling with his compass also looked up. What a rich aura! Could it be that some secret treasure has come out? Chapter 9 Lord Kirin is missing. Yisu never thought that one day, he would be able to revisit the path of ascension. But why is that? In the path of cultivation, the most important thing was the roots and bones, and he had heard of how superior his own roots and bones were from all the beings in heaven and on earth. But that's all in the past. 5,000 years ago, the immortal bones, the divine soul, had been drawn out by himself personally. Theoretically, it was never possible to re-enter the heavenly path in this lifetime, and he had spent almost all the rest of the 5,000 years trying to start cultivating from scratch, except for purifying the tainted demonic chi. However, it didn't work. How now? But it's just leaving the clan, leaving the forbidden land. Suddenly you can practice again? Not only is it possible, but it's even a step up. Straight away, he turned from a mortal into a cultivator of the first stage of foundation establishment. Yisu frowned tightly and thought hard. Thinking about it, an absurd and bold idea slowly emerged from his mind, becoming clearer and clearer. Could it be that my immortal bone divine soul did not dissipate, but rather, in an unfathomable way, fused with the entire calamity condensed spirit spring? Once upon a time, the so-called purification of defilement with the blood of the heart was actually the blood of the heart awakening the immortal bones and turning defilement into aura? In other words, the so-called spirit spring is actually my immortal bone? Yisu suddenly looked up in the direction of the Holy Land, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked into a teasing arc. If that's true, the spiritual spring gushing here, it should be that wisp of breath from 5,000 years ago that calls forth my immortal bones. Without its suppression, that side of the clan's forbidden land. Quick! Quick! The immortal weapon can't carry it anymore. Quickly activate the mountain protecting formation. Not enough, not enough. The mountain protection formation is far from enough. Quickly go report to the ancestor hall and ask the ancestor to come down to the realm. The clan's forbidden land, along with the small demon village's ancient well spouting, the tainted fury aura, as thick as ink and jade, rose up to the sky, and the entire sky of the Holy Land was scarlet. Many disciples ended their seclusion and looked up, filled with curiosity. What's going on here? Why is the sky red? Why? I heard that asshat has been expelled from the clan, or the ancestor master personally opened his mouth. The name is also smooth. Now the forbidden spirit spring has belonged to the whole clan. I reckon it's the elders refining secret treasures with the help of the spirit spring's majestic and infinite aura. Wow. So this is the case. God. What kind of secret treasure must this be? Just the vision as well as a wisp of a faintly undetectable breath makes me unable to resist shivering and being afraid. Terrible. Terrible. A disciple puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. That's right. Or else what do you think? What does our clan rely on when it has been standing in the Qingxia continent for 5,000 years? Is it that loser who only uses spirit springs to strongly renew his dog's life? Depend on it, it's the underpinnings. It's an elder who is about to cross the threshold. It's an immortal. It's the ancestor hall. Similar remarks were staged from time to time on the 365 mountain peaks throughout the Holy Land. The entire clan, as if it had exterminated an ancient religious system, everyone was given magic treasures, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly hot. as if it were the new year in the mortal world. And in the Forbidden Land, countless elders were hanging in mid-air, sweating profusely and, hearing the cheers of the crowd of disciples outside the Forbidden Land, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Embarrassed, all collect their minds, never leave the range of the immortal weapon. Our aura is like nourishment for this thing. Be careful. The Sacred Lord saw that the hearts and minds of the elder peak masters were wavering, so he busily spoke out to remind them, and then he looked to the other side. What are you waiting for? Quickly go and invite the ancestor to come down to the realm. A certain elder hesitated and reminded, Sacred Lord, it's not yet a last resort. If we repeatedly pay homage to the ancestors, will we be reprimanded? The Holy Land is baffled. On second thought, he himself appeared to be the sole lord of the entire Holy Land, and in his arms was the Holy Lord's order that could activate the Mountain Protector formation at any time and use the power of the entire Holy Land against the enemy. It was no exaggeration to say that he wasn't afraid even if the entire immortal cultivation world fought over. But after all, there were still hundreds of ancestors who had ascended to immortality above their heads, and any one of them could come down and take away everything they possessed. This includes rights, status, and also life. Moving around to pay homage to the ancestor. This does have the potential to annoy the ancestor. The Holy Lord was busy speaking again. Then what do you say? That elder was slightly relieved, and then his face was filled with exhilaration. If you solve the great danger of the clan by your own strength, and report to the ancestor hall afterwards, perhaps. I don't know if I can make an elixir. He immediately opened his mouth. Sacred Lord, don't forget, our clan still has the mountain protecting beast. Its people's native body is a Qilin. Purifying the turbid Qi and protecting the mountains and water is its nature. Why don't we ask its old man to take action? The Holy Lord's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Quickly go and invite Lord Qilin. Another elder who specialized in the art of sword riding paid his respects and left with his sword. But as fast as he went, he came back even faster. His face was filled with horror as he rolled and flew back, his voice exploding in the Forbidden Land before he arrived. No good, no good. Lord Kirin is missing. Even its nest, and its heir, are all gone. What? The Sacred Lord was shocked, and along with him, countless peak master elders had their hearts and minds shaken. The immortal weapon was then lifted off a corner by the tainted Bane, and the ink-like tainted Bane instantly fainted away. Several elders were momentarily unaware and were tainted by that tainted and deadly Qi. His face turned white, and he threw his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, falling into the dust from the air, and his breath around him was riotous and restless, rolling like boiling water. Take heart and take heart. The Sacred Lord hurriedly pacified the crowd, forcing back the tainted fury and cursing in a low voice. Good you Qilin, how dare you betray the clan? When this matter is resolved, let's see if I don't behead your dog's head. He looked at the elder again. Is there another way? The elder frowned, thinking carefully, and rightfully so. His eyes lit up as he thought of Yisu and how he suppressed the tainted fury back then. Underground dragon vein. Underground dragon vein. Over these 5,000 years, the dragon vein underneath my sex ground has long since become the only dragon vein in the entire Qingxia continent. If we can use the power of the dragon vein, it would be equivalent to mobilizing the entire Qingxia continent to suppress it. This is how that mortal was suppressed 5,000 years ago. The Holy Lord, elders, and peak masters' eyes lit up when they heard this. Right. Dragon vein. Mobilize the dragon vein. This matter will surely come to fruition. Why did you forget about the dragon vein? You know, our clan is on top of the dragon vein's head, keeping the gold mountain and shouting poverty. We are also careless. As a result, among the many elders who had catalyzed the immortal weapons, a number of great cultivators who excelled in this path came out. In terms of cultivation alone, it was only half a step away from ascension. When they operated their myriad techniques and looked into the depths of that earth, their faces suddenly changed drastically. Not good. The dragon vein is escaping. What the? The dragon vein can escape? What the is this? It doesn't make sense. Don't talk too much. Quickly fix the dragon vein. Humph. A small dragon vein, graced by my holy land's 5,000 years of spiritual springs. How dare you escape in a moment of crisis? I think you're looking for death. Set me. Set. Countless trapped dragon nails were offered out, piercing into the depths of the earth vein, firmly nailing the 5-clawed golden dragon that the dragon vein had manifested into the depths of the earth. Roar! The golden dragon threw his head back and cried out in pain, and the entire Qingxia continent shook violently, only to return to peace in a very short period of time. Within the Qingxia continent, countless cultivators in seclusion suddenly opened their eyes, stunned, a good feeling of panic. This is a dragon vein disturbance? What happened? Chapter 10. So there you are. Countless trapped dragon spikes penetrated deep into the earth's veins, and countless chains congealed from tedious patterns were bolted to the trapped dragon spikes at one end and penetrated through the earth's surface at the other. Together with the many immortal weapons under the traction of the many elders, they were suppressed on top of the spirit spring. The monstrous tainted fury chi finally stopped spewing. Slowly, it tightened up to the size it was at the very beginning. The elder peak masters let out a long sigh of relief. It can be considered to be suppressed, except for the ancestors in the upper realm who have not been utilized. The entire Holy Land's reserves have almost been used. It's not easy. It's not easy. If I had known it would be so much work, I shouldn't have done it in the first place. Yes, we shouldn't have let him go down the mountain in the first place. We should have imprisoned him, or built a cage right here in the neighborhood and let him stay honestly inside, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. The Holy Lord stroked his beard, unimpressed. There's no harm in it. I've already let the Holy Sun and Goddess go down to the mountain. It's just a mortal. If you want him to die, he has to die. If you don't want him to die, then he can't die even if he wants to. If a mortal's life and death can't be dominated, then what's the point of having this cultivation? The elders nodded, deeply impressed. The boulder hanging in his heart finally fell. When things had gotten to this level, I'm afraid that no one in the entire clan would believe it if they said they didn't regret it. Well, with the exception of those disciples who know nothing and show this toothy giggle. But the regret was that he had let him go down the mountain peacefully in the first place. Not that he had thrown him out of the clan. But it's not much of a problem. A mortal, well, to put it nicely, call him a human being. To put it badly, put a mole cricket hat on him. What can he do? What's wrong with that? A certain elder grunted and slowly moved his eyes downward to the center of the large formation that was as dense as a starry dipper. At this look, he froze. He rubbed his eyes in a panic, then rubbed them again, hesitated for a moment, and pointed at the spiritual spring. That what? Everyone? Is it my eyes that are blurred? How? Is this spiritual spring bubbling with tainted fury? Ah? The crowd froze and looked in unison, so they all fell silent. After a long time, someone spoke tentatively. Murphy, almost heartblood? Good suggestion. Since you, Elder Wang, made the suggestion, then we might as well commit, Your Excellency. Come on, here's the knife. Give me your heart's blood. Elder Wang's face was as if he had eaten a dead rat, and he wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but he saw countless pairs of eyes looking at him. The Holy Lord, in particular, very nimbly took out a dagger. It was as if they were saying, raising an army for 1,000 years is a time to use it. The time for Your Excellency to serve the clan has come. Elder Wang had no choice but to respectfully receive the dagger and dig into his heart in front of everyone to take out a drop of heart blood. A great cultivator of the ferrying stage was sweating profusely on the way. His face was pale, and his face was twisted like a severe ghost. A thought could not help but rise in some people's minds. This is how he has come through all these 5,000 years? But soon, he immediately shook his head to kill the thought. It's ridiculous to think he's somehow great. He's just a ridiculous thief. Seeing that Elder Wang had already taken out his heart's blood, the Holy Lord immediately moved across and carefully took it, and then without even looking at Elder Wang, he dripped that heart's blood into the spiritual spring. Boom! The imagined aura didn't appear, but the tainted aura, as a result, skyrocketed. It caused the entire forbidden space, which was cut by countless immortal weapons, to tremble like a sieve. The faces of the elders changed drastically as they exclaimed, "No good! It's coming again! Quickly pour in spiritual energy! Step up! Quickly, quickly! Who has an elixir for recovery? Give me one! Can't resist anymore! Give me one too!" In the crowd, some people looked back in the direction of the sect and silently looked up. Holy Sun, Goddess, you must hurry. If you're late, the clan is afraid that it will be gone. Yisu guessed that summoning the immortal bones would cause a considerable loss to the sect, but how could he not expect it? However, it was just a bone that had been abandoned 5,000 years ago, but after 5,000 years, it was even comparable to the many immortal weapons that were as numerous as the stars, and to the 5,000 years of accumulated heritage of the entire Holy Land. But what's the point of knowing? People don't want it. Yisu shook his head and retracted his eyes, expressing his regret. He walked slowly towards the ancient well, picking off the two panting goblins that were fighting, and ground his head to gaze at the tumbling well, probing. Heavy, incredibly heavy. The immortal bone was really in the well, but it seemed to be connected to the whole earth. Yisu's face reddened as he completely mobilized his cultivation at the first stage of foundation establishment, but it was difficult to bring it up by even half a point. He stroked his chin. This is embarrassing. It's hard to take it out, and it's hard to catalyze it. Is it hard to jump down and fuse with it? After thinking about it, Yisu immediately shook his head. 5,000 years ago I was the 9th stage of the transition, and I'm only half a step away from ascension, so if I rashly merge with it, I'm afraid that in terms of the current strength of my divine soul, I'll have to drain it by moving my toes. Then I'm the first person in the immortal cultivation world to kill himself in tens of millions of years. To play it safe, it's better to find a way to raise the strength of the divine soul first, at least get to the transition realm before trying again. With the current strength of his divine soul, even if he forcefully mobilizes the power of the immortal bone, at most he will be able to exert the strength of a Jindan ninth stage. But, Yi Su narrowed his eyes slightly and surveyed the surroundings, taking these little demons who had remembered and celebrated him for 5,000 years in their eyes. There's a saying that a piker can't be held responsible for a crime, and the clan is afraid to go crazy without their immortal bones. It'll be a problem when they find it then. Just as Yi Su pondered whether or not to leave the immortal bones here and run away with the little demons, an aura approached from far away, rapidly approaching. Yi Su looked back violently. Yo, I didn't expect, actually at the foot of the clan, hiding such a group of demons and an old turtle? Good just now also in the headache. Where to get a quite spiritual turtle shell to send the senior sister to practice divination together with? Did not expect to meet here. It's really, God bless me, God bless the senior sister. We really are a match made in heaven. The faces of the demons changed drastically. Wolfda lit up his claws and showed his teeth. The breath that had just broken through the 7th stage of chi refining was unreserved and instantly exuded. The old turtle was also in the first instance, blocking in front of the group of young demons as well as Yi Su, his face grave and bitter. The little demons, however, curiously surveyed the cultivator and glanced at Yi Su, their eyes snowing brighter and brighter. Another valued guest? Well, one goose may not be enough. It looks like we'll have to kill a pig after all. Pork is the best. A certain little piggy shook his head in a hurry. Duck meat is not bad. I'm going to get the ducks. A black line rose from the old turtle's forehead, and his face grew more and more miserable. He eyed the cultivator. Immortal master, since we have opened our spiritual minds, we have not injured a single mortal, nor have we killed randomly and indiscriminately against the living beings of the forest congregation. I wonder, immortal master, if you can spare our lives? The cultivator laughed dumbly, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out a cold magic sword. The last great demon who ate up a village told me the same thing. Now his bones have been refined into Dan. As I see it, all the demons under the world are one and the same. They should all be killed. If you know what you're doing, come on, stick your turtle head out. My sword is fast. The old turtle tightened his cane, full of indignation. At this time, he saw Yi Su's shadow out of the corner of his eye, and his gray green pupils lit up greatly. Immortal master, look, do you recognize him? He can testify for us. Our village really doesn't mess around with killing living beings. The blood food that we eat, all of them are raised by ourselves. And all the living beings that have opened up their spirit, we won't eat them. Benefactor, you say yes. The cultivator froze, his eyes growing brighter. Well, so there you are. You made me look for you. He couldn't stop nodding his head, red in the face. I didn't think that I, Wang Feng, would have today. Really, the time has come when all heaven and earth are of the same power. I'm rich. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 11. What has he got to do with my holy land being where it is today? Yi Su narrowed his eyes slightly. You recognize me? I don't recognize it, but it's not important. Wang Feng laughed his head off. What's important is that the group of mortals at the foot of the Holy Land paid a big price for me to capture you. At the time I wondered how a mortal could be worth so many girls. Now I understand. These mortals, with their hearts and their mouths, want me to capture a cultivator for the price of a mortal. But it's not a big problem. It's only the first stage of foundation establishment. So, Wang Feng licked his lips and threw a rope towards Yi Su. Are you going to tie it yourself? Or am I going to help you? Yi Su pulled the corner of his mouth, not moving to look at the ancient well. What goes around comes around. Master Daozu sincerely does not deceive me. Just as Yi Su was about to mobilize the power of the immortal bone and directly kill him, that old turtle was full of incredulity as he pointed at Yi Su. Him? He you don't even know? He's a great hero who saved the entire Qingxia continent, the entire Qinglian world, 5,000 years ago. Yi Su's movements lurched. Looking back with slight anticipation, Wang Feng froze, looked at the old turtle and then looked at Yi Su, and then held his stomach and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Did not expect. Never thought. Actually you? Ha ha ha. Hero? If he's a hero, what am I? Gods and goddesses? Ha 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 ha. The old turtle was uncertain and wondered what he was laughing at. Was it that funny? He scratched his head. Isn't he? If it wasn't for him, the Qingxia continent would have been safe and sound for over 5,000 years? Without him, would your human race's holy land be here today? Wang Feng coldly grunted, his face full of disdain, laughing to death. What does it have to do with him for my human sacred land to reach today? That is the splendor that countless generations of sages and countless people have thrown their heads and spilled their blood for. What about him? What has he done in these 5,000 years? Occupying the most superior resources, renewing a cheap life that is of no use whatsoever, and calling it, plucking the heart and digging out the belly day after day, purifying the tainted aura with the blood of the heart? What do you think you are? An immortal? It's not like there aren't any immortals in the Holy Land. What are you? Speaking of this, Wang Feng shook his head with great emotion. It's a shame that some people's bones were broken 5,000 years ago and they can't stand up straight. Remove his palace, and he will build his own thatched roof. Not for him to wear. Find your own animal skins and sew them. No food for him. Go pick your own wild fruit. Pity, pity, if I were you. 5,000 years ago when I lost my cultivation and broke my immortal bones, I would have taken the initiative to go to my death, so that I could at least leave a reputation. You, live, mouth. The old turtle's eyes contained anger, and his body trembled around him. At some point, he had already burst into tears. He wanted to look back at Yisu so badly, wanting to ask him if what this grandson said was true. Does it hurt to dig your heart out day after day? No house, no food, no clothes, complaints? 5,000 years, 5,000 whole years, and it's all come to this? Is it worth it? The old turtle didn't dare. He was afraid to see his benefactor's eyes filled with disappointment. He looked up at the sky and muttered, God, why are you like this? He's a hero. How can he suffer like this? And it's still 5,000 years. Madaka. Wang Feng flicked his longsword and a sword chi suddenly attacked, heading straight for the old turtle's brow. The old turtle's pupils shrank and immediately shrunk his head into his turtle shell, managing to dodge the sword chi. Boom! Some hut in the distance instantly collapsed, splattering countless amounts of dust. The old turtle was furious. You're despicable. Despicable? Wang Feng was expressionless as he raised his sword and casually swung it, striking a sword light that was like a curved crescent moon. The sword light swirled against the old turtle, bypassing it and pushing straight at the group of small demons. Ritual, righteousness, honesty and shame, moral and martial virtues, that's for the human race. What do we need to talk about when dealing with demons and evils? Just kill them all. The old turtle reached out and grabbed down the sword light, his eyes wide with rage. No, no, buzz. At that moment, a Tao rhythm swept away, and around the ancient well, it was as if the pause button had been pressed. The sword light, the old turtle, the dust in the air, were all frozen in place. Yisu slowly raised his eyes, gave the cultivator an expressionless look, and withdrew his sight. Immediately afterward, he reached out his fingers to gently stroke that crescent sword light and murmured in a low voice, Yuehua, junior sister, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Do you look at me as they do? I think it will. Or why hasn't it come down until now? Sighing softly, Yisu flexed his fingers and flicked. Bang! That sword light exploded with a loud bang. The ripples caused by the ripples lifted the time and space solidified by the immortal bones in the process. The old turtle pounced, full of confusion. The gargoyles blinked in confusion. Eek! What just got so bright and pretty and cold? Wolfday swallowed hard and his hairs exploded like steel needles all over his body. Just now, he almost thought he was going to die. Why am I not dead? Wang Feng's face changed as he looked at Yisu with disbelief. You can cultivate? You guess? Yisu looked at Wang Feng with an expressionless face. It's a waste for little sister's sword intent to be passed on to someone like you. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her stay in the first place. Wang Feng changed his breath and forced down the shock in his heart. As a member of the sect, he had not yet advanced to the inner sect, so he had heard that this person's heavy roots and deep blessings were rare in the world. As early as 5,000 years ago, when the Tao fortune was not apparent, he used his own strength to press the entire Green Lotus world's heavenly pride to raise their heads. Now that he could cultivate, if he were to pass it back to the clan, what would happen? He must be killed. Even if you can cultivate, I'm afraid that you are also cultivating the side path. In that case, today I have to eradicate you, a tumor scourge for the clan. Yisu was too lazy to listen to his endless chatter, and with a thought, he forcefully urged the immortal bone with his cultivation of the first stage of foundation establishment. The breath suddenly skyrocketed. The first stage of foundation building, the ninth stage of foundation building, all the way to the first stage of Jindan. Yisu snapped his eyes open. A new moon, rising, pure surging sword intent, like ocean waves, pounced on Wang Feng, and the entire little demon village was littered with swordlight. Wang Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk and his face was filled with horror. No, full-bodied lunar sword intent. This can't be, no. And then there was no more then. Where in heaven and earth is there still half a wisp of Wang Feng's hair? If he had paid more attention to news from 5,000 years ago, Perhaps he would have known that this sword intent, he had taught him. How ridiculous to play with the moonlight in front of him. Yi Su loosened his mind. His face was as white as paper, and his cultivation rapidly returned to the ancient well. He glanced back at the ancient well. If anything, slap. The little demon slaps were loud and clear, and each of their faces was excited. Good work. When rewarded. Awesome. Awesome. Worthy of being an honored guest. That moon scared me to death. Almost I thought it was going to chop me into pieces. Goosebumps all over. Yes. Yes. Big brother is awesome. From now on, I'm yours. Bah! Who wants you, stinking prick? You who? You vixen. Don't think I don't hit girls, ow. Believe it or not, I'll zap you? Come on. Come on. Wolf Die once again swallowed a mouthful of saliva, shivering and giving a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome. The old turtle was stunned. In a trance. It was like he saw a night 5,000 years ago when the twin moons were in the sky and the cultivators of the entire world were trembling under this sword intent. The old turtle could not help but burst into old tears. Ancestors above. I finally. Mission accomplished. Don't all sigh. It was at this moment that Yi Su suddenly opened his mouth, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Put everything away. No. Nothing. Now. Immediately. Right away. Come with me and leave Qingxia continent. This place cannot continue to stay. The old turtle raised his head with a face full of doubts and was just about to say something when a pressure as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended. Kill someone and you want to leave? Chapter 12, How dare you degrade yourself and practice evil arts? Crap. Still one step too late. Yi Su's face sank. Although this place is a certain distance from the sect, if it is a mortal, perhaps to walk for several months, in order to be able to reach the foot of the mountain. But for cultivators, this distance was again too short. A random cultivator who was able to fly through the air would only need to spend half a T's worth of effort to descend from the sect to this place. What's more, there were as many Yuaning as dogs within the sect, and transformation gods were everywhere. With his mere foundation establishment first stage cultivation, a Jindan ninth stage would be enough to drink a pot. Not to mention those Yuaning, transformation of god, return to void, and transitional hijacking cultivators. Yi Su slowly turned his head to look around. More than 20 sect disciples who could not perceive their cultivation levels stood in the air, surrounding the entire little demon village. Most of them he had never seen before, but the two at the head of the group he had a deep impression of. One of them was the sect's saint's son, Chidwa. He wasn't sure about the specific cultivation level, but according to the clan's practice of selecting holy sons and goddesses, it was at least an early Yuaning cultivation level. The other female cultivator was a sect goddess named Xianjian. Her cultivation was also comparable to Chidwa's, and was at least in the early Yuaning stage. Yi Su's face became more and more gloomy. What are you doing here? Xian Fiber smiled and made a face at Yi Su, saying, naturally, I'm looking for you, my senior uncle. The Holy Lord said he missed you and asked us to take you home. Sure enough, this is the case. Yi Su was slightly relieved, both surprised and not surprised. It didn't matter if he was looking for trouble, as long as the spirit spring was still there, and as long as the clan still wanted to continue to sit on the blessed land, his life would not be in danger, and at most, he would lose his freedom. But these demon cultivators are innocent. They shouldn't be implicated. It's not right to be implicated in any way, shape or form. Yi Su looked deeply at them with a gentle expression. You guys go. Leave this place and go as far away as possible. The old turtle hesitated for a moment. Eunuch. But, Yi Su gently pressed the little fox's head and smiled. Go, don't worry about me. Cultivate well and live well too. The little fox looked blearily at the goose, which was set aside and had not yet finished shedding its feathers. Don't you want to eat the goose? But I'm so hungry. Silly fox. What a time to eat. Aren't you afraid of being skinned? That's right. I've heard that some people like fox skins the best, especially red skins like yours. The little fox's head shrank and hid behind Yi Su, grabbing his beast coat and looking at Yi Su pitifully. They're not going to skin me, are they? Yi Su was dumbfounded. No. But the prerequisite is that you have to be obedient and follow your turtle grandpa far away from this place. Oh, then I'll do as I'm told. I'll do what I'm told. Go go go. Yi Su raised his head and looked into the distance, murmuring in a low voice, I hope to meet you guys again in the future. Go too. The little fox walked fondly toward the old turtle, taking one step forward and three back. The old turtle opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only let out a long sigh and hold the little fox's hand towards the distance. Eunuch, take care. Take care, take care. Ding! A flying sword suddenly landed, stopping a group of demonic cultivators on their way out. Chidao's cold voice followed close behind. Did I tell you to leave? Yi Su turned back violently. Chidwa, what do you want? Ha! Calling you senior uncle. You really take yourself seriously? Hichidwa indifferently looked down at Yisu and raised his hand blandly. All disciples obey. In. Kill the demons and evil. Leave no one behind. Gotcha. Clanking. Countless flying swords fell in the air, their tips pointing straight at the demon cultivators. Morose sword intent filled the entire village. Old acacia trees shattered into pieces, and countless houses collapsed in an instant. Don't you dare. Yisu's face changed. Not being able to think too much, he immediately mobilized the cultivation of the ancient well-immortal bone, and his breath instantly skyrocketed to the first stage of Jindan, moving across to the front of the crowd of demonic cultivators, and propping up a light golden barrier. Ding, 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 ding. The tip of the sword clashed with the barrier, erupting with a sound. Yisu's face turned white, and cracks were all over that barrier. He clenched his teeth, holding back the dizziness from the rapid depletion of his divine soul and suppressing his anger. He Chi Dao, Xuan Lian, I promise you that I will go back with you, but they are innocent. Let them go. Xian Jian gave a cheeky smile. Her mouth said, okay, senior uncle, I'll listen to you. In her hand, she took out a long sword and looked at the demons with a fiery sight. Release them? Who? This group of demons? Hichidao laughed as he moved with his imperial sword to Yisu's front and stood in the air, looking down at Yisu, not to mention the identity of their demonic evils, and regardless of what you, a human, intend to do by stirring up with a group of demonic evils. Who am I, by any chance, to listen to you? Just based on your Jindan first stage cultivation? Or on the basis of your senior uncle's identity? Hichidao slightly bent down, brought his face close to Yisu's, and said word by word through a shaky barrier. You, Count, A.S.H. What? East, West, and worthy of teaching me my job? You think that just because you have cultivation, you are great? Unfortunately, it's no longer 5,000 years ago, and I, for one, am not the group of trash you casually suppressed 5,000 years ago. In my eyes, you'll always be a waste, a life-hungry waste. This group of demonic cultivators, I'll kill them. I'll personally skin that fox in front of you, pull out all the thorns on the hedgehog, and roast that pig to death. And what can you do about it, Uncle Shifu? Yisu slowly raised his head, still calming his face, but the veins protruding from his forehead and his trembling cheeks all spoke of the anger within. Call me a waste, I accept it. Call me greedy for life and death. I won't bother with you, but if you dare to touch a single hair on their heads, you will surely be buried with them, along with your bull ****** clan. Ha! Hichidao laughed as he stretched out his hand, and a full moon with a corner missing rose from his palm. I have seen in the canonical books that this moonflower sword intent seems to have been born from your hands in the beginning, right? Do you think it would come in handy if I used this to skin foxes, cut off wolves' heads, and crack turtles' shells? Yisu was completely enraged as he tried his best to push his divine thoughts, pouring a steady stream into the ancient well. The immortal bone sticking out from the bottom of the ancient well's floor began to tremble violently. A tiny crack emerged from above that immortal bone. If the former master and elder brother were to come back at this moment, they would be shocked, because back then, Yisu sacrificed the immortal bone in this way. But Yisu was out of options. He knew he couldn't protect the only group of demon cultivators who still believed and remembered him, and one's own probability of going back when one is no longer free. Both. What's the use of this broken world? What's the point of having this long broken immortal bone? It's just, I'm sorry guys. He craned his head to look at the gargoyles, full of guilt. Yisu's face faded from its blood color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his divine soul fluctuations rapidly dried up, while his breath was skyrocketing. Jindan first stage, Jindan second stage, Jindan third stage. The barrier, which was riddled with cracks, began to repair itself in a hurry. Everyone's face changed drastically. This is, what an evil secret technique. At a glance it's not from the human race. No wonder he's protecting this group of young demons. Good. Yisu, you actually degraded yourself and practiced this evil secret art. You really deserve to die. Quickly make a move to kill the demonic evil and nullify his cultivation. The sect wants his heart's blood, not his cultivation. Nullify him completely. Thus, more than 20 cultivators stepped forward in unison. A sword intent erupted, and the entire heaven and earth, as if it had become a world of swords. That barrier, once again, is riddled with cracks. At this moment, the old turtle suddenly twisted his head to look at the ancient well, and then glanced down at the little fox who was being protected by himself, looked to little hedgehog, little pig, little bison, looking towards Wolf Dai, and then towards Yisu, whose body appeared nearly transparent. That is, guilt and relief. He murmured, finally, is this the day? Chapter 13 Grandpa Turtle. I hurt. It hurts. From the turtle shell, The old turtle pulled out a palm-sized half-piece of turtle armor, gently stroking the strange patterns on it in frustration. Ancestors, have you also counted this day? He looked around, and a face that should have been honorable, grateful, was hideously twisted and murderous. That hero who had carried the lifeblood of the entire Qingxia continent all by himself 5,000 years ago was now forced to struggle on the brink of death. He is once again standing in front of everyone. The old turtle looked up at the increasingly cracked barrier, and a hot tear gently slipped down. Ancestors, do you see? He, once again, has sheltered us. No loss for us. Gently wiping his eyes away, the old turtle smiled at the group of young demons. Wolfsbane, boys, remember what I taught you? Wolfda was stunned and nodded heavily. Remember the. How can I forget? You won't let us sleep until we memorize it backwards every night. It's so annoying. That's right, Grandpa Turtle. Do you want us to carry it once? Yes. After memorizing it, I can have an early night. Good children. All of them are a group of good children. Since this is the case, let the voices of our ancestors once again echo in the sky of Qingxia continent. Let these moralistic so-called monks take a good look at what people, in the end, should do. Yeah. Listen to Grandpa Turtle. I'm the most obedient of all, but you can't skin me. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. The old turtle laughed and cut his finger, dripping a few drops of hot, warm blood. Boys, come on, read it out loud. Come too. As the old turtle smiled freely, one odd syllable was spat out from the mouths of all the demons, and a hot chain, stretching out from above the turtle shell, wrapped around the waist of the little fox and strangled the feet of the little hedgehog. A flame erupted out, instantly engulfing the demons within the barrier. The Holy Land cultivators outside the barrier froze, uncertain, but out of instinct, they detected a hint of danger. Hichidao was not watching the battle as he flicked the crippled bright moon in his hand. A moon as huge as a mountain rose and crashed down. Xianjian smiled faintly and shook a swordflower. She flicked the tip of her sword, and the monstrous river emerged from the air, like rushing thunder, like a tsunami, and the surging sword intent slammed straight into that barrier. Click, click, click. The cracks were getting more and more, and it was about to break, when a light golden iron chain suddenly stabbed at Yisu from the turtle shell. Boom! It was as if thunder exploded and the drums of war were beating in unison. Again, it was as if the beasts of the whole world were hissing and shouting. Wake up! Wake up! Yisu, who had already drained his soul and fallen into a coma, slowly opened his eyes. He was baffled. The sect cultivators in front of him went nowhere, and in their place were countless figures that they had never seen before, but felt unusually close to them. None of them were human. They were countless demonic cultivators. They stood still, paws cupped here or there on their chests, looking at him with devotion and fervor. You are? They murmured softly. The old turtle said that you, after countless years, had a great catastrophe and were still alone. This time, it's our turn to protect you. On what grounds? If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We are all living beings of the Qingxia continent. Why should you carry it alone? Benefactor, my demon race is not capable of much, but we understand the principle of repaying kindness. Our souls, I leave them to you. Benefactor, we haven't forgotten you. The demon race hasn't forgotten you. Take care, benefactor, take care. An incomparably pure divine soul power surged into his body like a river. The already depleted divine soul was instantly nourished. His consciousness began to awaken, and out of instinct, he stopped to continue sacrificing the immortal bone and instead gently lifted it. That immortal bone, which was located deep in the ground, shook gently. Yi Su muttered, not enough, far from it. Again, buzz. The barrier that was on the verge of shattering suddenly stopped shattering, and a golden stream of light gushed out from within the ancient well, hurriedly repairing the densely packed cracks. Yi Su's breath began to climb. Jindan 5th, 6th, and 7th order, 9th order, Yuanin 1st order, 2nd order, 5th order. Hichidao suddenly stared blankly. What? How is this possible? Fake. It must be fake. Xuanqian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she screamed out of breath. Quickly, all of you step up. Faster. If it keeps going up, we won't be able to beat it. The disciples nodded their heads in unison and poured out their aura with all their strength. But Yi Su's breath was still rising. Yuaning 7th stage, 9th stage, Huanshan 1st stage. Pust. Inside the barrier, the little fox sprayed out a mouthful of blood and showed his teeth. Turtle, Grandpa Turtle. It hurts. I'm in pain. Ha! The smell of roasted suckling pig. It smells so good. Hiss. Grandpa Turtle, I'm not eating. I'm in pain. It hurts. The old turtle's face was pale and sweaty, and the shell in his hand had long since gone up in smoke. What there was nothing more than a hot chain that had penetrated the shell of the turtle, scalding the edges of the shell and blackening it slightly. He did his best to open his eyes and look at the gargoyles. Wolfie had lost his breath. The little pig was dead. The little bison was not moving. The little fox that was still alive. The little hedgehog was wrapped in tongues of fire, and a steady stream of pure soul breath was spewing out of them as their breath dropped rapidly. The old turtle knew very well that when he took out the turtle shell, the fate of all the demon cultivators had been sealed. They, a group of vessels that have been passed down for 5,000 years, will wither away one by one according to their cultivation level, from top to bottom, offering everything they have. And he, as the key to unlock the vessel, would be the last to die. The old turtle looked up at Yisu. Fortunately, the 5,000 years of preparation had not been in vain. He woke up immediately. As for these pain-fearing gremlins, the old turtle could only soothe. Good boy, all be good. Hold on, this is our destiny and our reason for being. Because of him, we have continued for 5,000 years, and countless bits of clanking great demons have gone out from the great mountains. Without him, there would be no such thing as that magnificent country to the south of us. This is what we owe him. Good boy. All hold on. The little fox clenched his teeth and shuddered. Bean-sized teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes. Aha, I'm good. I'm always good. Grandpa Turtle. I'm so hungry. I want to eat a big goose. Piggy, is he cooked? Hey, he probably doesn't even know it himself. He actually smells so good. Little fox. The little hedgehog's weak voice came from behind him, and he did his best to open his eyes and look at the tiny figure, smiling. You actually smell pretty good too. You don't stink. It doesn't stink at all. It smells so good. If you can take shape, you must be a very beautiful girl. Well, I want to see you take shape. The little fox turned back with difficulty and looked at the breathless little hedgehog. You should also be good. Oh, if there is a next life, after I transform, I will be the first to show you. Will you teach me sword practice? Yes. The little hedgehog smiled nervously and murmured. That must be beautiful. The little hedgehog closed his eyes, and his flesh fell to the ground as if it were black charcoal. The little fox sobbed. She turned back and looked at Yisu, who was standing in front of her, stretching out a fleshy paw towards him, wanting to cover Yisu's eyes again, but she really hurt, so much so that even breathing was a torture. All she could do at last was mumble, "Big brother, you have to live well, too." One paw, gently limp. The old turtle closed his eyes in agony, tightened his hands, and gently loosened them. He took a deep breath and tried his best to hold open the last door, tilting his head and shouting, "Benefactor, the old turtle can only accompany you here. The ancestors had left a message, Benefactor, to travel south and leave the Qingxia continent. The opportunity for your path is not here. Take care, Benefactor." Clang! A bronze bell, which surfaced as the old turtle's form perished, then exploded. Yisu shivered lightly and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 14. You, all of you, deserve to die. All of you. Familiar sky, familiar environment, familiar secret barrier, a familiar and tiresome face. Yisu was a bit bewildered. How are they still alive? Am I alive too? It shouldn't be. With the Jindan realm forcing the sacrifice of an immortal bone, I should have lost my soul long ago, and the fairy bone will explode with it. Half of the Qingxia continent shouldn't even exist anymore. How can? Yisu slowly turned his head back. With just this glance, he completely froze in place, like a lightning strike. The old turtle had a smile on his face, and his hard shell was cracked all over like porcelain, the edges charred and smoking. A big hole was broken in the chest. The fiery red fox was charred and smoldering. She was on her back, her little fleshy paws digging tightly into the dirt, her sharp claws covered in blood. The pain was frozen on her cute little face. The spines on the little hedgehog sparked and curled up into tiny pieces. Half of the young bison's body was carbonized and its horns were broken in two. The squirrel is without a tail, and the wolf is a big lump of black charcoal. Without exception, all of them had no semblance of a fluctuating aura on their bodies. Even the god's souls, they were nowhere to be found. Yisu covered his chest and staggered back, a huge pain that far exceeded that of digging out his heart and stomach, lingering within his chest and abdomen for a long time. His face was full of grimaces and tears as he murmured, "What happened? What the hell happened? How did this happen? Everyone, Yisu has become demonized. Quickly form a formation and follow me to kill this squatter and get rid of the demons." Yes. Yisu slowly turned his head back, his eyes spitting fire. "You, all of you. You killed them. You deserve to die. All of you. Just by you?" Chidwa jumped into the big formation, and stood on top of each of the two formation eyes with Xian fiber, and the 20 or so disciples looked around, each offering up magic treasures that belonged to them. A metaphysical and mysterious Tao rhythm connected all of them as one. A lofty golden phantom holding a giant hammer slowly condensed from above the formation base. He Chi Dao smiled coldly, laughing to death. It was clearly you who used the forbidden technique and burned them alive. What's it got to do with us? Plus, even if we did it, so what? Evil devils and foreigners. Everyone must be punished. You, having gotten the gifts of those demons, you are also an evil demon. You should be killed too. Yi Su was stunned, so he flopped to the ground. Come to think of it, it was the ancestor of this old turtle who had calculated that he would have this calamity after he came down from the mountain. I don't know how many years ago. That's why it took countless years and countless demon cultivators, using their bloodline as a vessel, to pass down so many years and so many generations of demonic evil divine souls. The bones, blood, and souls of these little demons were then used as the key to open the vessel. Will his divine soul realm, Ra, uplift to the realm of 5,000 years ago? Yi Su gripped the dirt tightly, shaking his head with a face full of pain. Why bother? Why do you guys need to do it? 5,000 years ago. I merely didn't want my little sister to be sad, didn't want my senior brothers and sisters to fall, and didn't want the clan to be destroyed. I've never thought of doing anything for you guys. For Qingxia continent. I don't deserve you guys. I'm just a selfish, self-righteous mortal. I'm not a saint. Besides, even if he returned to the clan, at most he would lose his freedom, and his immortal bones would still exist. He still wouldn't die. If it continued to be warmed up, perhaps in another thousands of years, the immortal bone would have birthed a divine soul. You can still be free. Yi Su smiled bitterly and cried. You guys, you really don't have to do this. You really don't have to. Knock. At that moment, the golden armored godman held a huge hammer and heavily smashed into the barrier that was as tough as stubborn stone. The airwaves that exploded flattened the entire sky-high ancient trees near the little demon village. Blow that big mountain into 1,000 pieces. Yi Su raised his head violently, his eyes glowing scarlet as his breath surged madly. You, damn it, all of you, all deserve to die. He took a deep breath and grabbed towards that ancient well. Bone come, a skeleton as if it were glazed, slowly rising up from the depths of the earth. An aura of the immortal realm suddenly descended. That golden armored godman looked up, his face filled with horror. Is that an immortal bone? What a heavy pressure. How is this possible? Wasn't his immortal bone broken in 5,000 years? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Don't panic. This place is not far from the clan. We only need to hold on for a few moments. The clan's senior management will definitely come to our aid. Don't forget, we have immortal realm ancestors above the ascension realm, and there's more than one. Hang in there. However, at this moment, in the clan's holy ground, the tainted fury that had been suppressed with great difficulty exploded as Yi Su's immortal bones left the ground. That roiling immortal weapon. The cumbersome spell formation. It took countless years to build the mountain and river formation. Instantly toppled by the rushing tainted fury chi. Countless peak masters and elders flew out backwards as if they were ragged sacks, crashing through a mountain peak and collapsing a piece of building. Countless sect disciples perished on the spot. The entire sect was like a hell on earth. Bang! The Holy Lord transformed into a meteor and smashed that ancestor hall, which was located at the core of the sect, to smithereens. He looked down and spat out a mouthful of blood before turning back. A splash of blood red from within the forbidden land slowly fainted away. That monstrous tainted fury. Just by looking at it, one could not help but have one's thoughts explode violently and one's cranium go mad. The Holy Lord was filled with horror, and not being able to think about it, he hurriedly turned over and rummaged through the ruins, picking up a spirit tablet, placing it on the ground, and touching 3 pillars of green incense to light it, heavily knocking to the ground. Ancestor Master is above. The clan is in trouble. Please descend to the realm quickly. Quickly. Come down to the world quickly. Immortal world. Lord Qingfeng was standing in front of a certain palace, sensing the rising and silencing demonic aura within the palace, and letting out a long sigh. Alas! Demented child, after so many years, how come you only remember your senior brother Yi? Why won't you look at your senior brother Wu? He waited so long for you and you. Ugh! Sinful fate. Truly sinful fate. Your senior brother Yi, without his immortal bones, can only be immortal for eternity. How can you have a future with him? Alas! It's just that it's better to drag it out like this, without a spiritual spring. In 50 or 60 years he'll decay and die on earth. At that time, you shall understand the painstaking efforts of your senior brother Wu. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head to look at a wisp of green smoke that had drifted up to the immortal realm from the earth and frowned. Lower world? This group of useless things, The spirit spring has been given to you, and you still move to seek help from the upper realm. Useless. Really useless. But no matter what, after all, is his own disciple grandson? Qingfeng Shangren angry. Or reach out and twist the incense. Fixed attention to look. So he froze. Ha! Is this calamity? Blurred eyes must be blurred eyes. It was snuffed out 5,000 years ago. How can it be a plague? Shaking his head vigorously, Lord Qingfeng replaced his mouth with a mouthful of immortal spirit breath and fixed his eyes once again. The face was instantly bloodless. It's over. It's still true. My clan. My roots. My way. Chapter 15, Senior Uncle. I was wrong. We were wrong. Lord Qingfeng is in the lower realms. He was panicking. When the plague came 5,000 years ago, he had thought that it was only a small matter that affected a sect or a place of mountains and waters. Once you become an immortal, this matter will never be a matter of concern again. But when he became immortal, when several godless realm seniors summoned him, they had told him that it wasn't just their clan. It was the Qingxia continent, and it was even limited to earthly matters. It was moreover the biggest and most unpredictable calamity that the entire immortal world had faced for endless years. After 5,000 years, Shangren Qingfeng still remembered very clearly. At that time several emperor realms face, actually all unprecedented, have a few points of mortal size and feelings. When talking about Yi Su, none of them gave a thumbs up. It's a fluke that Yi Su was able to suppress the calamity with an immortal bone that has yet to be fully condensed. In our projections, even the Emperor realm would have trouble suppressing it completely. It's hard to imagine how he did it. But he just did it. This son has great merit, not just for the earthly Qingxia continent, but for the earth, for the immortal world. In terms of merit alone, I am not as good as Yi Su. I, too, am not as good as, in heaven and on earth, when a tablet shall be inscribed, that the world may remember him. Always remember him. Only later, when it came to the immortal bone, several emperor realms shook their heads in unison with regret. The immortal bone is unrooted from the root bone, and the root bone is the root of cultivation. If the immortal bone is truly shattered, it will be impossible for it to be renewed. Later, he gradually focused on Wu Hao. As for those what inscribed stone tablets, naturally, they were intentionally or unintentionally set aside. To have a group of people who had become immortals and ancestors glorify the name of a mortal who had survived in the world, I was afraid that it would cause the heavens to tremble in anger. However, he never expected that this calamity would actually appear suddenly after 5,000 years. In just a few short days after he had endured the pain of expelling Yi Su from his master's school, he just couldn't help but not ramble on. Could it be that I'm wrong? The calamity that should have been crossed has reappeared. Does that mean that the great calamity that was projected by the seniors of the Emperor realm has not disappeared, but has only been delayed by 5,000 years? It's a pity that several Emperor realm seniors have been in seclusion for a long time and have yet to come out. Lord Qingfeng was filled with regret. Since he didn't know who to look to for verification, he could only take a trip down to the realm himself in his true form to find out the truth. I hope it's not a plague, just a residual tainted aura. Never, not a plague. If it was truly a calamity, with Yi Su as an example, who would be willing to become another him? Even if it does, who can replicate the timing of that year? Difficult. Lord Qingfeng murmured in a low voice. I can only hope it's not a calamity. However, when he shattered the void and forcefully squeezed into the lower realm, the red that stained half of the sky still evoked years of dusty memories within him. As he fixed his eyes on the forbidden land, the spiritual spring became a dirty spring. The land of blessing became the land of disaster. And in the depths of the tainted spring, the huge bronze door that had appeared at some point gently cracked open a slit. That incomparably evil tainted fury then gushed out from that crevice in a steady stream. Qingfeng Shang's mind was wildly shaken and he laughed bitterly. It really isn't easy. Wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Wu Hao. I shouldn't have thrown him out of the sect. It's all. Is there any possibility of redress? Hundreds of miles before he descended into the realm, after 5,000 years, Yi Su once again became one with his immortal bones. That power to control the mountains and rivers and dominate destiny was mesmerizing. Yi Su remembered for a long time, but at this moment, there was no excitement in his heart, only a heart full of sorrow. Taking a deep breath, his divine thoughts spread out like a tidal wave, penetrating deep into the earth and seeing the mountain roots and water veins that were intertwined deep within the earth. An inexplicable feeling rose from within the lake of the heart. Yi Su's heart became more and more mixed with feelings. Sure enough, the 5,000 years of digging into the heart day after day and taking the heart's blood is not just purifying the tainted fury. Unintentionally, all the mountains and waters of the entire Qingxia continent were almost all refined by me with the help of my immortal bones. It's just a shame I know too late, but it seems like even if you know about it, there's no way to quickly cultivate a divine soul of the ninth stage of transition. They called me a benefactor, and now it seems that they are the ones who are my benefactors. Yi Su's eyes darkened a bit. He ignored the golden-armored godman's hammering, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a channel of earth vein aura gushed out, lifting up those charred corpses and sending them into the depths of the earth veins before nourishing them with the entire Qingxia continent's mountain and water chi resources. Yi Su didn't know if this could also be like his own immortal bone, changing his life against the heavens and exchanging time for life, but it's always in the ground. After burying the demon cultivators, Yi Su looked up at the golden-armored godman with a cold look in his eyes. Stick around, right? Waiting for clan assistance, huh? He clenched his teeth, reached out, and pressed heavily. Give me the town. Rumble. Thunder exploded in the sky above Qingxia continent, and clouds rose up. An illusory palm condensed by a majestic aura suddenly condensed from the air and then fell heavily. Bang! With a sound on the ground, that divine being burst into pieces in the air. More than 20 disciples were like kites with broken strings, smashing down all around, followed by being pressed to the ground by the aftermath of the palm. He cheated out under the palm, threw his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground like a dead dog. He climbed up with difficulty with red eyes and looked viciously at Yi Su. Why? Why were you able to regain your cultivation? Yes, it must be the spirit spring. So unfair. Why is it that you, an invalid, can occupy the best resources in the world, while I, on the other hand, can only pick up the leftover edges that you use? If I can also have a spiritual spring, and can also get such a vast spiritual chi temperature nourishment, 5,000 years old me can beat your mother. Do not recognize you. Yi Su smiled, then wanted to explain that he did not exist because of the spiritual spring, but that the spring existed because of him. Without him, there would be no spirit spring, no clan, and Yui Chidwa would not be able to use the gongfu that Laozi repaired, use the formation that Laozi passed down, and squeal in front of Laozi. On second thought, what is there to say to a dead man? So he didn't hesitate to press it to death like a cockroach with a single thrust. As for the rest, naturally there is little need for them to exist. Just as he was about to press the others to death, Xian Jian, whose face was covered in blood, spoke pitifully. Master, senior uncle, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. You are generous. Can you not kill me? I am your disciple. She spread her hands and offered a colorful ribbon. Look, this is the magic treasure that you passed down to me back then. It's yours. You can't kill me. You really can't kill me. I'm willing to be a slave and a servant. Don't kill me. Yi Su laughed and moved away from the breath that was pressing on her, walking to her and gently squatting down in front of her, patting her face. Since I'm your senior uncle, what were you doing with your sword drawn when I told you to let go of them? You don't listen either. Yi Su sighed and slowly stood up. If you don't listen, that's a price to pay. Xian Fiber's face changed nonstop, looking around and then at Yi Su. Her silver teeth clenched. I'll fight you. Snap. Yi Su blandly snapped his fingers, and the aura around him suddenly collapsed. Endless aura furiously surged into Xian Fiber's body, propping it up so much that the entire thing burst open. When the rest of the disciples saw this, their scalps were numb and their faces were as white as paper. Senior uncle, we were wrong. We were really wrong. Leave us alone. I would like to be an ox and a horse and serve you for all eternity as one of your dogs. Will you let us go? Yi Su laughed and pressed heavily towards the ground. Are you guys wrong? No, you guys are just scared. Bang, bang, bang. A scarlet stamen floated and bloomed in the little demon village. If one were to look down from the air, one would surely be praised with a cry. What a stunning picture. Just a shame. The goblins are invisible. Yi Su regretfully shook his head. His mind loosened, and his cultivation dropped rapidly. The immortal bones that weighed as much as Mt. Tai detached themselves from the body and crashed into the depths of the earth, together with the group of small demons, sleeping in the ground. In this regard, Yi Su was not half surprised. After all, it was the divine soul of a transition realm cultivator, and it was completely impossible to stack it with the number of lower-ranked cultivators. The demonic cultivators were able to trade in their divine soul cultivation for such a long period of time and in such a realm. It's been remarkable. What's more, he was no longer an ordinary transitional cultivator, but an earthly immortal realm that had refined the entire Qingxia continent. The divine souls required, which was no simple matter of quantity. Heading south, heading south. I kind of understand what your ancestors meant in their words. Cultivating in the Qingxia continent, the immortal bones will part with a portion of my divine soul, making it difficult to raise my realm. This Qingxia continent, it's a chance and a confinement. It seems that we can only leave the Qingxia continent and head south to the south. South of the Qingxia continent, which seems to be the Red Rock continent. With this in mind, Yi Su intercepted a trace of the Qingxia continent origin to mask all his aura. With this wisp of origin, the onlooker sees him as if he were a landscape. On top of that, it also used a mysterious secret technique to cover its face and went all the way south. Chapter 16. It turns out that the so-called root is only him. The plague was worthy of being a plague. Worthy of being a plague that many Emperor Realm immortals also had a headache over and called it the greatest plague in the immortal realm for endless years. When the Golden Immortal Realm's Supreme Lord Qingfeng descended into the Forbidden Land, he came into contact with the tainted fury. He realized the true horror of this object. This immortal spirit chi that transcends the human realm and transcends the aura above it can even be eroded by the tainted fury chi. It was just much firmer compared to an unusual aura, but it's only firm. Supreme Master Qingfeng let out a long sigh. Alas, it's hard to get it right. This is still the premise that the bronze door is only cracked open by a single slit. If it is completely opened, I'm afraid that it can only be destroyed. Immortal spirit chi, also like the unusual aura that, a touch will collapse. Shaking his head, Lord Qingfeng sat above the spiritual spring and gently waved toward the distance. Come! Those immortal weapons that had been dispersed all around flew back successively, and under his mastery, they blossomed with a holy and destructive radiance, subduing the tainted and demonic aura back into that bronze door. And the price was that he couldn't take half a step away from this place. One needed to consume one's own cultivation to continuously sustain the many immortal weapons. This is. At that moment, the Qingfeng Shangren's attention was drawn to a certain chain that was still completely disintegrating. He subconsciously spread his body thoughts out and followed the chain deeper into the ground, freezing with suspicion. Trapped dragon nail? A dragon vein? What's this about? Tilting his head in thought, he beckoned for the contemporary Holy Lord and pointed at the half-exposed chain. What is the reason for this? With a bitter face, the Holy Lord spoke in detail about all that had happened here. Lord Qingfeng became more and more puzzled. Are you kidding me? This dragon vein has moved from the entire Qingsha prefecture to here since 5,000 years ago. Unceremoniously speaking, my sect's Holy Land is the root of the entire Qingsha continent, and the aura of the entire Qingsha continent spreads from my sect to the entire state. It will leave? Where can it go? The Holy Lord had a bitter face. Disciple doesn't know. Disciple is also puzzled, but that's just the way it is. If you don't believe me, you can take out the trapped dragon nail. Anyway, even if it runs away, you can still capture it back. Qingfeng Shangren did not believe it. He coldly snorted, probed his hand and grabbed it, pulling out all the trapped dragon nails on top of the dragon vein. Humph, I'd like to see where you're going. Ouch. The disentangled dragon vein trembled gently and hissed as it threw its head back, impatiently swaying its body along the earth's coiled veins, straight to the bottom of the little demon village. Those slender earth veins instantly expanded due to the arrival of the spirit of the dragon vein. The main vein, which was originally thick and sturdy, withered extremely quickly due to the departure of the dragon vein. The aura around the Holy Land became thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, in the little demon village, with the arrival of the spirit of the dragon vein, the aura of the entire Qingsha continent seemed to be pouring towards this place. The little demon village had transformed into the ancestral vein of Qingsha continent. The richness of its aura was directly comparable to the original Holy Land. Shangren Qingfeng's divine thoughts followed him all the way until he found the crystalline immortal bone located deep within the earth's veins. His body shuddered violently and uncontrollably, and his pupils plummeted. This is the immortal bone? What a familiar scent! The scent is Yi Su? Lord Qingfeng completely froze in place, his heart and mind shaking so furiously that the immortal weapons, which were as bright as stars, trembled. It's actually his immortal bone? This. How is this possible? His bones didn't break. They actually didn't break. A single thought erupted from the bottom of his heart and rushed straight to his soul, stirring up his mind like mush. But he was at least an immortal at the peak of the golden immortal realm, and in half a step, he would be able to break through to the great Luo golden immortal. His eyesight had long since been different from his own back then. In just a few moments, he figured out the reason for this, and also felt more and more incredulous. Yes, when it's his immortal bones that are connected to the dragon vein, his bones won't break until the Qingsha continent is destroyed. No wonder the many Emperor Realm sages would say that this matter is difficult to replicate and cannot be recreated. How many people in this world are born with immortal bones? And how many people just happen to be on the edge of the ninth step of the tribulation, about to ascend to the immortal realm, when they take the initiative to give up their immortal bones? So it is. But immediately afterward, Shangren Qingfeng couldn't help but cover his chest, his face full of chagrin, itching to travel back in time and space to the past. Give two big mouths to that self who cast divine thoughts to expel Yi Su from the division. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Over these 5,000 years, he has not only been connected to the entire Qingsha continent, but he has also become the yin and yang poles in the Taiji diagram with Calamity. With this immortal bone in place, The spirit spring can only be called a spirit spring, otherwise it can only be called a calamity. The tainted aura is the aura. When he said that the blood of his heart purifies the tainted demon, I'm afraid he's using his heart's blood to warm the immortal bones. 5,000 years. 5,000 years. He alone is my so-called root. Lord Qingfeng had red eyes and was in agony. That chest seemed to be flooded with countless sharp swords in an instant, repeatedly cutting into the heart. Yisu's 5,000 years of throwing his heart and digging his belly, as if in this moment all returned to him. Lord Qingfeng's face was filled with grief. My disciple. My good disciple. I'm sorry. The Holy Lord was filled with confusion when he heard this. He scratched his head and tentatively asked, Ancestor, you are. What? Lord Qingfeng returned to his senses and fiercely looked at the sacred lord. His tone strangely quick. I'm asking you, what all happened after Yisu left this place? Do you know where he went? The Holy Lord froze, scratched his head, and told everything that had happened after Yisu left, in detail. This included Wu Hao sending down a legal decree to hunt down Yisu, it included the tainted fiendish qi spewing out, and it also included their intention to recapture Yisu, including the unicorn, the mythical beast, who was nowhere to be found. It also included sending holy sons and goddesses to each lead a team of men to go down the mountain to capture Yisu. Supreme Master Qingfeng pounded his chest and felt pain, tilting his head and roaring, Wu Hao! Wu Hao! You rebellious disciple! Adversary! The Holy Lord trembled with uncertainty. Just as he wanted to ask something, Lord Qingfeng suddenly changed his face to one of urgency, probing his hand and grabbing him to lift him up in front of him. Quickly, quickly, go and pass on my decree. Effective immediately, restore Yisu's status as a disciple of the clan. See him as you see me. Anyone who disrespects this will be destroyed in form and spirit. And then there's. Immediately summon the holy son and goddess. Don't ing talk about catching or not catching. Give me please. No. Carry him back. No matter what. Bring him back to the clan. At all costs. The sacred lord hurriedly said yes and immediately summoned the sacred lord's order, transmitting Lord Qingfeng's decree word for word to the ears of all the elders, peak masters, and disciples. After doing so, he gently wiped his sweat and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, Ancestor, why is this? Upper Qingfeng was paralyzed on the ground and explained with a bitter smile. The Holy Lord's entire body froze in place, his face full of incredulity. So ye, Master Uncle he, for 5,000 years, has been silently guarding us? Did he really, day in and day out dig his heart out for 5,000 years? Lord Qingfeng's eyes were lifeless as he nodded woodenly. Can't go wrong with. We, all of us, were wrong about him. Chapter 17, Whoever violates my heavenly pivot will be executed even though he is far away. 5,000 years. Whether it's heaven or earth, immortal or mortal, that's not a very short number. Especially mortals. Unlike cultivators, it was not uncommon for them to be in a retreat for hundreds of years. Immortal retreats are even more likely to start at 1,000 years. They are the ones who need to get through one day at a time. Not to mention, that senior uncle is still not allowed to be free, and he still has to dig his heart out every day. The Holy Lord couldn't help but feel emotion, couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart and call it greatness from the bottom of his heart. But on second thought, he always felt something was wrong. After careful thought, he hesitated. Ancestor, since that immortal bone is not far outside the clan, why don't you fetch it? With your means, can't you still activate it and purify the tainted fiendish qi in an unceasing stream? Lord Qingfeng shook his head and let out a long sigh. It can't be done, even by an immortal emperor. That immortal bone has been connected to the Qingxia continent. To take it is to take the entire Qingxia continent. Even if one has the ability to ingest the entire Qingxia continent, or even refine it, that bone will still not be subdued on top of the plague as it was before, and it will still not be purified of the tainted fury. And if we abandon this place, there is no one to restrain the tainted fury, not to mention the entire earth. Even the immortal world will be devastated. In heaven and on earth, only Yisu is the only one who can manipulate the immortal bone in town in this place in order to avoid this calamity. The Holy Lord was stunned and couldn't help but look up into the distance as well. Can't help but murmur in a low voice, You too, don't move so fast, don't hurt him. It was at this moment that an elder came running in panic and threw his head back and shouted, It's bad, it's bad. The soul lamps of the Holy Son and Goddess, extinguished. The Sacred Lord turned his head in an open-mouthed manner. What did you say, Ancestor? The Holy Lord. Fongfong's tainted and deadly qi erupted, and the many elder peak masters collapsed countless great halls. Not coincidentally, the Hall of Souls is in the middle of it. Just now, when we robbed the Soul Temple to repair it, we realized that the Divine Maiden, the Holy Son, and the disciples who went out with them, everyone's soul lamps were extinguished. The Holy Lord frowned deathly and paced back and forth, suddenly twisting his head. Is there a possibility that the soul lamp was knocked over or blown out by the wind? The elder glanced at him hesitantly and shook his head. Impossible. Their soul lamps aren't in the same location. Although there are some that were smashed out. But not all of them. The Holy Lord's eyes glazed over. So what you're saying is, someone killed them all? Probably. That elder sighed softly. And coincidentally, when they died party, the clan was in chaos. And even the divine generals who were watching the gate were forced to participate in the rescue. No one got to see if they asked for help. The Holy Lord clenched his fists tightly. The anger in his heart climbed to the extreme point, and the breath around his body rolled like boiling water. His frown deepened as he quickly contemplated the enemies who could potentially lay this killing blow. Who is it? Who on earth dares to strike out at my heavenly pivot Holy Land's disciples like this? Aren't they afraid of retaliation? Holy sons and goddesses each hold a team and can form a formation to fight against the enemy. Even if they are at the realm of the transfigured god, could it be the realm of returning void? Which old miscreant dared to strike so hard? As he thought about it, he finally turned his sights to Shangren Qingfeng and threw his head back before falling to the ground. Ancestor, what do you think? Lord Qingfeng raised his eyelids bashfully. How can it look? Asterisk 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 him. Of course. When did my heavenly pivot Holy Land become a coward? You must know that 5,000 years ago, your senior uncle said to all incoming enemies, those who violate my heavenly pivot will be executed even though they are far away. The sacred Lord kowtowed heavily, turned around expansively, and coldly glanced at that elder. Do you hear me? Kill my heavenly pivot Holy Land. There are no cowards. Whoever dares to kill my sect's disciples will pay the price in blood. That elder claimed yes in silence, turned his head and left. On this day, several elders of the heavenly pivot Holy Land left the sect in a murderous rage. Go forward to investigate and kill that thug who dared to lay his hands on the disciples of the sect. Lord Qingfeng did not pay too much attention to this matter. He silently gazed at the other group of disciples who had been ordered to go down the mountain to search for Yi Su, and murmured in a low voice, Yi Su, my good disciple, where will you go? 5,000 years of vicissitudes. Where else can you go but the clan? At that moment, he suddenly thought of a very unreasonable sight and sank his divine thoughts into the ground again. Hurrying forward along the mostly collapsed dragon vein, looked toward the quietly sleeping immortal bone. Around it, 10 corpses that were dark around the circumference, but vaguely distinguishable as demons, quietly arching over the fairy bones. Lord Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Strange, the cultivation level of these corpses before they were born was no more than foundation establishment at the highest. Who would bury them here? Nourished by the power of the earth's veins? After thinking about it, he tried to mobilize a trace of his breath, intending to erase the corpses of these little demons, but he found that the immortal bones, together with the spirit of the dragon vein, were actually firmly protecting these little demons. His golden immortal aura couldn't even erase a few corpses. Upon Qingfeng became more and more puzzled. Can't figure it out. I'm afraid you're the only one in this world who can understand what he means. But your roots are damaged. It's easy to go down to the world, but it's hard to go up again. Autumn child, I'm afraid that Master will be unable to do right by you. Thinking about this, he suddenly looked up to the sky, his face full of disappointment. Wu Hao, you disappoint me too much. After waiting for 5,000 years, you just can't wait for 60 years? If you're like this, how can you carry the banner and fight against that Zijing palace? After thinking about it, he peeled off a strand of his divine soul, and after a few moments of deliberation, he implanted a message into his divine soul and then it was flicked towards the sky. A wisp of divine soul that drifted into the immortal realm, immortal world, heavenly pivot palace. Ning Xiushi dispersed her mind and opened her eyes full of fatigue, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Eldest senior brother, your mind has finally stabilized. In the future, you can't think wildly. Go off the deep end. That will be rejected by the immortal world and fall to the 9 hells. Yes. Senior sister is right. Wu Hao smiled, his eyes ghostly and unmoving as he looked down to the lower realm. After dragging on for so long, don't let me down. How far can a mortal, even with 4 legs, go? If you can't even kill a mortal, what's the use of having you? He quickly retracted his eyes and looked at Ning Xiushi. His heart bursting with heat, he subconsciously went to hold Ning Xiushi's hand and softly said, Come on, senior sister. I'll take you to eat something delicious and treat you. Ning Xiushi sidestepped Wu Hao's hand and cupped it on her chest, pursed her lips and looked down to the lower world, slowly shaking her head. No, senior. I'm going to go down to the realm to look for my youngest senior brother and ask him face to face where I fell short of that witch. How come he doesn't want me anymore? Wu Hao's eyes stared, but he quickly regained his composure. He flung his sleeve robe and nodded gently. Okay, I'll accompany you. We'll go to him together. It was at this moment that a strand of divine thoughts from the golden immortal realm suddenly crashed through the door and straight into Ning Qiushir's mind. She froze. Master? Why did he run off to the lower realms? What does this mean? Then, the message sent by Lord Qingfeng exploded in her mind, and she shuddered softly, her body stiffening. After a long time, she opened her eyes in disbelief, tears streaming down her face, and turned her head to look at Wu Hao. Elder brother. Why did you lie to me? Why? Don't you want him? He's your senior, our hero. Wu Hao trembled and froze in place. Chapter 18. In that case, none of them will live. What happened? How did the old undead suddenly come down to the world? And how did he stir things up? Is Yi Su still alive? No. How is this possible? What are the juniors of the lower realms for? They can't even kill a mortal. Damn it all. A single thought doubtfully, as if it were a firework, rose from the lake of the heart and then exploded. Wu Hao immediately panicked, his throat surging wildly, subconsciously grabbing his sleeves, his eyes fluttering. When Ning Qiushir saw him like this, her face became more and more pained. She stumbled back with her lips pursed tightly, her tears falling to the ground as if they were broken strands of beaded curtains. She shook her head. How could you? If it wasn't for him, we would have fallen under that great catastrophe 5,000 years ago, and he is a hero. It's more of a benefactor. For so many years he hid from us every day, secretly plowing open the chest and taking heart blood. Every inch of the forbidden land has been stained with his blood, but he, afraid to see us worry about him, every day pretending to be a nothing, but also said what spiritual spring can repair his scars. He's not in pain, but he's a human being, not a piece of wood. How come he doesn't hurt? I was in the lower realm at that moment. I secretly saw it. His face was white with pain, his whole body was trembling. How could he not be in pain? Eldest brother, how can you abandon him? How can you all abandon him? He has silently guarded us for so long. Haven't you guys ever thought about how upset he would be if you expelled him from the clan? He's alone in the lower realms. His friends, masters and brothers have ascended and died, and the familiar scenery is gone. How much pain will he feel? How painful. Wu Hao lowered his head, clenched his fists, his chewing muscles tensed as if they were war drums, and his entire body trembled slightly. Finally he opened his mouth and said hoarsely, "But I don't want him to drag you down. When you were in the lower realm, in order to spend more time with him, you didn't hesitate to cut off your own cultivation a full 9 times, resulting in damage to your roots and bones. Ascended to the upper world for 800 years. Do not go to repair the roots and bones, also do not properly cultivate. Every day to visit this visit that. Exploring a variety of secret realms, 800 years is also still an ascension realm of cultivation. And even the loss of immortal bones has become almost irreversible. And he has been ruined. Lifelong difficult to become immortal. If I do not act in this way, one day, you will fall from the realm of the immortal world, fall into the mortal dust. It's hard to become immortal for life. Little sister. Enough. Ning Qiushir wiped away her tears and looked at Wu Hao coldly. Even if you can't become an immortal, even if you fall into the wheel of reincarnation for eternity, so what? It's better than you being ungrateful and ennobled. Little sister. You. Ning Qiushir no longer said anything more, not even looking at Wu Hao, flicked her long sleeves, and fluttered towards the outside of the hall. She didn't tell Wu Hao where she was going, and she didn't put down any harsh words that she would break off with the immortal realm, with the clan, and with Wu Hao, and would never meet in the mountains and the waters from now on. But Wu Hao knows where she's going, and there was no more future for him and his little sister. No matter who came, she would by and large spell out her immortal body and resolutely go down to the realm. She can't come back, never to return. Wu Hao covered his chest and tilted his head back to look at this great hall, which was almost built by his own hands, and looked at those totems that meant good things. Looking at the lingering autumn wind above the beam, looking at the maple leaves, he fell to his knees and cried out in grief. Yi Su! Yi Su! Yi Su! Why? You're already wasted. You've already never been allowed to ascend to the immortal realm. Why don't you go and die? Why? Can't you fulfill me? Aren't we like masters and brothers? After a long time, he slowly raised his head, his eyes fierce and crazy. Be that as it may, neither shall live well. Boom! Above the ascension, the aura of a heavenly immortal consummated and near the golden immortal realm suddenly exploded. The entire hall collapsed. The wisps of autumn wind intercepted from the earth were assimilated by the immortal spirit in an instant. The surrounding immortals came out and moved across to this place, and their faces suddenly changed. It's Elder Wu Hao's residence. What's going on? Could it be that the people from the Purple Bohemia Palace are fighting over? Impossible. Although we have a grudge against the immortals of the Zijing Palace, It's not so bad that we would come to our door and overturn the palace. If they really did this, isn't this a war? They're not that stupid. The ancestor is still around. He's crossed paths with several emperor realms. Unless the purple Bohemia palace wants to be exterminated. Don't even say it. Quickly administer help. Elder Wu Hao is still inside. At this time, Wu Hao slowly walked out from the ruins, his face expressionless. The surrounding immortals froze and rushed forward to ask after them. Elder Wu, what's going on? Isn't it from the Palace of Purple Thorns? Are we going to all-out war? Wu Hao gave a faint oh, not really. It's just that there's something wrong with the secret cultivation method. Since you're here, I'll leave the repairs to you. Oh, good. A certain immortal responded with an open mouth. What about you? Me? Wu Hao tilted his head and looked deeply into the distance, his eyes deep. I have something important to do, and I'll make a trip down to the realm when I'm done. After saying that, Wu Hao's mind moved, and his figure disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared on top of the East Sea, which was extremely far away from the Heavenly Pivot Palace, looking at that palace located on top of the Immortal Mountain in a ghostly manner and murmuring in a low voice. Purple Bohemia Palace? That's fine. He unleashed the aura of the heavenly immortal realm perfection without reservation. Clang, clang, clang. The urgent sound of the bell echoed around, and densely packed figures rushed up into the sky. Unbridled. I don't know how to die. Do you really think that my Zijing Palace is afraid of you? Wu Hao was filled with calmness, blandly transmitting his voice towards the immortals. So on this day, Wu Hao of the Heavenly Pivot Palace quietly walked into the Purple Bohemia Palace. It was also on this day that 7 Ascension Realm immortals, led by a celestial immortal realm, suppressed their cultivation to vanish to Earth. Human, Qingsha Island, with a pale face and a breath that flickered up and down, Ning Xiaoyue walked around the mortal realm closest to the sect. One moment she might have been up in the mountains looking at the smoke from the cooking. The next moment one could be in some city where people come and go, and then be standing at some ferry docked with ships. From the blazing midday sun, to the westering sun, to the coming sunrise, sitting on top of some inconspicuous tall building, Ning Xiaoyue spread out her divine thoughts and looked at everyone in this city, distinguishing them one by one. Little brother, where are you? Where would you go? Crunch! The gates of the city, which had been closed for the night, were opened, and the mortals who had been waiting outside the city for a long time, entered the city leisurely. An old ox, pulling a cart full of firewood, the bell under its neck swaying gently with its pace. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Ning Xiaoshi subconsciously looked towards the city gates and raised her eyebrows. Ha! This person is so strange. Obviously the person is right there. How come I can't see him with my divine thoughts? Could he also be an immortal? It doesn't quite look like it. Strange. That's just it. It's none of my business. Let's just go to the next city and look for it. Shaking her head, she rose from the high building and, with a shake of her body, rushed towards the next city. But the next moment, she circled around in the air again and landed in this inconspicuous little city, in some small alleyway, casting a disguise spell, restraining her face and replacing it with a dry and neat power suit, muttering, better go check it out. Shielding divine thoughts is not something a mortal can do, in case there is any secret recipe or secret treasure. In case Junior Senior Brother uses this method as well, that would be troublesome. Chapter 19. Hey, who are you? Jingsha Prefecture was large, so large that a mortal could not walk across a continent of mountains and water in his entire life. As big and strong as the Heavenly Pivot Holy Land, even though it claimed to dominate a continent, the real scope of its power that it could influence was only a corner of the southwestern part of the country. Fortunately, it's not too far from the South China Sea. Yi Su borrowed the power of the immortal bone to intercept the origin of the Qingxia continent, and since traveling all the way south, he has been riding the wind when he meets the mountains and harnessing the water when he meets the river. Finally, early in the morning of this day, he arrived at this mortal city. He tilted his head and looked at the plaque on the city, barely guessing that it read Duo Feng, but he wasn't quite sure. Yi Su's heart was then very mixed. I didn't realize that I didn't quite recognize even the most basic words. Fortunately, I met a few woodcutters on the way, and after learning for half a day, I can barely understand and speak the current official language. Otherwise it's a bit of a pain in the ass. At that moment, the closed gates opened. Yi Su shook his head to collect his thoughts and followed behind a creaking ox cart, slowly entering the city. For a while, the morning market ice candy gourd hawking, the restaurant's second tries to solicit customers, the bun store boss yells, the street women tirade, the hustle and bustle of noise that hadn't been heard in a long time, intertwined with the shakti flooding into the ears. But Yi Su didn't feel upset. Instead, he hooked the corners of his mouth for no reason, couldn't help but open his arms, closed his eyes and deeply inhaled a mouthful of earthly turbid air mixed with the scent of various delicacies. The murky air that I scoffed at years ago is somehow comforting now. At that moment, a very familiar fragrance of orchid grass suddenly poured into his nostrils. A not-so-familiar voice drifted into his ears. "Hey, who are you?" Yisu opened his eyes and looked, only to see a handsome girl dressed in a black power suit, with a sword on the wrong side of her waist, dressed as a ranger, standing in front of him, looking him up and down with a very scrutinizing gaze. Yisu also couldn't help but look at her one more time, couldn't sense the breath and couldn't tell the depth of his cultivation. She was either a great cultivator high above the heavens or a mortal with no cultivation at all. But this place was not some immortal fairy, nor was it a heavenly paradise, and the aura around it was so thin that it was close to zero. As for himself, he had the origin of Qingxia Prefecture on his side, and had purposely changed his face to a face that no one had ever seen before, not to mention the clan's children. Even if the master's siblings were to visit in person, they would never be able to recognize him. He was nothing more than a mortal in the eyes of the rest of the cultivators. What kind of cultivator would run out into the street to stop a tiny mortal like him? She's probably a warrior woman, a very warrior woman, just not very polite. The wind has picked up again. That orchid scent wafted into the nostrils once again. Yisu immediately withdrew his sight and turned back decisively. The smell was familiar, much like little sister. But at this moment, she didn't know where in the immortal realm she was living her own free and happy immortal life. So how could she appear here? To put it mildly, she has even forgotten herself. Yisu took a deep breath, unwilling to do much thinking or bless expectations. With a shake of his head he hurried toward the fairy. That female warrior was instantly anxious and rushed forward to stop him, a pair of large black and white eyes darting around, her face full of anxiety. "No, I mean, that is, are you a monk?" Yisu's footsteps lurched, his heart slightly condensed, but then quickly returned to normal. He spoke calmly. "Friar, what the hell is that?" Ning Qiushi's eyes widened. "You're not? What isn't? Don't know what you're talking about. Lady warrior, please get out of the way. The bakery is closed later." Ning Qiushi was anxious. But why are you?" It was at this moment that several auras came from far and near, speeding in and floating in the air above the city. The cultivator at the head of the group gazed at the city indifferently, and when he saw that no one in the group of mortals saw him, he offered a bronze bell and struck it violently. Clang! A huge wave of sound exploded in the air. The entire city was shaken, and countless mortals looked up and exclaimed, "Look! Immortals! It's immortals! I recognize that costume. They are from the heavenly pivot Holy Land. Kneel down! Quickly kneel down! This is an immortal. If you get into their eyes, from now on, you don't have to be a human being. Get down on your knees! Get down on your knees!" In an instant, the entire city then knelt on the ground, kowtowing uncontrollably. As for Yisu and Ning Qiushui, they had since recognized the cultivator's clothing. Yisu's heart slightly condensed. Elder's accessory. Is it in the transformation god realm? This is trouble. Ning Qiushui's eyes were cold and murderous. Fine. This is the clan that junior brother will fight tooth and nail to keep, isn't it? Good. Excellent. If I don't kill you, how can I face my senior brother? The two of them then stood alone, straightening their spines, either blandly or icily looking at the several people in the air. It was like a lone starburst in the night sky, incomparably conspicuous. The few elders in that air froze at the sight and could not help but burst into a rage. "Bold mortal, if you see an immortal, why don't you kneel? Or are you not mortals? If you are cultivators, quickly report your names. The attack on my clan's disciples some time ago, was it you who did it?" Yisu raised his eyelids, and Ning Qiushi clenched her sword. The two men remained cold-eyed, unbridled. A vast mighty pressure descended in an instant, and the aftermath alone caused the mortals of the entire city to lie on the ground, their faces filled with pain. Yisu looked at Ning Qiushi and raised his eyebrows. "I am burdened with the origin of the Qingxia continent. In a sense, even if I am the Qingxia continent itself, this pressure is strong, but compared to the Qingxia continent, it is still not enough. But you? What gives you the right?" Ning Qiushi met Yisu's eyes, but her complexion was a bit dark. "So it's an old monster who doesn't know how to be shy. Can't see you. So it's because my realm is too low. Ah. Hey, but that's good. I told you. How can there be treasures on earth that can be shielded even by the Ascension realm's divine thoughts? Even if there is, junior brother, he's been thrown out of the clan, and the immortal bones are underground. Where would a mortal get such an unheard of treasure? But this is good. This is good. Junior brother doesn't have a special method to shield his breath. Look for it one city at a time. You can always find it. But until then." She suddenly raised her head and coldly gazed at the clan elders in the air. This group of ungrateful bastards who oppress mortals based on their little cultivation. Damn it. They all deserve to die. All of the lower world deserve to die. The elder who had exerted the pressure saw that the two of them were indifferent under this pressure. His face was full of consternation, followed by incomparable surprise. Pointing at Yi Su and Ning Qiuyue, he shouted, "Gentlemen, they're the right ones, carrying the pressure of my transition 7th stage. They're strong enough to exterminate the Holy Sun and Goddess." Yi Su suddenly raised his head. "Everyone, form a formation and follow me to kill these two. Let the cultivators of the entire 9 states take a good look. My heavenly pivot Holy Land, still thriving. Let that old-eyed Holy Lord take a look at. That Tai senior uncle is not our foundation. We are the foundation of the clan. The people are here. The clan is here. Yes, the people are in the clan. Kill, kill." A divine sword condensed in the air. Only then did the city full of mortals escape the Five Fingers Mountain and enter the prison of swords again. Each and every one of them hugged into a ball, shaking like a sieve, looking at the sky with a face full of terror. Just then, an aura that strayed between being forcibly rejected by heaven and earth and acquiescence quietly descended. The boundless killing intent instantly disappeared, and calm returned to the city. Yi Su violently gazed at it, only to see in that air, a 72-petaled radiant golden lotus bloomed from the sky above the city, covering the entire city's coverage, and beside him, the female warrior slowly drew her sword, her tone morose. "You ungrateful people, damn you, all of you, all of you, let's see how I'm going to chop your dog heads off." At the same time, extremely far away in the sky, a certain cultivator with a misty breath suddenly looked back with an expression of utter surprise. "Found you." Chapter 20, Fallen Immortal Compulsion. There was incomparable ethereal vastness on that golden lotus, and when the lotus bloomed, the sky was covered with dark clouds and thunderous sounds rolled out. Yi Su stood in place, sensing carefully, his face full of dismay. Does this feel repulsive? Heaven and earth are rejecting her? She's actually an immortal? When she said ungrateful, could it be the immortals of the clan? Ungratefulness refers to me? No, no, no. If she is from the clan, how could she have gone down to the realm without the clan knowing about it, and knowing that she is from the clan, and the one who wants to chop the dog's head off at the drop of a hat? I'm afraid it's an immortal from another power. I just don't know if this ungratefulness refers to me, but how is that possible? I'm afraid that people from other forces, hearing about the reappearance of the heavenly pivot sacred grounds calamity, would be too eager to set up banquets to celebrate, so how could they possibly fight on my behalf? It's better to hurry to the ferry and find a boat. It's better to leave this place early. The cultivation of the foundation establishment stage is just too small. With this in mind, Yi Su looked up, but he saw that the lotus flower bloomed and closed, wrapping the clan's group of elders in it. Vaguely, their panicked pleas for mercy could be heard. Immortals? No, senior, this is a misunderstanding. Elder, be merciful. Ah, we didn't do it on purpose. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Yes, senior, we are from the heavenly pivot Holy Land. You don't look at the face of a monk. For the face of the heavenly pivot Holy Land, spare us for once, right, Tianshu? It was fine if they didn't mention this, but once they did, Ning Qiuyue's stomach was full of fire. The one that my mother is fighting is from the heavenly pivot Holy Land, that female warrior. No, the fairy coldly grunted, holding the lotus flower with one hand, and flew toward the sky. Yi Su shook his head and silently prayed a prayer in his heart. Sure enough, it's a hostile force. I have to speed up a bit too. These people are roughly looking for me to go back. If this group of spineless descendants tell her the secret of that spiritual spring, it will be troublesome. Immortal. That's not really a fight. Yi Su immediately turned his head and rushed towards the cross-sea ferry with great strides. The speed was so fast that it caused countless mortals to look sideways. Look, nah, there's an immortal here too. Immortals, please stay. Hey, immortal, what are you running for? A sea of clouds in the sky. Ning Qiuyue stood at the top of the clouds, tossing that lotus flower towards the sea of clouds and drawing out the mortal blade and sword that she had fished out of her waist in passing, coldly looking at the elders who fell eastward into the sea of clouds. Draw your swords, bunch of useless losers. The crowd of elders were filled with bitterness. Drawing a sword on an immortal? Isn't this purely writing the words "seek death with all your heart" on your forehead? Although immortals descending to the world would be rejected by heaven and earth, once one used power beyond the limits of earth, they would be forcibly expelled by the power of heaven and earth, and would also suffer a backlash. But that was also an immortal. The backlash couldn't kill her, but one simply couldn't carry the power of the Ascension realm. The elders didn't want to die, so one by one, they knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Senior, we're wrong, please have mercy on Senior and spare us. Yeah, my bad, really bad. It's not easy to cultivate. Senior, Ning Qiuyue's eyes grew colder and colder. The more she pressed her heart to kill. It's not easy for you guys, but it's easy for him? He gave up everything to protect you for countless generations, and you threw him out of the clan. You don't even know where you've been until now, and you have the nerve to say you're not easy? Where's the high and mighty just now? Where's the high and mighty just now? Come on, draw your swords, all of you. Him? The elders froze. This tone, this statement, it's hard to believe that she's from the clan? Thus, their breathing gradually shortened. Elder, could you be? At this moment, 8 auras approached rapidly from all around, surrounding everyone including Ning Qiushi. 8 heavenly jade pillars were erected in the air, sealing off the entire sky. A certain immortal standing on a jade pillar smiled as he looked towards Ning Qiushi. Yo-ho! What a coincidence, fairy! I didn't expect to meet you, Ning fairy in the lower world. The palace master entrusted me to bring you a message. Since you like the earth so much, then don't go back to the fairy world. Oh yes, the palace master also brought you a gift. It's not expensive. It's just the Tao Fallen Immortal Compass. I hope you'll like it. Ning Qiuyue turned her head openly, as if she was facing a great enemy. Zijing Palace, you seek death. In the next moment, a perfect and flawless round of bright moon that pressed down and distorted the light of the entire sky suddenly coalesced. That heaven and earth that had already been sealed was cut through a slit by this sword intent, but it was only sustained for an instant. The group of elders were greatly delighted and shocked. She really is a clan ancestor. What a perfect moonflower. Not good. The ancestor is surrounded. Quickly ask for assistance. Still begging for help, my ass. Heaven and earth are blocked. What to beg for? Take your life? But even if you take your life, you can't always beg. Meanwhile, Yi Su, who had boarded the Cross-Sea ferry, suddenly looked up at the sky full of dark clouds, his face full of astonishment. What a pure sword intent of the moon. I'm afraid that if the youngest senior sister is on her way to the world, she would be able to exert such a sword intent, right? I don't know if that fairy can carry it. In the heavenly pivot sacred ground, the Qingfeng Shangren with a shriveled breath struggled to maintain the operation of the many immortal weapons. He took a shallow breath, and a large portion of the already thinning aura within the entire Holy Land went into his mouth. Numerous elders were in agony, and countless disciples were complaining. Ancestor is robbing the aura again. Damn it, at this rate, when will we break through? Can't figure out what kind of aura he, an immortal, came to the sect to grab with us. The little disciples? You still don't know well. It's said that master's uncle, on the master's uncle who was expelled from the division not long ago, and suddenly restored his identity. When he left the clan, he took the spirit spring with him. What? How could he do that? And he used an incomparably evil thing to replace that spirit spring, and now the ancestor is suppressing it in the Forbidden Land. And so many elders have gone out to find him. Looking for who? Senior uncle. Jesus, what's the point of looking for someone like that? It's been 5,000 years and you're still trying to live. Is that interesting? You live on live, but also to the clan to throw this kind of thing for what? He is not, his own life is not good. Want to let the whole clan to his funeral? Well, this kind of person can actually restore the identity? Why doesn't he go to hell? Hey, who knows? Maybe it's a reprieve. Find him back and settle the Forbidden Land. Then kill him. Yes, he must be killed. It's a real scourge to keep this kind of person. God, this kind of hungry and full days. When is the end? So miss the old days of lying down can rise cultivation. At that moment, a scalp-numbing aura suddenly descended. The crowd of disciples closed their mouths and knelt down on their heads. See, the ancestor, Wu Hao, who was carrying countless elixirs, ignored the kneeling of the entire Holy Land and indifferently gazed at the Forbidden Land that was cut open by numerous immortal weapons. A divine thought came in like a tidal wave from the Forbidden Land, followed by a stagnation. What brings you here? Wu Hao bowed and saluted. I came to deliver the medicine. Where's your little sister? Her? Wu Hao slowly turned his head back and looked towards the southern sky, perfectly blocking the leaking moonlight sword intent from the clan. Wu Hao hooked the corner of his mouth. She said that she was going to look for her youngest senior brother and specially asked me to deliver the medicine. Qingfeng Shangren hesitated for a moment. Didn't he blame you? Wu Hao's eyes were haunted and his face was calm. How could little sister, such an understanding person, blame me? After all, I've always been there for her good. How could she blame me? Chapter 21, Abandoning Qingxia Island. Abandoning the earth. Can she not blame you? The Qingfeng Shangren in the Forbidden Land had an odd expression on his face, but he didn't think much about it. Half of the immortal world's immortals knew that immortal Wu Hao did not get away with it, nor did he have any freedom. And Ning Qiushi was the root of it all. But almost the entire immortal world knew that the girl had ascended to the immortal world for 800 years only to find a good prescription to go down to the world to save her youngest brother. Now her youngest brother has been expelled from the division, and you have privately passed an order to execute his youngest brother. How could she not blame the division or you? Qingfeng came up and shook his head. It's just, whatever. Even though she complains, things have not yet reached an irreparable level. Everything is still salvageable. As soon as he comes back, with a thought of his mind, the small world that had been cut by the immortal weapon cracked open an opening. Lord Qingfeng spoke indifferently. Come in. It just so happens that I have some things to say to you as well. Wu Hao looked up and saw that Shangren Qingfeng was sitting on top of the Lotus Immortal platform. The spiritual spring, which was tumbling with tainted fury, was firmly suppressed by the immortal platform. Wu Hao raised his eyebrows and stepped into the forbidden land without moving. The small world then closed up again, isolating itself from the entire Holy Land. Lord Qingfeng scrutinized Wu Hao with a straight face. Adverse disciple, do you know your sin? Wu Hao did not hesitate to kneel on the ground. Disciple knows the crime. Disciple should not unauthorized transmission down to the world. Should not move to kill the young master brother. Alas, you're confused. Lord Qingfeng sighed in frustration. After all these years, why did you have to get on your little brother's bad side? No matter what, he is your little senior brother. You really shouldn't be like this. Even if there isn't this matter, could it be that you can't wait for 60 years of time? You, too eager. Wu Hao lowered his head and pursed his lips tightly for a long time. After a long time, he finally opened his mouth and pointed at the spirit spring and asked, So master, what exactly happened here? Why did you suddenly descend to the realm? And how did you end up staying here, and drained an entire body of immortal spirit? She didn't say it to you? Yes, and how could she say? The Qingfeng Shangren rubbed his brow, his face full of pain. We were wrong. It's all wrong. He is not greedy for immortality, nor does he intend to monopolize this blessed land. He, truly, is guarding the foundation of the lower realm for us. Shangren Qingfeng told the whole story of this matter in detail. Wu Hao buried his head even lower, trembling. It looked as if he was blaming himself for not doing his duty as a senior brother, wronging his senior brother, and moving to kill. But in reality, that face was twisted like a severe ghost, with red eyes, and the resentment in his heart nearly breaking out of his body. One thought explodes in the mind. The immortal bone is not broken. The immortal bone is not broken. Why is it not broken? What makes it not broken? Really, God, you are so unfair. But when he couldn't help himself, it became a series of shaky I'm sorries. Supreme Master Qingfeng was very emotional and said soothingly, No harm. No harm. It's not your fault. It's me as a master who didn't do a good job. I can't believe they don't believe him. Fortunately, there is still a remedy for everything. Wu Hao rubbed his eyes and slowly raised his head, trying his best to suppress his stormy state of mind, and rushed to Qingfeng Shangren, arching his hand and asking, Master, then what should we do now? How can we compensate the youngest senior brother? Let's find him first. Even though his bone isn't broken, it's sleeping in the ground, connected to the entire Qingxia continent, and I'm powerless to move it. Maybe he's the only one who can send it back over the spirit spring. Wu Hao's heart stirred and he raised his head violently. That is to say, by simply using his bones, we can continue to turn decay into magic, and turn tainted evil into aura? Lord Qingfeng nodded. Not bad. I can vaguely feel that his immortal bone and the tainted fury have become the yin and yang poles in the Taiji diagram. As long as he's around, this tainted fury, which is regarded as a scourge by Emperor Realm Venerables, will become a source of blessings. After a pause, he added, a blessing not only for the earth, but for the entire immortal world. My heavenly pivot palace. I hope to strike a higher level. Wu Hao's eyes grew brighter and couldn't help but clench his fists. After a moment's hesitation, he tried to ask again, You also mean that it is his bones that can purify the tainted fury, not little master? Lord Qingfeng frowned, slightly displeased. What do you mean? Wu Hao organized his thoughts and spoke eloquently. Senior, I don't think we can put the hopes of the entire immortal world on junior brother. It's not fair to either junior brother or the immortal world. We should make two preparations. On the one hand, do our best to search for junior brother. On the other hand, prepare for the worst. Supreme Qingfeng came to have some interest and raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you have another way? Wu Hao slowly got up and flicked off the dust on his body. Be prepared to give up Qingxia continent. Even, if necessary, do cut off the whole earth as well. Qingfeng Shangren was stunned. Suddenly felt a cool air rushed straight to the head. The whole person as if struck by lightning. Scalp inch by inch exploded. You actually, arrogant, bold, don't you dare mention this matter again. The Qingxia continent is the most important of the 9 states. There are countless Dao lineages on it, and they have even come out with multiple Emperor Realm Venerables. Your words are simply placing my clan in opposition to the entire immortal realm. Not to mention, The immortal world and the earth complement each other. Without the earth, what is the immortal world? Wu Hao tightened his fists. But master. Alright. Lord Qingfeng ingested the elixir and waved his hand in a 10,000th of an angry manner. Don't bring this matter up again. It's hard for this seat to get away from sitting here. You quickly return to the immortal realm to pacify the immortals. You mustn't disorganize yourself. Wu Hao eyes narrowed slightly. So you are also like him. Shall not be free. Oh. Just as he was about to say goodbye and leave, the tainted fiend spirit spring underneath the lotus platform suddenly rioted. The entire small world began to shake violently. Lord Qingfeng's pupils shrunk, and his divine thoughts instantly disappeared into the ground to meet that immortal bone. At this look, his face instantly changed drastically. It's not good. Your junior brother's immortal bones are silent. Something's happened to him. He immediately withdrew his divine thoughts and fixed his eyes on the depths of the tainted fiend spirit spring. The bronze gate, which was only open a crack, was at some point propped open toward the outside again. Now, it has been seen inside the bronze door. The world of incomparable evil. Densely packed beings are pouring toward the bronze door. The Qingfeng Shangren's scalp tingled. Wu Hao, you quickly go and inform the sacred lord and ask him to go and tour all the major sects. Make sure to convince them to join us in searching for Yisu. And after that, you quickly return to the immortal realm to ask for help. Make sure to wake up the Emperor Realm Venerable. At this rate, I'm afraid that we'll have to use the immortal realm's original source in order to be able to suppress this spring. Come on, go! Wu Hao answered and retreated. But outside the small world, he hooked the corner of his mouth. Yin and Yang? Very well, Yi Su. You'd better continue to be your mortal self. At the same time, south of the Qingxia continent, above the Pale Sea, Yi Su stood on the deck of the cross-sea sailboat, looking at the blue sea, and beautifully stretched his waist, finally leaving Qingxia continent. So relaxing. It's like removing 1,000 pounds of weight. He took a deep breath. The thin aura above that sea with a radius of 100 miles, even with Yi Su as the center, collapsed in an instant and surged in an instant. His breath began to boil and churn. Buzz. Yi Su was full of surprises. This is a breakthrough. Well, it should be a recovery. This is restoring the second stage of foundation establishment? Very well. So it seems that the Qingxia continent is indeed a confinement. And the farther away from it, the faster the cultivation breakthrough will be. Wait until you regain your transition cultivation. Then go retrieve the immortal bone. Session. What can be done then? Confusion welled up in the bottom of Yisu's eyes. What could be done with obtaining the great Tao? So what if I don't get the way? The gargoyles are dead. The division can't go back. And I don't know if my former friends remember me. What difference does it make if you become an immortal or not? The earth, it's really boring. Yisu let out a long sigh and was just about to go back into the cabin when a stream of light streaked across the sky and slammed into the sea. Yisu froze with a sweep of his divine thoughts. People? Kind of interesting. Chapter 22. Even when we meet, we don't know each other. Look. What's that? Such a light. Such an aura. The treasures. Must be the treasures left behind by the immortals. Wouldn't that be an immortal treasure? Get in the water quickly, get in the water quickly. If you are late the treasure will sink. Also seeing this shooting star were the mortals of the ship, only they couldn't see what it was. As soon as they heard about the treasure, countless young and strong people with better water skills couldn't wait to jump into the sea and swim towards that treasure. But pretty good. Yisu stood on the deck with his hands clasped, looking at the repelling crowd with interest. It's rare for someone to take the initiative to carry this karma. If it were in the immortal cultivation world, I'm afraid no one would even bother. After all, no one can predict what they're saving. In a flurry of thoughts, the group moved nimbly to retrieve a spherical vine of equal height from the sea. It took a lot of effort to finally drag it onto the deck. The wet group gathered around the vine with curious faces. This is the treasure? No, there's nothing in the sea but this thing. It's gotta be precious. But it doesn't look like it either. What do you know? The things of the immortals. That's so simple to see and understand. See and understand. You will still be crowded here with us? Quickly, fetch the knife and cut through the vines to see what's inside. Make way. Make way. Here comes the knife. Click click click. After a few cuts, the vine was sliced open in its entirety. A girl who wore a black power suit but had countless vines coming out of her body from her meridians and orifices, and then wrapped herself in it. Then it appeared in front of everyone like this. The crowd was horrified. Demon. It's a demon. Wood demon. Who said anything about fairy treasures? It's over. It's over. Saved a demon. What can we do? Kill her? Kill her now before she wakes up. Quick. Yisu similarly stared at the girl in black. His brows furrowed. Her aura was very odd. At times above her own sensing range and difficult to figure out, and at times below the second stage of foundation establishment. At other times, he was completely out of breath, like golden stone, or like a dead body. At times the demonic aura is rampant. At times the human aura is restored. Yisu was incomparably puzzled. Strange. Really strange. Could it be that it's a hybrid of the human and demon races? A half-demon? This thing is disliked by the heavenly Tao, so it's no wonder it fell here. Looks like the ascension failed. Yisu was a little hesitant. If it was a demon, he probably wouldn't hesitate to hitch a ride on her. If it was a human, if it was human nature, there would be no need for him to save it. This group of mortals, whose eyes were full of immortal treasures and blessings, would, by and large, not hesitate to save them. After all, it's immortal. But on the contrary, she was suspected to be a half-demon, so who knew whether she had more human complexity or demonic innocence? The mortal's butcher's knife will fall as the thought turns over. Yisu shook his head. That's just it. Looking at the face of Little Demon Village, it's good to save you once. An aura, as Yisu gently stomped his foot, swept away like water waves. The man's firewood knife, which he had raised high in the air, seemed to be frozen in the air, and no matter how hard he exerted himself, the firewood knife remained motionless. In no time at all, he was sweating profusely and his face was red. Chop, what are you waiting for? Chop, are you okay? What? You saw that this demon looks okay and had a bad thought? But she is a demon after all, and those who see demons these days are all dead and clean. Unbelieving. The man continued to wrestle with the woodchipper, but it was always difficult to move. Finally he let go of his hand, spit and rubbed his hand, shouting, I don't believe it. A broken knife, still can't move you? The moment he let go, the people around him froze in unison and scattered in all directions, hiding in the distance and shivering. Filled with horror, he let go, but the woodchipper didn't fall, it just froze in the air, like an invisible man, blandly clamping that knife. It's okay. Yisu rubbed his brow and gently beckoned. The firewood knife dodged the man's saliva-stained hand and flew into Yisu's hand. He calmly said with the mortals hiding everywhere, she's not a pure demon. You don't have to panic too much. After saying that, Yisu went up and examined the demon. She was dressed in a familiar manner, but unfortunately there was no sword at her waist by mistake. She was better looking, not particularly good looking or ugly, but had an inexplicable magic about her. The longer I look at her, the less I remember what she looks like. Yisu couldn't help but be a bit bewildered. Could this be the characteristics of a half-demon? I regret that I did not pay attention in the past years, only knowing that half-demons are incompatible with heaven and earth. Hey! And she was in a very strange state, too. This vine was clearly her demonic bloodline, and the root of that demonic aura was exactly that. And the vine, obviously, was sheltering her. But for some reason, Yisu always felt that the vines were more like consuming her. Could that be why she's in a coma? Cut off the vines to stop this consumption and it will awaken? After a moment of hesitation, Yisu tried to cut off some vines with his hands, observing her reaction from time to time. As expected, her breath began to return as the link between the vines and her physical body was severed. Effective! Yisu's eyes lit up and he accelerated his movements. The girl's eyelashes began to flutter. And finally, she woke up. She ghostly opened her eyes and saw Yisu. So she was stunned. It's you? Thank you for saving me. Yisu was filled with dismay. Me? You know me? The girl's eyes were lowered, her eyes slightly dark. Can't he see the state I'm in either? Also don't recognize me? She took a breath and gently shook her head. No, don't recognize. The blinkers. Mistakenly recognized. Yisu took a long breath and touched his chest. I told you so. Qingxia Island's origin power did not dissipate, so their own breath when it will not be known by the side. Although the party used a little cultivation, but then the demon girl is not yet awake. As for mortals, Yisu swept his surroundings, and whenever his line of sight traveled, the mortals who were surreptitiously surveying the place would panic and hide. They wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. So, she probably really did misidentify. Mistaken identity? The demoness slowly twisted her head around and looked up at the sky. Fallen immortal compulsion. Fallen immortal compulsion. Good evil heart. But why did they implant this compulsion in me? And gave me a new face that won't be remembered. If you just don't want me to ascend to the immortal world, the fallen immortal compass is enough. Why bother to change your face more than necessary? Ning Qiushi suddenly clenched her skirt and pursed her lips. They don't want me to find little brother. Or, even if they do, little brother won't believe that I, in this form, am his little sister. What a heart! What a heart! You guys are so mean. A line of tears slipped silently. Ning Qiushi keenly sensed that there was a deeper level of calculation involved. It was like a pair of big invisible hands were secretly manipulating her. And with this fallen immortal compass, the other party was even able to control her whereabouts and know everything she did. Who the hell are you and what the hell do you want? Could it be that you want to find little brother through my hands? Meanwhile, somewhere in the immortal world, Wu Hao suddenly stopped his sprinting pace, hovered in the clouds, and flipped his hand to take out a copper mirror. What was presented on that mirror was exactly what was seen on the transcontinental ferry. He stared at the bronze mirror and ticked the corners of his mouth. Junior sister, you have to work hard to find Jisoo quickly. I'd like to see if he'd be afraid, or elated, to see you at this point. Do you have the courage to tell him that you are his little sister? Will he believe that you are Ning Choyue? And will you regret today's choice? Chapter 23 Proceedings in the Ancestor Hall without an ancestor. A single thought exploded in his mind, and a flash of scarlet red surfaced from the depths of his eyes. The immortal spirit chi began to boil. Wu Hao flopped to the ground, tensing his muscles and trembling. You'll regret it. You'll definitely regret it. Soon I'll break through to Golden Immortal. My natural talent is no worse than his. That old thing won't be able to stop me anymore. And the entire Heavenly Pivot Palace is mine. I call the shots. Whoever I want to die dies and whoever I want to live lives. Jisoo, he'll never become an immortal. Ever. Boom. A roar that was like thunder. The tumbling immortal spirit chi stirred the surrounding sea of clouds to roll like boiling water. And suddenly thinking of something, Wu Hao let out a light laugh. But then, don't be afraid little senior sister. Senior brother is here. How could senior brother complain that you don't want me anymore? You're just mesmerized by him. He rose slowly from the floor, smoothing out the folds in his shirt. The face was as calm as water, and the eyes were haunted. He looked up in the direction of the Heavenly Pivot Palace and rode the rainbow away. Dang, dang, dang. In the Heavenly Pivot Palace, the sound of bells echoed, and countless immortals in closed-door cultivation opened their eyes in confusion. 3 bells ringing. What has happened here to call the Ancestor Hall to order in this way? A rainbow light rose up from all over the Heavenly Pivot Palace. Following that, they crossed the long sky and gathered in front of a simple, yet strange hut with strange Dao rhythms flowing through it. Wu Hao sat on top of the futon to the left of the main door of the hut, sweeping indifferently and speaking calmly. All here? There are still a few. Uncle Wu, what is going on that is so urgent that we have to use this method to summon us? Wu Hao glanced at the man and slowly nodded his head. Nice. Where's the ancestor? I'll talk about it later. You guys quickly urge those who haven't arrived yet. It's a matter of life and death for the clan. You guys, none of you can be absent. The faces of the people were solemn, and they rushed to inform those who had not yet arrived. Not long after, all the immortals of the Heavenly Pivot Palace had arrived except for the founding ancestor, Supreme Master Qingfeng, and all the immortals except for Ning Choyue, who had brazenly descended to the realm. Wu Hao nodded slightly and opened his mouth. The calamity that nearly wiped out the sect 5,000 years ago has appeared again. Wow! The entire front of the Ancestor Hall was in an uproar. Many of the primordial cultivators who had seen that calamity with their own eyes only felt their scalps explode inch by inch and were filled with horror. How is this possible? How is this possible? That calamity is not by the master uncle, called Yi. Yi what came? Jisoo. Wu Hao reminded. Yes, Jisoo. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, his heart palpitating. Wasn't that calamity forcefully refined by senior uncle Jisoo Yi with his immortal bones? It was also refined into aura. It's all thanks to him that our sect has become as large as it is today in just 5,000 years. Yes, since Master Yi sat in the Forbidden Land, the clan's aura is inexhaustible. Back then I hardly practiced much. I was hard to be raised by the aura to become an immortal. Master Ye's merit is boundless. Yeah. Wu Hao pinched his knee, but his face was unperturbed. He continued. What if I say that Jisoo couldn't take the aggravation and left the sect? The crowd of immortals was filled with dismay. Wu Hao continued to speak eloquently. Back then, we were all wrong. Jisoo's immortal bone didn't completely shatter, but rather, in a way that was hard to comprehend, it fused with the entire Qingxia continent. After 5,000 years, his immortal bones were restored, but not perfected, while he was expelled from his master's school for some trivial reason. In a fit of rage, he actually moved the immortal bones under a barren mountain not far from the mountain gate. But leave the calamity within the clan. Wu Hao will happen in the lower world of all sorts of things, no matter how detailed. All said a detailed, but also did not do more to add oil and vinegar. Instead, it stands as a very objective point of view and pontificates. Bang! A certain immortal slapped his palm and cracked the stubborn stone beneath him. Furious, bold, truly bold. Although that spiritual spring is there because of him, but if there is no blessing from the clan, how can he live for 5,000 years unharmed? Since he offered up all his bones in the first place. His bones? Then, are the clans. How to place the immortal bones shall be the business of the ancestor hall. How can he act like this on the grounds that he is the disciple of an ancestor? The other immortal was also filled with a murderous aura. Yes, he gets credit, and a lot of credit, and that's something we don't veto, but he doesn't think about it. If there was no master, he would just be an insignificant little man, and it would be his honor to give his life for the clan. In the beginning, there was both a backbone to offer his life. How come when he made a mistake, he had to pull the whole clan along with him? It should be killed. It really should be killed. Wu Hao did not move and hooked the corner of his mouth, and continued, "This is not the point. The important thing is that the master is he. He is being searched for in the lower realms to retrieve him, and he has also been restored. Say what you will about the future of the clan, the earth, and even the entire immortal world. It's all going to be tied up in him alone." The immortals laughed at once, just by him? A bastard who was going to drag the entire clan down with him when he suffers a bit of aggression? An immortal with empty immortal bones, but unable to merge with them and cultivate them? Ancestor Master is confused. I am a heavenly immortal realm immortal, the heavenly pivot palace, but I have to tie my cultivation to a mortal's body. When word gets out, how are we to raise our heads as immortals? How to get away? How to be at ease? Senior brother, this is very true, but also the entire immortal world. Ancestor, in the end, how to think? Could it be that just because his bones are still there, there's still a possibility that he could raise an immortal of the mixed golden immortal in the future? Humph. For this kind of person, even if he's a great Luo mixed golden immortal, even if he's a godless realm supreme, so what? Can it be that in the future we will have to listen to him in all things and accompany him in his nonsense? In case you are not accompanied, will you, in a fit of anger, pull out that plague and threaten you and me again? Not bad. I don't agree with this move by the ancestor. I don't agree either. This seat would rather die than agree. That Yi Su will never be able to enter the sect again. At this time, an immortal face hesitation, tangled for a long time, or cannot help but open his mouth. Then, what about the plague? Even the ancestors had difficulty suppressing it. Can we again? At these words, there was a dead silence outside the ancestor hall. One by one, the immortals frowned, pondering the way to break the situation, shaking their heads powerlessly. Is it, indeed, required that he should return? We are immortals. What's wrong with begging a mortal? If word gets out, how can my heavenly pivot palace still gain a foothold in the immortal realm? Wu Hao finally laughed as he slowly got up and put his hands behind his back, pretending to look up at the sky. Gentlemen, I do have a method to solve this matter perfectly. The immortals' eyes lit up. Tell me in detail. Then Wu Hao narrated his plan, and the immortals froze, their scalps tingling, and a cool air rushed straight to their heads. Giving up the entire Qingxia continent? The whole earth is not wanted if necessary? This, senior uncle, this idea is too bold, isn't it? Within the Qingxia continent, our heavenly pivot palace is not the only one with roots. Those immortals, would they agree? Wu Hao looked deeply at the sky. They definitely won't, because they don't know the horror of calamity. When they've seen it, they'll definitely agree. Don't agree, then die together. Ah, the immortals frowned and chewed, and their eyes lit up. Good idea. But, the ancestor master is now guarding the clan's forbidden land. Will he agree to us doing this? Wu Hao hooked the corner of his mouth. Will do, definitely. When he depleted his cultivation and had no pills or support, how could he not? He, is more afraid of death than anyone else. Chapter 24, he really thinks he's a holy place. Human, Qingxia Island. Within a certain ancient religion with an inheritance tens of thousands of years old, the contemporary patriarch was sitting in the main seat, unhurriedly picking up the spirit tea and gently scraping the tea froth with a playful expression. Oh, listening to your clan. Could it be that the end times are coming? The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Pivot Holy Land slowly shook his head. It's not the age of the last Dharma. Your sect's legacy has been passed down for a long time, and there are countless immortals in the upper realms. So I think I've heard about it, and my family's ancestor was once summoned by an emperor realm venerable. They told the ancestor that the calamity that befell my clan 5,000 years ago was the Great Tribulation. And it's not just a great calamity for my sect, it's a calamity for the entire Qingxia continent, the entire earth, and even the entire immortal world. But hasn't that calamity already been resolved? The sovereign raised his eyelids and interrupted the Holy Lord. It's also said to have been solved by a cultivator who has yet to become immortal. Why did it come out of nowhere again? The saint advocate opened his mouth, and for a moment he didn't know where to begin. A certain elder in the hall saw this and smiled coldly. What the patriarch said is exactly right. Back then, this news was spreading throughout the immortal realm. The heavens and the earth are extolling the fame of your clan. It's called a wind and glory. Even one of our ancestors in the past years wanted to pay a visit to your clan and visit that cultivator. He is, like, the first-generation disciple of your holy land, right? I, a grandmaster, visited a first-generation disciple, and you guys turned me down. Why are you begging us now? Where are your immortals? Where are your ancestors? Doesn't he have friendships with a few imperials? Why don't you go to the emperor for help? After all, this is a great calamity in heaven and on earth. Another elder also couldn't help but speak out, saying, this is a very good point. Since your heavenly pivot sacred ground was able to save the entire earthly immortal realm from danger at the time when the sect was just opened 5,000 years ago, now there are at least hundreds of immortals. How come it doesn't work instead? My Xianqing sect, it's really difficult to carry this kind of banner. It's better to bother the White Crane Sacred Lord to hire another person. The Holy Lord bitterly smiled and shook his head. Just, in that case, we will take our leave. After saying that, he led the group of people from the heavenly pivot sacred land and left in a rainbow. Before he had completely left, he heard someone in that big hall again, deliberately saying loudly, what a laugh. The old man has been practicing for 2,000 years, but this is the first time I've heard of. A great sect that sits in a vast heavenly palace with hundreds of immortals can't actually find a single mortal? Yes, but that's nothing. What's ridiculous is that they've actually tied the entire destiny of the immortal world on earth to him alone. What the hell? We've cultivated for thousands of years, and in the end we're still inferior to a mortal? Then what's the point of practicing the Tao? The heavenly pivot holy land has fallen. Senior brother doesn't know. This so-called holy land, is nothing but an empty shell. If it wasn't for the favor of a few emperors in the past years, his heavenly pivot holy land is nothing. I can suppress, with one hand. I really can't understand it. What on earth were those several emperors thinking? Actually acquiescing to that kid refining the entire Qingxia continent, sucking all the ing aura over, causing us to have to run to other continents to break a realm for thousands of years, actually has the nerve to beg us to help him find someone, calling him a holy land. He really thinks he's a holy land. Tell a joke. A holy land where the golden immortal realm sits. Then what should we call a clan like ours that has a great Luo golden immortal? The White Crane Sacred Lord's footsteps slightly paused, gently squeezing his fists, his breath agitated, but he pressed down the nameless anger raw. But behind him, a certain elder could no longer hold back. He turned his head expansively and offered a round of the vast bright moon. Say that one more ing time, believe it or not, I'll tear down your ancestors' hall? Yoo-hoo! Look, nah, he's still in a hurry. Come. I've long heard that your sect has countless divine immortal techniques, and even all of them have Emperor's secret techniques. Come, slash me to death with the Emperor's secret technique. I'm ing. Enough. Seeing that elder storming off, the White Crane Sacred Lord stopped him, and looked deeply at this teaching system that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Don't be impulsive. We're just leading the ancestors' decree to come and pass on the message. Whether we pass it on or not is our business. Whether they believe it or not is their business. When the plague breaks out in the coming day, they will naturally know the error of their ways. Let's go. Inside the Xianqing sect, up and down, there was a roaring laughter. The scorn was so piercing. A certain elder was filled with sadness, tilting his head and gazing into the distance. It turns out that what the senior uncle is guarding is not only on Earth and the fairy world. Without him, how could an emperor realm venerable take a high look at the sect? And how could the sect be comparable to these great sects with tens of thousands of years of inheritance in just 5,000 years? The Holy Lord's face gave him an odd look, and just as he was about to say something, another person beside him spoke up. Holy Lord, what should we do next? The Holy Lord's face was calm, his flight speed not decreasing in the slightest. What can we do? Continue to visit other sects. But will they believe it? Ever since 5,000 years ago, these jackals from the Qingxia continent have been hitting on our spirit spring without fail. And talk about a visit. Is that a ing visit? Obviously it's all about the spirit springs. The Holy Lord gave him a faint look and asked rhetorically, and do you believe it? Isn't that right? Don't think about it. What even an Emperor Realm Venerable is having trouble solving? How can he, a cultivator who hasn't even reached the Ascension Realm, do it? It's not like you haven't seen the evil side of that calamity before. That elder froze and said suspiciously, then how could you? The Holy Lord once again asked rhetorically, do you dare to disobey the ancestors' decree? That elder quickly shook his head. Dare not dare. Absolutely not. This isn't it. The Holy Lord was full of indifference, his gaze calm and deep as he looked into the distance. Our ancestor? Maybe playing a big game of chess. If what he said is true, it's clear that the immortal bone is right outside the clan. All we need to do is move our clan over there, and as usual, we can sit in the blessed land with the densest spiritual chi in the entire Qingxia continent. As for calamity or not, Doesn't the immortal world know about it by now? They don't even care. What are we? A group of people who are not qualified to ascend, blindly worrying about. That elder thought about it carefully. No matter how you counted it, there was no reason for the heavenly pivot sacred ground to carry this burden on its shoulders. And with things having developed to this point, those Emperor Realm exalted ones, how come they still haven't seen any movement? The thought made him feel much better. But on second thought, there were still so many clans and so much anger to be suffered. The few moments of good mood were gone in a flash. Alas, it is not easy to cultivate immortality. By the way, Holy Lord, the Chilan Rue beast has been found. Oh, where? Not far outside the sect. Also do not know what kind of nerve that Chilan has. Actually dead guard that broken mountain. Do not allow us to get close. A few days ago there are disciples who want to go to borrow that aura to break the barrier. The result is that the Chilan was injured. Outside the clan door? The Holy Lord inclined his head and thought, no matter, it loves to guard it. You let the disciples be more careful. Do not go to provoke it. Break the barrier. All of you. Go break it somewhere else. Chapter 25, a former friend from 5,000 years ago. Inside the Qingxian sect, the patriarch and a group of elders had left the main hall at some point and stood outside the door, tilting their heads as they looked in the direction that the people from the heavenly pivot sacred ground had left. An elder hesitated for a long time and whispered to the patriarch's ear. Patriarch, do you really not care? The patriarch narrowed his eyes and smiled. Pipe, why not? After all, they did say that that person used the immortal bones to refine Qingxia Zhou. I don't care about calamities and whatnot, nor do I want to, but if you refine the Qingxia continent, then I won't agree to it. This Qingxia continent isn't owned by your heavenly pivot sacred ground, so you can refine it when you say so? Did you ask us? An elder beside him was full of seriousness and nodded his head uncontrollably. I told you how the entire Qingxia continent's aura was being pulled when I was in seclusion some time ago. Now I'm afraid it's that guy who's up to no good. This matter has to be managed. Not bad. Another person nodded heavily. It's annoying enough to have a heavenly pivot holy land robbing the aura. If we really retrieve that person and unite with the immortal bone at that time, how are we supposed to guard the aura in the future? Quickly send someone to see if the Supreme Elder has come out of the gate yet. His old man has been practicing the Heavenly Chance Avenue for nearly 10,000 years, and his one-handed deduction and divination technique is nearly as good as the Tao. So please ask his old man to try and see if he can calculate the person's trail. After a pause, he added, of course, try to calculate this great tribulation of heaven and earth to see if it will really happen, but don't push too hard. After all, this is the great tribulation of heaven and earth, which is something we can just peek at. Someone led the order to retire, and Royal Rainbow went straight to the back of the mountain. Not long after, an old man who was about to die, with a pestle and crutch, hobbled out of the cave. He tilted his head back to look at the sky, bits of starlight appearing in his eyes as he murmured in a low voice, Harmonizer? Interesting. Since the opening of the immortal realm, I'm afraid that there have been 100,000 years since there has been a person who has merged with the land of a continent. How come you're going to take this kind of path as well? Also, find you. Naturally everything is clear. The old man's eyes suddenly widened with astonishment. Where's your star? Where did the star go? It is said that in the heavens an image is formed, and in the earth it takes shape, and every living being, whether immortal or not, as long as it opens up to divine wisdom, will have a star of its own in the heavens. Even immortal dignitaries are no exception. How could you not? Frowning and pondering for a long time, the old man gently shook his head. It's just a matter of turning back to the canonical books. Since the celestial phenomenon is not apparent, that karma, you always have difficulty in avoiding it, right? Speaking, the old man touched out a crystal-clear tortoise shell from his bosom, and then took out 18 ancient copper coins that had long been psychic, and then 3 by 3, the copper coins are placed into the belly of the tortoise and shaken 6 times, then spread it out from bottom to top. The old man narrowed his eyes and surveyed the trigrams, his divine breath surging. In a trance, he seemed to see an ocean and a sailboat breaking the waves. The person he was looking for was leaning on the rail at the bow of the boat, looking away. The old man hooked his mouth. I found you. It was at this moment, deep under the sea, a certain barefooted man with chains wrapped all over his body suddenly looked up and his eyes went cold. Bold. The lurid aura suddenly exploded, setting off monstrous waves. That breath actually instantly spanned space and time, following a causal line if there was one, slapping heavily at the Xianqing sect. Boom! The mountain peak where the old man was located collapsed. The entire sect cultivators have floated into midair. The patriarch's face changed greatly. Not good. It is the Supreme Elder. Bang! In the rubble, the old man shakily raised his cane and poked an opening. He stood in the dust, his heart pounding. Cough cough cough. Good scary living beings. Good strange avenue. Fortunately, the old man coincidentally with this mountain to merge with the Tao. Otherwise today I am afraid to suffer. But how can he possibly see me? Strange. Really strange. Swish swish swish. At this time, the Xianqing sect's patriarch and several elders descended to this place. Anxiety written all over their faces. Senior, are you alright? Ugh. Isn't it always agreed that you count people first and then count things when you have the energy to do so? How can you? Ugh. How do you even count the mountains down? The old man squinted at him. Oh, who told you that the old man is a calamity calculator? The patriarch froze and pointed around. Then this, could it be that you went to count the emperor's honor? It's fine. Why are you looking for? Looking for discomfort? The old man's eyelids fluttered and he reached out to point south. The man you seek is in the south, on a cross-sea ferry full of mortals. And if you are still looking for him, then I advise you to hurry. It's too late. It's over. The patriarch was filled with doubt. You've collapsed the mountain by counting mortals? Are you kidding me? Above the South China Sea, thunder rises from the dry land, and wild waves from the still sea. Yi Su stood at the bow of the ferry, staring blankly at the wall of water rising from the ground, his face full of doubts. What a subtle Tao rhythm! But why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? When have I ever had an acquaintance in the South Seas? Yi Su hesitated to take the initiative to reveal his breath. Deep under the sea, a divine thought swooped in sharply, followed by a lurch. A voice of a million surprises resounded in the mind. It's you! You really came. Ha! This girl child how? Born so strange? Come, all of you. For 1,000 years. But let me wait. Come say something with me. As the words fell, two irresistible water chains rushed out from the bottom of the sea, wrapping around Yisu's waist and dragging Ning Qiuyu's feet with lightning speed. Ning Qiuyu exclaimed, struggling desperately. Yeah, there's a demon. But when she saw that Yisu was also dragged down, she was instantly calmer. Yisu looked at Ning Qiushi with some surprise, and thought, the reason I'm not panicking is that I heard that thing underwater suspected to be a deceased person. Like you're waiting for me here on purpose. Why are you so calm again? Ha, why would I use again? Tilting his head, he thought as if there was someone as calm as she was in that small town. But he is an immortal. How can you, a human demon who failed to ascend, compare? Shaking his head, Yisu no longer thought much about it and looked down along the water chain, frowning tightly. Who the hell are you and why are you waiting for me? What's your connection to the old turtle in the little demon village? Again? It's really strange. In the sect is not allowed to be free, and now that I'm away from the sect, it's hard to be at ease. It's like there's something that's pushing me forward. But what is that? In the midst of their thoughts, the two of them fell into a piece of rubble, and when they looked up, they saw a strong man bound by several chains in the center of 8 broken stone pillars. He sized up Yisu, and Yisu sized him up. Ning Qiuyu sized up the duo. The strong man was full of surprise. You are so weak now. It feels like a finger can press to death. Yisu shook his eyelids. We know each other? The burly man's face was full of sighs. Also, back then, I wasn't a big deal. And you hadn't done anything as earth-shattering as that. It's normal that you can't remember me. But there's one thing that you must remember. Do you still remember that 5,300 years ago, I took your little sister captive on the cloud-dreaming marsh? Yisu inclined his head to recollect in detail, his face full of indistinctness. Oh, that rings a bell. You're the burly man corrected. It's a dragon. After a pause, he added, also, I'm not kinky. I just like to look at beautiful women. Don't you think that your little sister is very beautiful? Yisu gave a thumbs up. Have a vision. The burly man was satisfied. I told you, I can't have a bad eye. Oh yeah, I have a name. My name is Ziyuan. Ziyuan? Yisu was filled with emotion. After coming out for so long, I finally encountered a contemporaneous being. It's quite touching. Ha ha ha. A man and a dragon. A self-imprisoned and a suspected imprisoned two beings, sighing and lamenting and talking to each other. Without noticing it, the little demoness who stood by the side silently watching them was already in tears at some point. She looked at Yisu in a daze and nearly cried out in pain. Little brother, I found you. Chapter 26, The Sea. A whole sea. A long drought is met with sweet rain, and a friend from another land is met with a friend from another land. Ziyuan didn't know where to get 2 altars of wine, threw one to Yisu, unsealed the clay himself, and drank freely, full of sighs. Back then, during the battle in Yunmeng's, I knew that you were not an ordinary person, and that your future achievements would definitely be higher than the heavens. But I didn't expect that you would do something as appalling as that. Break your own immortal bones, cut off your own future, dig your own grave. Where did you get the courage? Yisu was also very emotional, drinking a large mouthful of wine fiercely. He tilted his head and looked towards the sky. At that time, people were stupid and didn't think of doing anything great. Master, senior brother, and junior sister were the purpose of my cultivation. What do you think I want the world for if they're all gone? What's the point of living? Ziyuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, if it were before, I would say that you have nothing to say. Isn't cultivation for oneself? Then, I met some people who practiced not for themselves. I then discovered that it's actually the people who practice and live for others that are amazing. Especially if you're going to live for it, and rejoice in what you're giving. As if he had thought of something, Ziyuan took another hard gulp of wine and muttered in a low voice as he looked at the chains around him. You and your little sister are so close, and you think so highly of your division that it must be delightful for you? Yisu laughed bitterly and shook his head. Not really, the master does not want me. The senior brother has not seen for 5,000 years. The little sister, after the ascension also never came down again. I don't know. Ziyuan raised his eyebrows slightly, casting a sympathetic look that he was just thinking of saying something, when his afterglow suddenly caught sight of the tiny figure he had been ignoring, crouching on the ground at some point, his back to them, his shoulders shaking violently. Inexplicably. Feels sad. Ziyuan scratched his head and muttered sick before looking at Yisu again. Getting back to the point, I've been waiting for you here for more than 4,000 years, not to catch up with you, but on important matters. Yisu raised his eyebrows and gently put down the wine altar. Well then, please elaborate. I'm also curious. You lecherous dragon full of fairies, who trapped you here and tied you up so poorly. I always got the feeling that if you wanted to leave, these chains couldn't hold you. Ziyuan rolled his eyes and silently sipped a mouthful of wine with a wipe of his chin. I won't go into the cause of the incident. It's heartbreaking to talk about it too much. So let's pick the highlights. Yisu was sitting upright. Ningqiuyue quietly moved a few steps this way and sat beside Ziyuan, carefully hiding herself. Ziyuan glanced at her faintly and spoke slowly. Let me ask you, do you remember that calamity? Yisu nodded. Very familiar. Very well, back then you were the closest to the calamity. So I guess no one knows better than you how terrible the calamity is. Yisu continued to nod. But if I say that what you have seen is but the tip of the iceberg, the real plague is far more terrible than what everyone in the world knows. It is the immortal realm Emperor Realm Honored One who can only look and sigh. Even before you made your move to seal the calamity, there were many Emperor Realm Exalted that were ready to martyr themselves, and even the immortal realm Origin was half siphoned off. Do you believe? Yisu was filled with astonishment. Immortal realm? Honorable One? Are you kidding me? Obviously, Yisu didn't believe it. On the contrary, it was Ningqiuyue who raised her head slightly. She quietly glanced at Ziyuan, her eyes incomparably bright. Ziyuan spoke solemnly. That's right. It's the Emperor Realm Venerable who fuses the power of the immortal realm's origin and is truly at large. Do you know, invisibly, you have saved many Zunis who held the heart of certain death. It's no exaggeration to say that all the Zunis owe you their lives. Kid, if it were in the past, in heaven and on earth, you could walk horizontally. Yisu pointed at himself with a face full of incredulity. Me, your holiness? Life? Are you trying to make me laugh, old, or are you trying to make me laugh? Asterisk 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 that's an imperial realm exalted. Back then I wasn't even an immortal. Me? Save his holiness? What will I save? Hard to believe, isn't it? Ziyuan was also filled with emotion and couldn't help but slam his mouth as he took another hard gulp of wine. Back then, I was just like you. Isn't this bragging? If I say it, I'm afraid that I'll be laughing my teeth off in the entire cultivation world. But I have to believe it because Ziyuan downed the last sip of wine completely and bang, the ground shattered the wine altar, shaking his head and muttering, because the person who said that to me is an Emperor Realm Exalted. Boom! A thunderbolt that didn't exist fell with a bang. Yisu completely froze in place. For a moment, it was hard to know whether to feel honored or saddened, while Ningqiuyue, who was sitting on the side, lifted her head up completely, her face full of pride. The stance was as if to say, look, this is my little brother. What happened to the Emperor Realm Honored One? What happened to the ceiling? Still waiting for him to come to the rescue. Oh little brother. It's awesome. Ziyuan looked at Ningqiuyue and then at Yisu, his face full of doubt. It's so strange that the man who made this thing, he's not proud of himself. What are you blindly proud of? You half-human, half-demon thing? After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Just as well. Let me see what your karmic connection is. What kind of relationship? Thus a half-seven-colored, half-blood red, incomparably thick line of karma emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Ziyuan gently shook, his face full of shock. What about back there? At this time, Yisu turned back from the shock and looked at Ziyuan. What happened back there? What are you waiting for me here for? Zi Yuan withdrew his sight, took a long breath, and fished out a fist-sized, as if cast with a dragon's head, three-legged, two-eared brass tripod from his bosom. It was thrown at Yisu without being told. The emperor, then, asked me to give this to you, and asked me to give you a message. Yisu subconsciously caught the copper tripod. Buzz! A pale yellow light flashed, and Yisu's mind was shaken. In a trance, he saw a mountain range that didn't see the slightest bit of green, a deep abyssal abyss that couldn't see the bottom, meandering and stretching extremely far, and above these mountains and below the abyss, a fish of different sizes and shapes was swimming happily. At the top of that mountain, countless corals gently swayed. In that sky, countless sailboats broke the waves. In the sky of the sky, there are cultivators flying around like headless flies, as if looking for something. Yisu's mind was wildly shaken. This is the sea, a whole South China Sea. Zi Yuan smiled faintly, looking at Yisu's face full of shock, inexplicably feeling in a good mood. In this case, when floating a big white, but when he weighed it, he found both hands empty and the wine altar shattered into pieces. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for himself. At that moment, a hand with a demonic aura handed over a jade purifying vase with an immortal aura. An unmistakable aroma of wine came to his nose. Zi Yuan trembled and looked sideways, but he was met with a pair of bloodshot eyes. He was stunned and just wanted to say something, but then she saw the quiet demoness raise her index finger and make a silencing motion. Zi Yuan froze, and suddenly turned his head to look at Yisu. You refine this tripod first, and I will talk to you in detail later. If you can't refine it, don't come out. After he said that, he flipped his hand and struck a divine ability, drawing a small world, completely isolating Yisu in it, and then he lifted the jade pure bottle and shook it, speaking quietly. Thanks for the drink, but, tell me who you really are. Sorry if you want to think badly of him. I'll just have to kill you. Chapter 27, 12 Tripods, 28 Origins, 2 Choices. Ning Xiushi glanced back and spoke in a small voice. Can he really not hear us if we talk now? Zi Yuan straightened his chest. Just kidding. Although my realm isn't high and I'm barely in Ascension realm, but at least I've been guarding this tripod for more than 4,000 years, counting as half the master of the South Sea, before he completely refines the Cinnabar Dragon Cauldron. Not to mention him, when the great Luo Golden Immortal comes, he won't be able to hear it even if I don't let him. Ning Xiushi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled faintly, opening his mouth with his first sentence. He subdued this Ascension realm true dragon, who was known as the half-master of the South Sea, in place. It's been a long time, Big Bug. Thank you for that year in Yunmeng's, showing me mercy, and also letting me see and see his heart. Zi Yuan? No, are you kidding? Do you think I'm blind? I am a Ascension realm true dragon. Sitting here, my spiritual sense perception is straight up to a heavenly immortal. I will not be able to see whether you are a human or a demon. Well, it's not really easy to see, but as far as you're concerned. Zi Yuan carefully surveyed the current Ning Xiushi and decisively shook his head. You? Not in my sight. How could you be her? Ning Xiuxi's eyes darkened slightly as she squeezed out a smile and looked at Zi Yuan. Have you heard of the fallen immortal compass? Zi Yuan's pupils shrunk as he rose up with a start. A body of chains clattered. Did you? Well, that's right. I was put under the fallen immortal compulsion, and they also used fairy magic to hide my real face. That's why She didn't say any more of the latter, nor did she need to. Zi Yuan slowly sat down, his brows sometimes frowning tightly, sometimes soothingly. After a long time, he looked deeply at Ning Xiushi. So you're thinking? Yes. Ning Xiuxi's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at him with anticipation. Didn't you blow that you had crossed paths with an Emperor Realm Exalted? Or the half-master of the South Sea? You ignored the heavenly immortals when they came. So can you pull out this fallen immortal compass for me? Zi Yuan's face was full of struggles and 10,000 tangles. After holding his tongue for a long time, he opened his mouth. Don't say. You really don't say. I do know how to pull out the fallen immortal compass. But, he looked at Ning Xiushi and then at Yisu. Finally, he still gritted his teeth and said, in that case, let me ask you a question first. Do you know why the fallen immortal compass is called the fallen immortal compass? Ning Xiushi tilted her head and blinked, slowly shaking her head. I don't know. I just heard that once you're implanted with this thing, it'll be difficult to re-enter the immortal realm for life. Zi Yuan sighed. That's because this thing feeds on the immortal realm origin, and the prerequisite for becoming an immortal is originally to be recognized by a strand of the immortal realm origin. Being implanted with the fallen immortal compulsion, your immortal realm origin will be devoured all the time. And this thing, as early as when you became immortal it fused with your divine soul and immortal bones. When it is consumed, It naturally repairs itself from above the divine soul and immortal bone, and then it is devoured again, until it drains everything out of your soul. Ning Qiuyin drifted off and gave a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. Worthy of recognizing a great dragon that can fight an emperor realm exalted. A good great dragon. So the purpose of asking this is, Zi Yuan once again sighed, tilted his head and looked toward the sky. The fallen immortal compass also has a characteristic, that is, at the same time, in the sky and on the ground, there will only exist a female insect. Once the mother bug dies, one of those child bugs that feeds on unusual auras and can still be used for alchemy will be promoted to a mother bug, and then feed on the immortal world origin. Ning Qiushi once again gave a thumbs up and praised. Awesome, awesome. This you know. Zi Yuan was full of bitter smiles, suddenly pointing to the small world that he had drawn. But you know what? Within that cinnabar dragon cauldron, there are 3 immortal realm origins. Notice, not 3 strands, but 3 channels. There are 11 other tripods like this one, spread across the remaining 5 oceans and 7 continents. And although the amount of origin contained within them varies, all of them practically have origin left behind by the emperor. 28 courses in all. If, and I mean if someone else knew about this and happened to be in control of the fallen immortal compass, and happened to be on the opposite side of him, do you know what's going to happen? Ning Qiushi fell silent. She wasn't stupid. She knew the meaning of Zi Yuan's words. If this fallen immortal compass, which fed on the immortal realm's origin, was obtained by a bystander, and that person happened to be on the opposite side of Yisu, he then became Yisu's natural enemy. He could easily damage these tripods and Yisu would lose control of them. Ning Qiuyi didn't know what kind of loss Yisu would suffer if he ran out of tripods, but that must be bad. Her eyes began to dim, but gradually became determined. Incredibly determined. Zi Yuan shook his head, tilted his head and sighed at the impermanence of the heavens, murmuring to himself. In the past years, the emperor said to me that the fallen immortal compasses had so many sub-insects and were so good at hiding them that he spent a whole 300 years killing the whole of the sky and the earth. But he still didn't dare to pat himself on the back and say that there were no more fallen immortal compasses in this world. I didn't realize that there was really. It's unfortunate, but also fortunate, that it's actually in your possession. It seems that this world has also sensed the crisis and has started to save itself all by itself. Shaking his head, he looked deeply at Ning Qiushi. So now you have 2 choices. 1. I'll pull out the fallen immortal compass for you, but I don't dare to guarantee that I'll get the fallen immortal compass motherworm killed. If it didn't get killed, it's fine. Find a trusted cultivator to raise it. There's no problem, but if it got killed. Zi Yuan didn't elaborate on the latter words, but took a deep breath. The second is that you keep it. Is there anyone in this world more trustworthy than you? Ning Qiushi made her choice without hesitation. I'll take the second one, but this one. She pointed to her face, recognizing it. Can you, please, reinforce this secret spell for me? I know my youngest senior brother. If he knew about it, he wouldn't let me raise it. You can pull out the fallen immortal compass, but he can't? If we accidentally kill the mother worm, where will we find it then? You must help me. You must. Zi Yuan was stunned, and for no reason at all. He felt that his heart had been pinched hard by something. Incomparably hard. You really want this? This won't be hard for you? Obviously he's right in front of you and you. Ning Qiuyi raised that not so beautiful little face and looked towards that small world with a sweet smile. No hard feelings. Not at all. As long as I can stay in front of little brother, I'm happy. I don't have the skill to find a way to repair his immortal bones, and I don't have the skill to appear in front of him when he needs it most. Now it's finally time to do something for him. I'm really happy. So happy. De Lung, help me. I'll use this human demon's identity to stay by his side until he has purged all his enemies. Always stay with me. Zi Yuan was stunned and let out a long sigh. Good. Then let me, for you, reinforce this heavy seal, and also let me do something for you guys. Chapter 28, The Emperor leaves a wonderful method. You can ascend while lying down. Boom! A small world steeply took shape, and Yisu pinched the fist-sized dragon head bronze cauldron with a bitter smile on his face. No, did I promise you that you would let me refine? Who knows if this is chance or trouble? Trying to smash the small world a few times, he found that it was unusually solid. Unless this place was in the Qingsha prefecture. And unless there was another divine soul of sufficient realm. Otherwise don't try to break. Yisu glanced down at the bronze tripod and shook his head. That's just it. If he wanted to harm me, why would he need to go through so much trouble? Refine it. Thus, he sat down on his knees, his eyes slightly drooping as his cultivation at the second stage of foundation establishment surged. When his aura didn't enter the copper cauldron for just an instant, he heard a light tremor from the cauldron. Dang! A chime of bells echoed in a flash. and there was a flash of light. In the next moment, it was as if he was in a river of stars, with endless starlight wrapping him up. He looked up, and the three gigantic figures that seemed to be holding up the entire starry sky were smiling at him. Little friend, you've suffered for so many years. Yi Su froze, full of confusion. You guys are? Those three living beings opened their mouths one after another. I'm Ebony. I'm ectoplasmic. I'm Declan. Well, the outside world generally calls us Emperor. Emperor? Yi Su's scalp was numb, and for a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, those three had empty Emperor Realm cultivation but no Emperor Realm stance. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Funny little guy. I like it so much. We owe him our lives. Can we not like it? Cut the crap. It's been more than 5,000 years since the drawing of the earth. It's time to return his freedom. The trio suddenly tightened their smiles, and with a gentle lift of their hands, they detained Yi Su in front of them. Leveling their eyes with him, they spoke slowly. Little friend, first of all, we have to thank you. In the past, when we speculated on the coming of the calamity, we thought that the only way to suppress it was to use our immortal realm origin, but we never thought that you would use your mountain roots and earth veins, and your immortal bone and divine soul, to fuse with it, and a hint of the origin of that world. In this way, the calamity no longer becomes a calamity, and the tainted land becomes a blessed land. Little friend, you are marvelous. It's a shame to say, this human realm is the root, and the immortal realm is the fruit. In years past, we only thought about the fruit, but neglected the root. You have taught us another lesson. Little friend, the Qingxia continent is too small to refine the world outside the Bronze Gate. You need more continents, more mountain roots and water veins. I and others to their own immortal world origin, constrain the human world mountain roots and earth veins, will be refined into 12 tripods, just so many years. Also do not know when to know. I'm afraid I'm going to have to trouble you to go on a journey to find these tripods. Don't worry, we have already set up a good game. Heaven and earth. Except for you, no one can get this tripod, and it is useless to get it. The Qingxia continent has been melted by you, and it contains a strand of the power of the origin outside the Bronze Gate, so it's difficult for us to get close. Little friend, we can only rely on you. 5,000 years of drawing the ground. Little friend, you're amazing. In the future, this heaven and earth, it will be up to you to say. The seemingly ordinary words of the three contained an incomparably majestic message. Yi Su clutched his head tightly, his lips trembling in pain, until the end, so much so that the whole thing completely fainted. The three men blinked. That swooning? It's a bit weak. In your place you'd have to deal with that thing every day for 5,000 years, and you'd be no better. Aya a wine well. Everyone is a remnant soul. What is more serious? Well, don't hold back. Hit the road. It's too late for him. Swish, swish, swish. The three of them dispersed their figures with a smile, so the entire starry sky that was being held up began to collapse towards Yi Su. Yi Su was like a bottomless black hole, devouring the stars in the sky. After a long time, Yi Su slowly opened his eyes from that small world. He rubbed his head and showed his teeth. Asterisk. It kind of hurts. It's like something's been shoved into my brain. It's so heavy. After a moment, he finally realized what it was. That was the cultivation epiphanies of the three emperors over endless years. And although they were crippled, they were emperors after all. If they hadn't intentionally compressed it into a scroll that kept spewing out words, that amount of information might have already washed him into a cutie. Yi Su carefully observed the words and realized that this object, it actually has the effect of warming the soul. As long as this item was present, even when he ate and drank and slept and dazed, his divine soul realm was steadily rising. And as long as the divine soul realm was sufficient, this small tripod that seemed to be hardwired into him would absorb the aura of the entire sea to fill the void. In other words, he didn't need to cultivate hard, and he didn't need any heavenly materials or treasures. Find a place to live in, and in time you will be able to ascend. Yi Su couldn't help but scratch his head. This is great. It's hard not to break through the realm. If we collect the 12 tripods and absorb all the emperor's senses, then we won't become an emperor in situ? But what about the emperor? How do you say a few words and then disappear? Shaking his head, Yi Su no longer thought much about it. That was after all an emperor. One word, one action could not be measured by common sense. It's just that it's time to go. He gently waved his hand, and the small world laid down by Zi Yuan instantly disintegrated. It was then that he realized that the original Zi Yuan, too, is only a remnant soul. The real body has long been corrupted in an unknown number of years ago. He was able to guard this place for so many years, all thanks to the Tatsu Dragon Cauldron. Now that the tripod has been refined by him, Yi Su pursed his lips, Brother Zun, why are you so bitter? Zun, whose figure was becoming indistinct, rolled his eyes. With your temper, if you knew that I was a remnant of a soul, and that without the tripod, I would lose my life, would you honestly refine it? You are too hard on your own enemies. Almost ashes were raised by you back then, but you are too hard on your own friends, and yet it's just too good to be true. However, the human heart is really complicated. Enemies are fine. They can be killed. But who can guarantee that friends won't turn into enemies? Yisu bowed his head in silence. If it was before, he would probably retort. But now, Yisu thought of his most trusted division. Thought of the master who had ruthlessly expelled himself from the division. Thought of his sister who had refused to come down to the world for 800 years to take a look at him. And thought of his elder brother whom he had not seen for thousands of years. He nodded. Educated. And then he took out the cinnabar dragon cauldron and waved at Zun. But for now, you might as well come in. This thing has already been refined by me. The origin inside won't harm you. And in the future, when I find heavenly materials and treasures, it's not impossible to remake your flesh. Zun shook his head decisively. No, I'm tired of staying, and want to rest. Of course you don't have to feel unjust for me. This is my deal with the Emperor. If I die, the dragon race can be blessed by the heavenly Tao. What if I don't die and Emperor Zun reneges on his debt? You can't, can you? Let me suffer these 4,000 years of loneliness for nothing? And, after all, this is something that's at stake. The purer the better. I shouldn't go in there. But, he looked deeply at the demoness, who was sitting quietly, and smiled. I do have one more favor to ask of you. Yisu was full of regret. Although he had been an enemy and nearly killed him, he had after all waited for himself for more than 4,000 years. No one understands this torment of being stuck in one place better than he does. But that was precisely why Yisu was also more able to understand the significance of his perseverance. To forcibly detain him in the bronze cauldron would be tantamount to denying his perseverance over these 4,000 years. How can this be? How can I do that? He clenched his fists gently, filled with pain. You say? Ziyuan finally glanced at Ning Shoyue, this little demoness, who talked with me, made me think of a certain deceased person, whom I considered a righteous sister. If you think of me as a friend and recognize my loneliness these 763 years, help me, look after her, but never let her suffer. If I'm still your enemy, just pretend I didn't say that. Ziyuan's figure began to collapse, and he gave his last slightly regretful smile to Ning Shoshi, like it was encouraging, and like it was painful. As early as when he said that he recognized himself as a righteous sister, Ning Shoshi understood his good intentions, and could not help but burst into tears as she flung herself to the ground, trying her best to reach out and grab the diffuse fluorescent light. Righteous brother, good brother. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 29 Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. A way to rescue the little demon. Yisu stared blankly at the fluorescent light in the sky, feeling Ziyuan's breath gradually dissipating between heaven and earth. The grief in his heart was difficult to speak, and no one could tell. He couldn't help but tilt his head to the sky and murmur in a low voice. When I met little demon, I thought I had a place to settle down in the future, where I could teach little fox to practice her sword, watch little hedgehog fight, have a discussion with old turtle about the heavenly plan, and spar with wolf big. And then they all died. When I met Ziyuan, I thought I would have someone to talk to in the future as well, to talk about former friends and how the years have changed. I didn't realize he was gone too. Emperor, why should I be burdened with such a heavy burden? In the past years, I just didn't want my little sister's fragrance to be lost, didn't want the division to be broken, and never thought of being any kind of gaijin, nor was I worthy of it. But whoever thought that they would become like this? But what can I do? Go back and kill them one by one. But he is the master after all. Back then, if he hadn't brought me to the mountain, taught me to cultivate, taught me to be a human being, and left me with a light, maybe I would have frozen to death that winter. And how could I do something like that? But how can I forgive them? If it wasn't for them, how could the little demons have died? Emperor, is there a wonderful method of raising the dead in this world? Will they ever come back to life? How come no one talks about them? Or, even you guys didn't care if they lived or died? They're just a bunch of little demons who haven't done anything and have to raise their own meat and vegetables. Yisu was helpless and tired. He couldn't find his purpose and didn't know where he was going. Looking far ahead, all he could see was confusion. Heaven and earth, 5 oceans and 7 continents. As if nothing could hold up the spine and pick up the bright moon. The weight on your shoulders may seem heavy and remarkable, but what does it matter to him if the world lives or dies? Qingxia continent is not worth guarding. That demon country that must be visited has not returned to Qingxia continent for so many years, has not looked after the care of the little demons, and is even less worth guarding. Even though one may later become an immortal and an ancestor, and step through the world, what is the use of that? Yi Su suddenly felt annoyed. It was at this moment that Ning Qiuyue, who had quietly listened to him on the sidelines and forced herself not to shed any teardrops, suddenly opened her mouth. Yes. Yi Su looked at him suspiciously. Ha! I said there is. Ning Qiushu's eyes were firm and her tone was certain. While you were in seclusion, your righteous brother had said that the immortal realm's origin that the emperors intercepted was time. Yi Su raised an eyebrow. Ning Qiuyin continued on her own. He said that this immortal tripod has a total of 12, containing the origin of the immortal world 28 ways. But coincidentally, 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The earthly branches to hide the stem is also just 28 heavenly stems. Isn't the heavenly stem and the earthly branches, taken together, the time? Yi Su was stunned when a thunderbolt suddenly struck into his mind. He couldn't help breathing heavily as he paced back and forth through the ruins. Yes, this din is named Cinnabar Dragon, hiding the stem B, E, and Deck, and just now in the illusion, their self-proclaimed name is precisely B Wood, E Earth, and Deck Water, which just happens to be 12 again. Yes, it must be. When the 12 bronze tripods are gathered and the heavenly stems and earthly branches come together, isn't it time? Yi Su suddenly grabbed Ning Qiushu's arm, his face full of excitement. Thank you, I know what to do. Ning Qiushu was in pain, but her face was full of smiles. You're welcome, righteous brother said. Your burden is too heavy, and all these years, and living too hard. She suddenly then wet her eyes. In the future let me accompany you, on behalf of the righteous brother, but also on behalf of those dead little demons. Yi Su grinned and rubbed Ning Qiushu's head, just like back then, when his little sister was around. Good, since he recognized you as his righteous sister, I will also be your righteous brother from now on. Ning Qiushu suddenly spoke. Then, can I call you senior brother? Senior brother? Yi Su was stunned, his eyes darkened slightly, but he did not refuse. He forced out a smile. Okay, according to you, senior brother is senior brother. Ning Qiushu laughed happily. She couldn't help but jump up softly. Yay, I have a senior brother. There's another senior brother. It was like a world that had been covered by dark clouds for a million years and suddenly the sunlight fell. The whole world, all at once, brightened up. Yi Su stared blankly at the suddenly revitalized and incomparably cheerful Ning Qiuyue, somewhat in a trance. Little sister. Ha, fate is such an elusive thing. Interesting and boring. Shaking his head, he gently waved his hand, parting the entire sea in a channel that led straight to the sky. A pillar of seawater, steadily dragging the two of them, rose sharply. Senior sister. I don't seem to know your name yet. What should I call you from now on? Just call it senior sister. Don't you have a name? Ning Qiushu hesitated for a moment. Well, yes, they all call me Chun Yen. The column of seawater, which was surging upward rapidly, suddenly lurched. Ning Qiushu suddenly felt a divine thought wrapping her up, and her heart immediately jumped. What's wrong? Senior brother? Yi Su smiled and continued to maneuver the seawater to rise. Nothing, it's just that this fate, can be so interesting and yet so boring. Ning Qiushu quietly spat out her tongue. Oh, meanwhile, the South China Sea sky. The vice-patriarch of the Xianqing sect was leading 7 or 8 transitional succession realm elders as they flew around above the South China Sea. It's like a bunch of headless flies. A certain elder's face was filled with sadness. Vice-patriarch, when will this end? Flying around all day long. That siren doesn't even look at us quite right. Like a bunch of psychopaths. Yes, vice-patriarch. We have searched for all the ships that should be searched for in a 1,000-mile radius, and there is absolutely no one that the Supreme Elder is talking about. Even the ships of mortals, we have not spared them, but there are none at all. Could the Supreme Elder have miscalculated? The Xianqing sect's vice-patriarch frowned deadpan. He should not have questioned the Supreme Elder, but after searching for so long, even the ship that left the sea 7 days ago was searched, and there was really no way for him to disbelieve it. He also couldn't help but murmur, was it really a miscalculation? It shouldn't be. That's the Supreme Elder. When the calamity came 5,000 years ago, he gave an evil with good fortune critique, and also said that in the next few thousand years, the clan's days aren't too good, so we need to prepare more spirit stones. How can you get it right then? But not here? No, he must be there. He must not have found. An elder couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then where is he? It can't be at the bottom of the sea, can it? He's not a ing fish. It was at this moment that at the end of the line of sight, above that sea, a gap suddenly split open. It was as if the entire sea had been split in half alive by something. And in the gap, a column of water rising from the bottom of the sea slowly rose. and two figures, standing on the surface of that sea, were as steady as Mount Taishan. That elder was filled with astonishment, his expression gradually surprised. Is he really went to the bottom of the sea? Immeasurable Heavenly Father. It's evil. How can a mortal be so capable? Well, there's not much breath fluctuation on it, so I guess it's from that demoness. Whatever, let's go. Hurry up and get him. It's too late. That demon girl don't kill first can cause this kind of movement. Fear has the most precious treasure in the body. Chapter 30. You're the one who yelled at me to kneel down. And you're the one who begged for forgiveness. Yi Su narrowed his eyes and surveyed the cultivator in the air. As early as when he had just come into contact with the Cinnabar Dragon Cauldron, he had noticed that there was such a group of people, circling around above the South Sea as if they were looking for something. As soon as they saw themselves, they surrounded them from all sides. I thought it was strange at the time, but now I'm afraid it's coming at me. But when did you offend these people? Why would you be looking for yourself here? What is the purpose of looking for myself? Yi Su shook his head and backhanded to smooth out the gap torn in the Southern Sea. After all, he is already the master of the South China Sea. Everything in the sea is his own. If he hurts the little fish and shrimp, he will be heartbroken. Fellow Taoists, I don't know what I'm doing here in the South Sea. The vice patriarch of the Xianqing sect stood in the air, looking down at Yi Su. You are the outcast of the heavenly pivot Holy Land? Call Yi? Forget it, lazy to think, are you? Before Yi Su had a chance to speak, Ning Qiuyue by his side took the first step to step out, pointing at the old man with her waist crossed and cursing. You're the outcast. Your whole family is an outcast. Your whole family's whole family are outcasts. The Xianqing sect's vice patriarch's eyes turned cold, and without a second thought, he merged his fingers into a sword and flicked it towards Ning Qiuyue, a sword light that coalesced into a line in the air. The densely packed sword chi then condensed on the tens of miles of sea surface, slowly gathering with that line as the center, cutting a vertical line across the sea. Countless fish have been tragically killed, densely spread out a field of fish belly white. There was no doubt that if this golden thread fell completely, it was feared that it would split the entire surface of the sea. Naturally, Yi Su and Ning Qiushi who were standing on the surface of the sea. It won't end well. The vice patriarch looked down at the two. No, it was a man and a demon, and blandly said, this sword chi of mine, it will fall very slowly, and you still have the chance to open your mouth. If I were you, at this time, I would honestly tell all the secrets that are in you. Yi Su slightly sensed for a moment. It was indeed very slow, not only very slow, but also very crotch-pulling. It appeared to be using a secret method to temporarily constrain the aura in a 10-mile radius and forcefully transform it into sword chi. Unfortunately, it had not been transformed completely, and those auras were not yet free from the influence of the South China Sea's mountain roots and water movement. Instead, the sword chi was washed away by the aura to the point where it was no longer as pure as it was at first. In other words, including that sword chi, it was all his now. Yi Su's face was calm. Oh, how come I don't know what secrets I have? I wonder what you want to hear again. Bold, a certain elder following the vice patriarch shouted. You mortal, it's just that you don't kneel when you see an immortal, but you're still so unaware of death. What? You think you're still the same genius from 5,000 years ago? You think you still have the heavenly pivot Holy Land to rely on? This seat tells you that times have changed. If you want to live, you'd better give an honest account of how you refined the dragon vein with the immortal bones. And how is it? The plague of suppression? What is the secret of that spiritual spring? And what connection does the Emperor Realm Exalt have with you? If you dare to have a word of ambiguity, today I will make sure that you will not be able to beg for your life. Yi Su suddenly realized. So it's like this. Then I get it. I think it's the heavenly pivot Holy Lands that sold me out, right? Very well, I understand, but I still have a doubt, and I wonder if you all can clear it up? That elder stroked his beard, his face full of arrogance. Are you wondering how you were found in such a big world? Oomph. Brat, do you think that my Xianqing sect is your heavenly pivot sacred ground that barely ranks amongst the first-rate sects by relying on the Emperor's care? My Xianqing sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. What great avenues have not existed? What genius hasn't appeared? Is it hard to count the whereabouts of a tiny mortal like you? The more Yi Su's heart became enlightened. So that's how it is. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. In return, let's just let you guys walk away in pain, okay? And remember to be polite in your next life. Don't move and fight whenever you see someone. The Xianqing sect patriarch froze, somewhat confused. He pointed at Yi Su and looked at the elders beside him. Do all mortals talk so taut nowadays? When he says you, could he be referring to us? That elder was full of stifled laughter. His face reddened, and he couldn't help but speak. The vice patriarch rests his anger. After all, he was once a genius. After all, He had once occupied a heavenly place in time to suppress a calamity that was difficult even for Emperor Zun. A bit of arrogance in his heart is deserved. But don't worry, later he will know that his bit of arrogance is just something he can show off in a small place like the heavenly pivot Holy Land. If it was placed in our Xianqing sect, it wouldn't be. Back then, they also claimed that what pressed the entire Qingxia continent to raise their heads really laughed me to death. That would be our clan same-age cultivators, early ascension to the immortal realm. If he's still on Earth, he's nothing. Ning Xiaoyue raised her head violently, her chest rising and falling violently for a moment or two, but then she suppressed it raw, her head lowered and filled with anger. Better than the shameless Xianqing sect. Back then, those so-called geniuses were clearly being hunted down by their little senior brother to the point where they couldn't stay and had to be disarmed and ascended. What AF asterisk king genius? How dare you talk nonsense here? It's clearly bullying little senior brother for not having any immortal bones. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All, but, when she thought of what Big Dragon had said about the power of that tripod, her heart was much calmer. Looking up with anticipation, only to see that Vice Patriarch smile. It's also true that people from a small place in the poor countryside haven't seen much of the world, nor have they seen any geniuses. Just as well, the Vice Patriarch sighed and shook his head. For the sake of your youthful ignorance, I won't kill you. Come on, roll over, kneel down, kowtow twice, and I'll take you to the Xianqing sect. If you can move the immortal bones within the clan, I'll give you the status of a handyman disciple, cleaning the latrine and sweeping up the leaves. If you can't, then you'll just have to die. Yi Su nodded. Okay, I'll roll over here. The words landed on the ground, and the heaven and earth suddenly rose with a strange phenomenon. It was as if there was a pair of big invisible hands that pulled the golden thread that crossed between heaven and earth viciously, pulled it to Yi Su, and then rubbed it haphazardly into a ball and rolled it towards the crowd in the sky. The Xianqing sect's vice patriarch's face changed drastically, his scalp exploding by inches. What is this? How is this possible? My sword intent has been stripped? The elder beside him froze in place, trembling all over, but immediately afterward, his eyes lit up, so excited that his entire body seemed like a patient who had committed epilepsy, his hands dancing like a madman. Patriarch, it's an emperor's secret art. It must be an emperor's secret art. Only the emperor's secret technique can be like this. The emperor's secret technique. The little bit of panic in the hearts of everyone, including the vice patriarch, completely disappeared, followed by a face full of excitement. This Dao rhyme. Yes, it must be. Emperor's secret technique. Quick, make a move and capture him. With this technique, what more spirit springs do we need? Come on, hurry up. As a result, dozens of cultivators struck out in unison, and a light and strange imprisonment type Dao method fell like rain. It came straight at Yi Su. Yi Su shook his head and was filled with sighs. Sure enough, no matter what time of the day it is, the faces of cultivators are all this repulsive. As it was 5,000 years ago, so it will be 5,000 years from now. It's boring. As the words landed, he reached out his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. In the next moment, the aura over the entire South China Sea came from all directions in an instant, like a spherical wall of qi, slowly closing in. Those cultivators were filled with shock and screamed in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. Open it for me. A Taoist immortal art that normally opened mountains and opened up the sea at every turn was spread out like no money was needed. Resisting until the end. What forbidden techniques, burning divine souls, what blood sacrifices of roots and bones, all of them were used. However, it didn't work. Being in the South China Sea, Yi Su is the absolute master of the South China Sea. Even if it is a fairy on the ground, it can't help him in the slightest. Pust. That vice patriarch threw his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and at the cost of giving up his divine soul he used the sect's soul lamp as a medium. Ignoring the spatial distance and frantically transmitting his divine thoughts. Patriarch save me, Supreme Elder save me, Ancestors save me. However, this wasn't the end of it. He used his mouth and brain and very nimbly fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly towards Yi Su. Senior, spare my life. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Chapter 31. When has this seat ever made a mistake in 10,000 years of cultivation? The Xianqing sect, the back mountain repair, was being carried out in an organized manner. The Patriarch and the Supreme Elder stood side by side at the top of the mountain, gazing down at the busy disciples. Senior uncle, are you really right? There really is an old monster at the bottom of the South Sea? Can't be wrong. The Supreme Elder's face was filled with emotion. This seat has been cultivating for 10,000 years. What kind of Tao has not been seen? But like that old monster at the bottom of the sea that can't be seen through, it's really somewhat rare. Almost I thought. He cultivated the Emperor's Avenue. But what kind of person cultivates the emperor's great Tao and is still imprisoned at the bottom of the sea? There's no fear of pissing off the emperor. Can't see through it. Generically can't see through it. The patriarch was a bit hesitant. Then if we go to the South Sea and make such a mess, will we offend that old monster? This is a suspected emperor's big brother. The supreme elder rolled his eyes. What do you need to go down to the sea for to capture a mortal? Since he's all but imprisoned, how can he come up? Don't worry. As long as you don't go to the sea to provoke him, he doesn't care about you. The patriarch had wanted to say something else, but once he saw how certain and confident the supreme elder looked, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only console himself. That's right, there are so many cultivators coming and going in the South China Sea, and in the past, there were many sect cultivators who went out to sea in search of resources. How can you mess with him? The sovereign's heart was slightly relieved, but at that moment, an incomparably urgent divine thought gushed out from the Hall of Souls. That vice-patriarch, who had led the group to the South Sea, exclaimed in horror, "Patriarch save me! Supreme Elder save me! Ancestors save me!" The patriarch's face immediately changed drastically, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the Supreme Elder. "Elder, this..." The Supreme Elder's confidence froze on his face, instantly becoming incomparably ugly as if he had eaten half a caddy of shang. He couldn't help but lose his voice and scream, "No! It can't be! There must be a mistake! There must be a mistake somewhere! How could he possibly go out and treat my sect's disciples like that? It's not fair." The sovereign huffed, but now was clearly not the time to dwell on that. The matter was about an emperor realm exalt, and it was already out of his range of ability. If this group of useless elders stabbed the Xinqing sect, it would be over. He immediately took a deep breath, turned his hand over and took out half of the incense that burned most of the way, stuck it into the ground, knelt down with his head on the ground, and mouthed the words, "Ancestor in the heavens, 10,000 please ancestor mercy. Today there is a strong enemy surrounded. The clan is afraid of the destruction of the difficulty. Ancestor help." Boom! An aura of the mixed golden immortal realm suddenly descended. The heavenly thunder, which seemed to be able to destroy all living beings, fell from the sky and ignited the incense. A pair of golden eyes snapped open in the void. Using that incense as a medium, a large hand probed out and grabbed at the South China Sea. Above the South Sea, Yi Su was dumbfounded. Even after 5,000 years, the culture of the immortal cultivation world still hasn't changed a bit, and when one encounters one with a lower cultivation level than one's own, one puts on an air of superiority. It's like the knee spine is so hard it can hold up the whole world, but once you meet a cultivation higher than your own, far from being able to fight, the knee spine will become a soft clay pinch. Do not have to make much effort, will be flopped on the ground. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The vice-patriarch couldn't stop kowtowing and was filled with bitter smiles, saying that who can bear this without not kneeling. Several elders whose cultivation was just a hair's breadth behind his own had just blown up in a watery manner. How can you not kneel when your bones are shattered to cinders? If I had knelt slower, I'm afraid my bones would have become fish-feeding slag, right? But what came out of his mouth was the opposite. Yes, what the senior said is true. In the future, the late generation will definitely change this problem, and I will smile when I see mortals. Definitely not this high and mighty anymore. Yi Su shook his head. That's not necessary. Although I have a friend who says I'm too aggressive in the face of my enemies, he's not saying I should change. So, you might as well go to hell. Just as Yi Su was about to use the power of heaven and earth from the South Sea to suppress this squatter, he suddenly looked up into the void. In the next moment, a large golden hand shattered the void, clutched that vice-patriarch in his hands, and broke into the air again to leave. That vice-patriarch's face was full of joy. At the last moment, suddenly resumed the same arrogant posture at the beginning, raising a middle finger towards Yi Su, lips opening and closing. "Come kill me, mortal." Yi Su froze and smiled. He twisted his head and glanced at Ning Qiuyin. "Chunyan. Ah, look, he wants me to kill him. What do you say?" Ning Qiuyin didn't think twice. Of course it's to fulfill his wish. But, he seems to have left the South Seas, and the farther you leave the South Seas, the weaker the power you can exert. How about rounding up his dreams for him later? Yi Su looked deeply into the direction where the big hand left and slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. But not coincidentally, they are from Qingxia continent. Even less coincidentally, the sense left behind by the emperor's father nourishes my divine soul in a really soothing way. I'm a little deflated and can't help but want to vent. Ning Qiushi's eyes lit up slightly. Inside the Xinqing sect, when the patriarch and the supreme elder saw that large hand shattering the void, their hearts instantly understood. It's a sure thing. The supreme elder exhaled a mouthful of turbid air inside. Our ancestor seems to be not far away from the realm of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed yuan. The aura is appalling. The patriarch looked at the figure that seemed to be outlined by clouds and smoke with a face full of adoration and nodded. It should be the mixed great Luo golden immortal realm. Ah, below the emperor realm and above all beings. In this era where emperor realm exalted masters are in seclusion, that's a supreme existence. If his old man breaks through, I'm afraid that the time for my Xianqing sect to unify the Qingxia continent is about to arrive. But the patriarch hesitated for a moment, looking the supreme elder up and down. Are you sure that old monster can't leave the South Sea? The supreme elder's face was full of pride, certainty and first-class certainty. Just now I presented what I saw to the ancestor, and he thought so. If you don't believe in me, do you not believe in the ancestor? The patriarch was completely relieved. That's good, that's good. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that. A little panicked. Boom! At that moment, there was a loud bang, and the big hand went and came back. The cloaked deputy patriarch fell from his hands, his face full of grief. Ancestor, patriarch, supreme elder, disciple incompetent. I failed. All the elders are also. All. The patriarch hurriedly consoled. Might as well not matter, might as well not matter. After all, it is the existence of a suspected emperor realm honored one. Failure is failure. But, how did you mess with that old monster? The vice patriarch froze, his face full of doubts. An emperor realm exalt? Him? Could it not be? The supreme elder took a step forward and asked rhetorically. Isn't it that supreme cultivator who was suppressed under the South Sea? The vice patriarch opened his mouth and made a bitter face. No, it's not that old monster. It's that mortal. Sovereign? Supreme elder? Ancestor? Why don't you listen to what nonsense you're babbling? In the next moment, the heaven and earth suddenly rose with a strange phenomenon. An aura that was suspected to be of the Ascension realm. Yet more than that, rolled in from all directions. Yisu's calm and indifferent voice sounded simultaneously from all around. So who? You asked me to kill you. Here I am. You, come out and claim your death. Chapter 32, you live and I die. So I have to let you die. Phew. A summoning jade slip flew into the heavenly pivot sacred ground and hovered outside the forbidden small world. Lord Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes and ingested the jade slip. White Crane Realist's voice then came from within that jade slip. Ancestor, the fire elemental sect refused to help and threw us out, threatening that they would rather die than look for him, and that even if they found Uncle Yi, they would kill him at the first opportunity. The Central Plains Chen clan has agreed, but there is a delay. The northern domain Falling Snow Villa is even less to mention. If not for the immortal treasure you bestowed, perhaps the disciple has already fallen. As one piece of bad news fell into his ears, Lord Qingfeng was filled with fatigue and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. How could this happen? How could none of them believe it? Could the words of an emperor realm exalt still be wrong? Are none of them afraid to die? Emperor's emperor, where the hell have you all been? He couldn't help but raise his head to the sky, couldn't help but place his only hope in the heavenly pivot palace in the upper world, in Wu Hao's body. You guys, you're going to have to pick up the pace. I can obviously feel this calamity, more and more strong. If no longer immortal world Taoist friends to help, not many days, the bronze door completely open. Then, heaven and earth, it's all over. However, at this moment, just a few miles away from the Forbidden Land, on a certain hilltop, a site of the small world cut by the immortal realm's greatest treasure, the elders and peak masters who stayed behind in the heavenly pivot sacred ground were methodically stepping into the main hall with their own gods. Wu Hao stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the hall with a smile. Have they all come? Here we are all here. I don't know what the senior uncle has summoned us for with this method. Yes, why don't we see the ancestor? Isn't his old man in the Forbidden Land? Wu Hao's eyes were deep, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, he closed the gateway of that great hall, his sight sweeping over a Yin god. Gentlemen, let me ask you, regarding the fact that Master ordered the clan to subdue the calamity and not allow us to relocate to the place outside the clan where the spirit spring is located, do you have any grievances? The elders quickly shook their heads. I don't dare. The ancestors' move must have a deeper meaning. Besides, the spirit spring isn't very far away from the sect, so if you spend some energy, you can still take in enough spiritual chi. Not bad. We can still maintain the great formation and the mountain routes and water transportation. Who dares to disobey the words of the ancestor? Wu Hao's face sank as a wisp of immortal Dao aura descended, pressurizing the crowd of elders with fear. Tell the truth and say what's on your mind, or else, kill. The elders gulped in unison, feeling the immortal Dao aura around them as if it was boiling hot. Half unlike a joke, they could not help but be filled with bitter smiles. Senior uncle, truth be told, the clan's upper mountain protection array, down to the mountain routes and water transportation, the daily aura required for operation alone is an appalling figure. Since the spirit spring somehow left the Forbidden Land, Our clan. It's already shaky. Yes, a certain elder side. Especially since there are many disciples in the sect who are about to break the barrier. But the sect's aura has been drawn away by that spiritual spring, making it extremely difficult for the disciples to break the barrier. But if we go to the spirit spring to break the barrier, that Qilin is really overbearing, and at a distance of more than 10 miles, it will come charging in without a second thought. The bias and inability to put to death sublime squatters. Senior uncle, it's hard for us, it's really hard. When will these days come to an end? Wu Hao smiled with satisfaction as he flipped his hand and took out a pair of scrolls, holding them in his hands without opening them. The crowd of elders were filled with curiosity as he spoke calmly. Master's path was wrong. He always felt that the fate of the clan and even the entire Qingxia continent was tied to Yisu. But where does he fit in? Truth be told, that spirit spring is actually not a spirit spring. It's Yisu's immortal bone. And for some reason 5,000 years ago, his bone had the ability to purify calamities. For all these years, the aura of your cultivation is all thanks to him. The elders trembled and were filled with chagrin. No wonder the ancestor suddenly reverted back to his identity. No wonder the sacred lord suddenly pulled out the elders and visited the rest of the sects. So that's it. We're really good. But just as someone wanted to open his mouth and say that he was so confused, Wu Hao suddenly opened his mouth. I wonder if the elders have thought about it. If he is truly sought out and allowed to fuse the immortal bones, will he continue to provide you with aura as he did before? Still willing to draw the line? The elders froze, frowning in contemplation. Will he? If he didn't know that the spirit spring was his immortal bone, he might have continued to choose to imprison himself in the Forbidden Land because he didn't want to die. What if we knew? Who would be willing to give up such excellent immortal bones? Give up the avenue of the free. Give up everything to imprison themselves in a side of the landscape, like a candle, burning themselves, lighting up others? No, he certainly won't. An elder let out a long sigh. So, in the future, when we cultivate, we will also have to prepare heavenly materials and treasures, prepare elixirs and medicines, and also pick a mountainous and watery place to lay a tedious spirit-gathering formation in order to break through? AI. In that case, I'm afraid that the old immortal is incapable of ascending. Ancestor is confused. Why did you throw him out in the first place? This is great. If you don't look for him to come back, you won't get the aura. And if you look for him to come back, you won't get the aura even more. Clueless. Wu Hao smiled. Who said there's no solution? He gently unfolded the scroll in his hand, and a name branded with the aura of the immortal Dao blossomed. The elders blinked. It's the name of a clan immortal. Look, that's my master. My master is there too. And Wu Hao narrowed his eyes and smiled. It seems that all of you also remember your masters and also remember the sky. It's not just the ancestors. Therefore, today I will convey the decree of the law on behalf of your master. The elders looked solemn and bent their heads in unison. May I receive the master's decree? Wu Hao took a deep breath and solemnly pronounced. After the heavenly pivot palace immortals deliberated and decided that Shangren Qingfeng disregarded the interests of the clan, disregarded the future of many disciples, listened to the rumors of the immortal world, and stubbornly insisted on the future of the clan, which is tied to the hands of the traitor Yisu, the sect has decided to deprive the clear-wind elder of the right to make decisions and enshrine him as a supreme elder, responsible for sitting on the Forbidden Land and suppressing the calamity. For the rest of the matters, leave it all up to Wu Hao to decide. And cut off all of Yisu's identities and issue a hunting order. All disciples of my sect shall pursue Yisu with all their might. The elders were wide-eyed, and there was no lack of people who trembled, calling out in their hearts that they were deceiving their masters in great disrespect. But when he thought of his future, he thought of continuing to follow Lord Qingfeng. Soon he would fall under the heavenly tribulation, and the few manners and morals in his heart would be dissipated to nothing. As for Yisu, the eyes of all the elders were cold in unison. Senior uncle, I'm sorry, if you live and I die, then I'll have to condemn you. With this in mind, the group of elders knelt down in unison and shouted from the mountain. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Ancestor. Wu Hao laughed incomparably happily, laughed incomparably crazily. And at that point, the Qingfeng Shangren inside the Forbidden Land was suddenly stunned, and his divine thoughts looked outside the sect's gate along the earth veins. The crystalline immortal bone suddenly glowed with a great deal of light and left in a hurry along the underground dragon vein. He immediately withdrew his divine thoughts and looked at the tainted fury under the seat, only to see the bronze gate, which was located at the core of the tainted aura, close tightly with a bang and tremble, for no reason at all. Supreme Master Qingfeng captured a trace of an aggrieved and resentful divine thought. The Qingfeng Shangren was uncertain, but his face was full of surprise. It's him, it must be him, my good apprentice. You're all right. You're really fine. The world's living beings, finally saved. I am worthy of the Emperor's teachings. Ha! Wu how! Why is he here? Chapter 33 I can do what Yisu can do, and I can do what Yisu can't do. Outside the Forbidden Land, people came and went. A piece of spiritual treasure that emitted the immortal Tao's aura. Under the masters of the peaks and the elders, gathered at the Forbidden Land from all the major peaks, and cobbled together an incomparably cumbersome and mysterious grand formation around the Forbidden Land. It was like creating another heaven outside the forbidden little world. Qingfeng Shangren was puzzled. This is going to separate the Forbidden Land as well? But what's the point? If a small world could be opened up to isolate the Taint Bane, how could the emperors have a headache? Shaking his head, Lord Qingfeng smiled gently. He used his divine thoughts to look through the small world of the Forbidden Land to Wu Hao, who stood with his hands on his back and commanded the crowd to build the formation in the distance. His eyes soft and full of relief. Howard, you have a heart. Outside the Forbidden Land, Wu Hao froze, then suddenly smiled, laughing straight up. Qingfeng Shangren became more and more pleased, stroking his beard with a smile on his face. You child, rarely, after all these years, you finally listened to persuasion. I have long said that, have to forgive people and forgive people. After so many years of cultivation, how can you be filled with love and affection? These spiritual treasures, I'm afraid they are the things you went to the immortal world to beg for, right? Are they unwilling to come out as well? Just as well. If they don't come out, I, the heavenly pivot Holy Land, was able to pick up this burden 5,000 years ago, and I will be able to do the same 5,000 years from now. Remove it, don't wave. Master, Wu Hao forced a smile and interrupted Supreme Master Qingfeng. Over the years, you've gotten old and your vision has failed. Lord Qingfeng was filled with dismay. Ha! Wu Hao slowly straightened up, his smile mocking. Master, you're really old and confused. You said Yisu can eliminate the calamity. I believe. We all believe. But why don't you think about it? His immortal bone is not broken. The Great Road can be expected. Why is it still as before? Honestly return to the Forbidden Land. Give up the free and easy don't want to. Day after day wither guard the Forbidden Land planing the heart and digging the belly? On the basis of what? By us, the clan that banished him? Or is it by virtue of you? A master who knows he was wrongly accused, but still abandons him? Lord Qingfeng's pupils shrunk slightly, and his hands involuntarily clenched. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it over the course of so many days, but he believed that between the world's life and his personal freedom, his good disciple will surely make the right choice. And besides, even if this clan wasn't worth it, and he, the master, wasn't worth it, what about Ning Qiushi? Wasn't this little sister, who had never given up on him in 800 years, worth giving up his freedom? Lord Qingfeng had already thought about it, and when Yisu returned, he would create the Forbidden Land into a blessed land, personally preside over the wedding, and fulfill Yisu and Ning Qiushi. And, in the future, the disciples of the sect must regularly pay homage to him, to keep his kindness in mind. With this in mind, Lord Qingfeng's expression was slightly calmed. You're wrong, Howard. Yisu he's not this kind of person. I believe him, but I don't believe it. Wu Hao roared loudly, his face twisted, frightening the surrounding elder peak masters to stumble. They all shrunk their heads in unison to speed up the speed of perfecting the formation. Wu Hao took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and calmly said, not only do I not believe it, but also them, and the immortals in the immortal world. They don't believe it either. But he, and your little sister. Ah, how could he be willing to see your little sister's fragrance fade away? Wu Hao's face twisted, seeming to smile, seeming to cry. But what if we don't have a little sister? Lord Qingfeng was stunned, his face full of incredulity. What did you say? I don't know. Master, do you know about the fallen immortal compass? Do you know the Zijing Palace's secret art of disguise? Wu Hao lightly handed over a divine thought and took out a mirror from his hand. The inside presented the half-fairy, half-demon appearance of Ning Qiushi at this moment, where she could still be recognized by her breath, by her appearance, that it was her. Lord Qingfeng's body trembled, and a cool aura rushed straight to his sea of consciousness. He was filled with anger and roared up to the sky. Adversary! Adversary! You adversary! How dare you! She's your little sister! That cultivation of the golden immortal realm exploded so loudly that the entire forbidden small world shook violently. The faces of the surrounding elder peak masters changed drastically, and they opened their mouths in a panic. Quickly, all of you, make sure to lock the ancestor in the Forbidden Land. An incomparably subtle grand formation was formed in a hurry, and a golden chain condensed from a complicated pattern pierced through the forbidden small world, firmly binding on Shangren Qingfeng. The Qingfeng Shangren tried to struggle, but to his horror, he realized that the formation was actually set up just for him. All of his divine abilities, immortal techniques, and myriad arts, as well as his cultivation at the golden immortal realm. It was actually difficult to break even one of the gold chains. He could only watch as he was locked up, his entire cultivation connected to the entire grand formation, and then recoiled against the forbidden small world. At this moment, where did the clear wind Supremo not know? He was being used as a suppressor of calamities to suppress victory, becoming a formation hub, and never again would he be free. Supreme Master Qingfeng was filled with sadness. Adversary, you adversary, I'm your master, you deceiver. Ah, Wu Hao blandly put away the mirror, not realizing that Ning Qiuyue, who was supposed to be on the surface of the sea at this moment, had run to the top of the clouds at some point. Yi Su, who was supposed to have no breath fluctuation, had a breath that was actually pushing the Ascension realm at this moment. Wu Hao calmly looked at Shangren Qingfeng, who was imprisoned by the complicated grand formation, his eyes incomparably cold. Master, Yi Su must die. If he doesn't die, I can't rest in peace with my Tao. And if you remain free, you will stop me. I know, haven't you been stopping me all these years? Otherwise that Yi Su would have died long ago. As for little sister, don't worry, when she regrets it and begs for forgiveness, I'll draw out the fallen immortal compass for her, and then marry her with the highest specifications in the entire immortal world. But until then, I'll trouble you to suppress the calamity here. Don't worry, I'll regularly send people to send elixirs and medicines to fill in your immortal spirit deficit. After all, without you, how can I feel at ease chasing after Yi Su? After studying, Wu Hao turned his back to the Forbidden Land and spoke indifferently. Everyone, the Supreme Elders have already settled down. Next, let's move a home for the Holy Land. He silently clenched his fists and coldly looked toward the sky. Little sister, you will definitely regret it. I will show you. With my actions, I can do what Yi Su can do, and what Yi Su can't do, I can still do. Qingxia Island, the top of the clouds. After a few days, Yi Su once again became one with his immortal bones, and this feeling of fulfillment fascinated him. But I don't know if it was because of that volume of Emperor's sense in his mind that kept bubbling with characters, but when he went to sense it again in detail, he felt that it was very different. Yi Su couldn't help but frown. What a strange feeling. Besides Qingxia continent, there seems to be a very thin aura. What the hell is this? Hesitating for a moment, he turned around and glanced at Ning Qiuyin, who had wandered off. Chunyan, protect the spell for me for a bit. I'll take a look at what this is. Ning Qiuyue hastily collected her mind. Good. Thus, Yi Su sat cross-legged on the top of the cloud, his mind sinking into the immortal bones, twisting up that never-before-seen breath to observe it carefully. Vaguely, he seemed to see a silk thread that extended deep into the void. He felt his way down the line until he saw a closed bronze door. Ha! This is Madaka! Suddenly, the bronze gate shuddered violently and cracked open a slit. An incomparably ferocious, yet grudgingly emotive aura came rushing along the silk thread, like a disgruntled woman who had lost her chastity and was incomparably furious. That posture, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot, thwarting the bones. Yi Su's scalp went numb, and the muscles around his body subconsciously tensed. Just when he thought that this aura was afraid to cause him to be injured quite a bit, the cinnabar dragon tripod gently trembled, and a string of runes flickered above the immortal bone. That ferocious aura instantly quieted down. The aura at the top of the cloud seemed to be a little thicker. Yi Su opened his eyes blankly and scratched his head. What is this? A witch? Demoness? Why does it feel like I've done something wrong to her? On second thought, the demoness who knew and was still alive was also Chunyan. As for the demoness, this hadn't really been encountered. It's just, maybe it's an illusion. But, why did I seem to see my master just now? Why is he covered in chains? Yi Su looked back in the direction of the clan with some hesitation, but quickly shook his head and withdrew his sight. What's it to me if he locks it or not? I'm not his disciple anymore, he said. Chapter 34, I am here and I am on earth. Retracting his sight, Yi Su slowly got up from above the cloud top. Let's go. It's time to kill someone. Ning Qiuyue was full of astonishment. Yeah? This is finished? It's so fast. Yi Su smiled without saying anything, and Bang Bang hammered his chest a few times. Didn't your righteous brother tell you? Years ago, I lost my immortal bone in the Qingxia continent, and by chance, it fused with the Qingxia continent. Ning Qiuyue gave an oh-so-quiet sound, her black and white eyes turning from side to side. Said. He's old admired you. That said, after all your years, how did it all come about? Yi Su was full of emotion. In the past, I had a little sister, and you are almost the same height. 800 years ago, she has always accompanied me, and also repaired a treasure haul. Ning Qiuyue spoke in an urgent tone and interrupted. And what about these 800 years? That is, after your little sister left. And how have you been? Yi Su glanced at her and withdrew his eyes. looking down at the mountains and rivers under his feet. To say the least, it is also ridiculous. About a year after little sister ascended, the holy lord of that term found me and said that he wanted to use the treasure haul that little sister had sent me to repair the spell formation. Well, he said that there was some rare spiritual material, and he promised to turn around and rebuild the seat for me almost. I gave it, but they didn't fix it. What about back there? I built my own hut. I thought it was just temporary, but I didn't expect to live for 800 years. Ning Qiuwen pursed her lips, her eyes revealing her killing intent. That's shameful. So did you ask them to help you rebuild the palace? Yi Su spoke faintly. After mentioning a few sentences, they said they were preparing for it, and simply didn't come to see me later. Don't see you? Ning Qiushi was stunned and blurted out. Then what do you? You eat? Yi Su was a little surprised. Is your righteous brother so godly? How does he know that I even rely on the outside world for food? Ning Qiuwen instantly panicked, drooping her head and rolling her eyes. Very, very simple. He said that you draw the ground, cannot walk out of that so-and-so land, and you have no bones, cannot cultivate nor can you dispel the grain. Naturally, you have to let others send food. Yi Su dawned. In that case, it's also. Ning Qiushi quietly let out a sigh of relief and spoke again. So what have you been eating all these years? Yi Su had some sighs and feelings for no reason, and that time of starvation came back to his mind all of a sudden. What did you eat during that time in the beginning? Nothing, just hunger. Now that I think about it, that period of time was really quite difficult. Although the aura can continue my life, but I do not have the roots and bones. I cannot refine the aura, and I cannot leave the forbidden land, and I have to take the blood of my heart. For a while, the heart's blood was clear. Hey, I can't starve, but there's nothing to eat, and every day I'm starving to death. Good thing there's a unicorn back there. It knows what it's doing. Sometimes it brings me fresh fruit. Sometimes it fights some wildlife for meat. No seasoning, but it makes do. Ha, what are you crying about? Yi Su froze, his face full of doubts. Ning Qiushi, who was in tears at some point, hurriedly wiped away her tears and sniffled. They all deserve to die. All of them. Who? Those assholes from your clan. Well, except for Kirin. Yi Su was dumbfounded, subconsciously glancing sideways in the direction of the sect and narrowing his eyes slightly. It's true that they all deserve to die, but there are times, I guess, living is worse than dying. Ning Qiushi looked at her suspiciously, and Yi Su smiled. He didn't explain anything, but gently waved his hand, and the spatial light around him distorted all of a sudden. The scene changed drastically as the eyes blossomed. Ning Qiushi looked curiously, only to see that the sea of clouds in front of her eyes was instantly replaced by mountains, a palace of haze and mist, with auspicious cloud formations, spread all over the mountains. Is this the Xianqing sect? It's so big, worthy of being a great sect that claims to have a legacy of 10,000 years. Are we really going to fight our way through? Can this be fought? Yi Su smiled. If it was somewhere else, I would definitely not be able to beat it. But unfortunately, this is Qingxia continent, and unluckily, this time I have enough divine souls to manage it. Just after the words were said, he probed his hand and gently pressed, and the entire mountain and river where the Xianqing sect was located seemed to come to life. As the mountain, the river, and the hall kept folding and shrinking under his perspective. In the end, as he flipped his hand over, the huge Xianqing clan became only the size of a palm. Like playthings, Yi Su hooked the corner of his mouth and stared at a certain sesame green bean-sized peak in his palm. Yo-ho, there's still Dao Immortal God's thoughts? Well, just in time to try the words of the Emperor. Do I really have a say on Earth? Slightly collecting his thoughts swiftly, Yi Su gently opened his mouth, his voice resounding around the entire Xianqing sect. So who? You asked me to kill you. Here I am. You, come out and claim your death. On the mountain peak, that immortal projection raised its head violently, its divine thoughts instantly covering the entire Xianqing sect mountain range like a tidal wave. But there was nothing to be found, so he couldn't help but frown and tilt his head back in reprimand. Who is playing God here? Come out. Get out. Yi Su, lazy with him to say more, directly stretch out the index finger, toward the palm of the peak gently poked, said, Immortal right? I'm sorry. In the future, Qingxia continent does not welcome immortals. You and roll up and tell them, don't even come down here again, or I'll clean up anyone I come across. In the sky above the Xianqing sect, a finger condensed from pure spiritual chi blasted down from the void, poking straight at that mountain peak. Ancestor Kai Shan's eyes stared as if he was facing a great enemy, but when he swept through with his divine thoughts, he immediately sighed in relief. He grimaced. Just by you? Griffin, who was not even in the Ascension realm. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of this seat? Get off your ass. You're standing too high. He stretched out his hand blandly, and with his cultivation of the earthly extreme realm, he urged a trace of immortal Tao aura to suddenly meet that finger. Kid, if you hadn't exerted your cultivation beyond the extreme realm on earth, you would have been forced to return to the immortal realm under the power of heaven and earth, and would have had to suffer some repercussions. I will definitely let you see what it means to be an immortal. What it means to be a great Luo golden immortal. Yisu faintly let out an "oh." Is that so? It's a pity that this is the earth, the Qingxia continent. Even less coincidentally, I am here on earth. Bang! When that immortal law touched the finger, a thick, mottled and turbid aura instantly swept away from above the finger. Following that, he followed the wisp of immortal Tao aura and locked the Xianqing sect ancestor in place. In a flash, the power of the earth gathered towards the peak from all directions. It is like a cage that holds it captive. The ancestor of the Xianqing sect suddenly widened his eyes. This is heaven and earth rejection. How is this possible? This seed clearly didn't use any power beyond the extreme realm. No, it must be an illusion. An illusion. However, the turbid earthly chi around him was half-hearted, surrounding his divine thoughts and subsequently slamming them back into the sky viciously. No! The Xianqing sect ancestor cried out miserably as he smashed heavily into the immortal realm, smashing into the main hall of the Xianqing palace and into the Xianqing sect ancestor's true body. In the next moment, wisps of immortal realm origin were like cats that had smelled fishy fish, surging in from all around, like giant waves, fiercely slapping at the Xianqing sect ancestor. Pust! The Xianqing sect ancestor threw his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood, and the origin that had been fused in his body for many years was nearly slapped apart. He covered his chest with palpitations. Is this the power of a harmonizer? And it's only the land of one continent. If it's the entire earth, what's wrong with it? No, my Xianqing palace cannot ignore this avenue. Gotta get a head start. Chapter 35 Qingxia Island is my home, so is it okay for me to close the door? After dismissing the immortal god's thoughts, Yi Su nodded, satisfied. Not bad. Emperor Zun really didn't lie to me. So what if you're an immortal? When you arrive at Qingxia continent, if you're in a good mood and allow you to take a look at the scenery, and if you're in a bad mood, then you'll have to annoy your excellency to get the hell back to the upper realm. Retracting his thoughts, Yisu redirected his sight to that mountain peak and hooked the corner of his mouth. Hey, so do you have any other ancestors? Well, I'm afraid the ones at the mixed golden immortal realm aren't quite enough. Are there any in the great Luo mixed golden immortal realm? The vice patriarch revealed an expression that was worse than crying. No. What is the difference between the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm on Earth? Who dares to exert a power far beyond the extreme realm? However, whenever one exceeded the extreme realm, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the heavenly Tao backlash one would receive. Who dares? The vice patriarch immediately grabbed the patriarch's Tao robe and cried out in grief. Patriarch, you have to. Chapter 36, Want to move a nest for the Holy Land? Did you ask me? The heavenly hub sanctuary is moving. The obstacle on the home side had been solved, but on the new home side, there was still a huge problem across the board. For this trouble, the advice given by Palace Master Wu Hao was rough. Since it has already rebelled against the clan, let's kill it. As for who to kill, he, an immortal, did not bother to make a move. He sent a message to the White Crane realist, turned around, and headed back to the immortal realm. Because in the immortal realm, there was an even more important matter waiting for him to preside over. The stakes are too high to be sloppy. At this moment, the Holy Lord White Crane Reel has just eaten a closed door. Obviously that person's breath is in the back of the mountain. But he sent someone to send a message, saying something about going out for a trip. White Crane Realist sighed. My clan really has no connections in Qingxia continent. After searching dozens of clans, almost no one is willing to help. On second thought, it is also true that the retrieval of the spirit springs benefits the. Chapter 37, What is he? Yi Su? If he can't become an immortal, he'll end up as a mole cricket. Above the clouds, in the immortal realm, the heavenly pivot palace. The white and clean palace with golden edges was so thick that it seemed to have turned into a substance of immortal spirit chi. Wisps and strands of the immortal realm origin could be seen everywhere. Inside a large hall, immortal brews and fruits, precious pills and medicines, countless precious spiritual objects were placed all over the great hall. Countless ethereal immortals of different origins and realms had gathered here from all directions, standing under the grandiose and not-so-great main hall. But for some reason, no one wanted to enter the hall or sit down. The vast majority of the immortals just stood outside the temple in a watery manner, jealous and envious but also resentful as they looked at these normally unseen treasures. Immortal friend, you're here too? Can it not come? That immortal smiled coldly, his eyes sweeping over the temple full of treasures, but his throat rolled involuntarily. The immortals of the heavenly pivot palace are really broad-minded. But it's a pity that broad-mindedness won't last long. Chapter 38 Fairy. You're hitting the wrong way. A corner of the southwest of Qingxia Island. The mountain and river formation of the heavenly pivot Holy Land was like a translucent glazed jade bowl, inverted on earth. The mountain gate, manned by golden armored deities and resembling a heavenly pillar high up in the sky, held open the only gap between the Holy Land and the earth. Theoretically speaking, no matter if it was an immortal, god, human, demon, or devil, there was never the slightest possibility that they could invade the Holy Land in any form, like flying, like hiding, for example, those divine techniques that could easily tear apart the void. But today, there was a fluctuating and bizarre Tao rhyme that came from the demon's sacred mountain, and it was born to strip the mountain gate, without destroying the grand formation. That mountain gate, after all, had become the pass that stopped the Holy Land cultivators from leaving the sect. The entire heavenly pivot Holy Land was shocked and angry. They sacrificed their magic immortal swords and surrounded in front of the mountain gate, staring with indignation at the head that leaned against the mountain gate like a human. Putting the fart. Chapter 39 Letting you round up the Qilin. You destroyed the clan? Madaka. A sword dangled and fell sharply from the air. The appalling power of it was as if it was going to split the entire earth apart. And the speed was so fast that even if Wu Hao had already discovered it, it was already too late. It's not hard to imagine how much this immortal hates the unicorn. Dang! The Big Dipper chopped down on top of the mountain and river formation that countless immortals from the heavenly pivot Holy Land had spent thousands of years and painstakingly created with countless immortal treasures. Invisible ripples swirled above the translucent barrier, which then traveled to the roots of the mountain. So the entire Holy Land shook slightly, and all the peaks, lakes, and great halls, all plunged into the earth several feet deep, dusty, and above that barrier, a crack clicked and widened instantly. Wu Hao's eyes immediately reddened with pain. Asshole, stop it, I told you to stop. That immortal's face turned white and he immediately retracted his sword. However, the sword dipper had already fallen. Chapter 40, can't do anything about him in the Qingxia continent, but he's nothing when he's out of the Qingxia continent. Since the human race had begun their cultivation, it was feared that there had been hundreds of millions of years. There were countless Herculean cultivators, and the arcane avenues were as vast as clouds, with endless immortal laws. But on the contrary, I have never heard of such an evil secret art, obviously attacking others. No matter the sword intent blade astral, immortal magic divine power, without exception will all fall on their own clan. The fairies were confused. No, why is that? Wu Hao's forehead veins jumped as he looked at the clan that had clearly called it quits, but was still inexplicably shaken and collapsed for the most part, and took a deep breath. I'm afraid. He did it. Who? Yi Su. Yi Su? Just that trash with no immortal bones? The immortals became more and more confused. Without roots and bones, one could not cultivate. This was an experience that the immortal cultivation world had worked out over endless years. It is the absolute truth that generations of sages have earned by crawling along this avenue of cultivation. This must not be violated. His immortal bone also belonged to a type of root bone, but it was still essentially a root bone. How can you cultivate without it? How can I cultivate? This doesn't make sense. The immortals shook their heads in unison. Palace Master Wu, are you mistaken? Didn't he lose his immortal bones? Yes, without the immortal bones, can we cultivate? Doesn't that mean that any cow, ghost, snake or god can be cultivated? The threshold for cultivation is too low, isn't it? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. The Qilin that still maintained its phallic form smiled coldly. What the heck? Just because you guys are allowed to have geniuses, my little hungry ghost can't be heavenly talented anymore. A bunch of losers who fixed and blinded their eyes. Come on, don't stop. Come and cut me. My lord's neck is itchy. The immortals clenched their fists silently, but none of them paid any attention to him. They turned back in unison, separating a small world, making them invisible to the Kirin. The main one is out of sight, out of mind. The griffin rolled its eyes and shrunk back to its normal size, beckoning its claws to summon the golden-armored door god. Breathless, come and knock the Grand Master on the back. I'm tired of fighting. Within the small world, Wu Hao was filled with hesitation. In the past, even if he had inferences in this regard, he would never have gone into detail with them. But now, all the big sects almost suffered from extinction, and the whole Qingxia continent was beaten to 1,000 holes, and countless amazing and talented disciples were miserably poisoned by their own division of Yi Su. I'm afraid no one can let go of this vendetta. This beam, it's kind of a knot, and it's a knot to die for. Unless Yi Su fell, it would never be possible to alleviate it. But getting him killed and proving that he is not inferior to him is not exactly what one is aiming for. With this in mind, he had no more half-worries in his mind and opened his mouth. If I say, since he fused Qingxia Zhou with his divine soul immortal bone. Qingxia continent is his immortal bones, the root of his cultivation, the embodiment of his great Tao, and the basis for his future ascension to the immortal realm. I don't know, gentlemen, what to think. The immortals were stunned in unison and thought about it carefully. A bone-chilling coldness that seemed to have risen up from the sky under the nine hells, from the bottom of the feet at the Yongquan acupoint, fiercely rushed up to the heavenly palace, and then rapidly filled the whole body. The entire group froze in place and couldn't help but murmur, Qingxiazu as a bone, Qingxiazu as a bone. But soon, a wave of anger instantly sprang up from above the lake of the heart, burning the entire body to tremble. He actually dared to use the entire Qingxia continent as a bone? How dare he? And what are we? Maggots? In the future, how much aura the sect can have? How many heavenly treasures it can have? Wouldn't it be, all of them, his alms? Unbridled. Unbridled. What an unbridled. It is said that man follows the law of the earth. The law of the earth follows the law of heaven. The law of heaven follows the law of nature. For any cultivator who wanted to ascend, the roots were important. But a blessed place was equally important. And a blessed land has limited resources after all. This was why, ever since the heavenly pivot sacred ground gained power, all the major sects in the Qingxia continent were explicitly and implicitly targeting the heavenly pivot sacred ground. He used the mouth of a spiritual spring to attract the chi of the mountains and water to gather here. The heavenly pivot holy land was nourished. But what about the other forces? It's all coming unraveled. Now someone actually told them that the entire Qingxia continent is someone's bone. And all of their forces, all of their roots, are like maggots on this bone? What is this? What do you call this? Doesn't that mean that you'll have to beg for as many ING resources as you can get later on? Good lord. That's a living hell of a way to give your life to someone else. Preferences. Those clans that had been collapsed by their own personal mountains, broken rivers, and beaten countless juniors into oblivion were the most capable of corroborating this matter. How is this not shocking? How not to be angry? And how can it be tolerated? Infinite ING Heavenly Fathers. Put up a fight. Fight him. Yes, put up a fight. I am an immortal. I seek to be free, to be at ease. How can I look up to others' noses so much? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who does he think he is? An emperor? Gentlemen, this matter must not be tolerated. Nor can it be tolerated. If we let him become an immortal, what's the point? Good guy. I thought having the spirit spring all to himself was arrogant enough. He actually, exclusive possession of the entire Qingxia continent? So much for exclusivity. But the roots of my gain are on earth. If there is no root, sooner or later it will be assimilated by the immortal realm origin. This is simply to exterminate us from the root. There is no need to say more. There is him without me. There is me without him. He will die. Yes, certain death. Wu Hao took a long breath and raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, just have this inference. Really was shocked. Immortal seemingly long life free. No disease, but that is limited to being in the immortal world. Once down on earth, this earthly filth, karma, it would constantly erode the origin. And if it stayed long enough, the origin would be full of karmic turbidity. Once they entered the immortal realm, they were subject to the impact of the entire immortal realm's origin. Being dead is not so bad. And Yi Su has this level of immortal bones? Although I do not know what the efficacy of ascending to the immortal world, but as long as in the Qingxia continent, no one can kill him. Departure hit the entire Qingxia continent divine land and sank, but then it would have to go back to the very beginning, threatening the immortal realm with calamity and abandoning the Qingxia continent. It is difficult, at least until the plague is complete, and there is not the slightest possibility that it can be carried out. But now, Wu Hao couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth. Junior brother, this time, you're considered to have completely gone to the opposite side of the immortal world. I'd like to see how you can fight against the entire immortal world. Collecting his thoughts, Wu Hao reached out and pressed his hand in vain a few times. Everyone, all of you, please listen to me. The immortals looked sideways, their expressions slightly slowing down. Don't even say it, listen to what he has to say. Right, after all, he is from the same school as that person. He can be said to know Yisu the best. He might know Yisu's weakness. Not bad, not bad. It's hard to beat him in Qingxia continent without finding a weakness. Wu Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a poisonous plan surged to his mind. He gathered his thoughts and spoke eloquently. First of all, I'm sorry that the clan has this traitor, who actually disregarded moral righteousness and martial virtues, and privately merged with the Qingxia continent without the permission of all the immortal sects. The complexion of the immortals grew slower and slower, and no one remembers, or no one cares. 5,000 years ago, Yi Su White emerged Qingxia Island, although takeaway belongs to their aura, but also for them to protect the foundation. Wu Hao's words continued. Now that the trouble is over, and even though he has rebelled against his master, it is necessary for me, as a senior brother, to teach him properly how to behave. And of course, to cut off his head with my own hands and return the Qingxia continent, which belongs to everyone. To everyone. The immortals looked more and more kind. Good. Palace Master Wu's great righteousness is indeed a blessing for my immortal realm. I, Purple Bohemia Palace, will do my utmost to help. The same goes for the Firecloud sect, the land family of the Middle Kingdom, aiding and abetting. And me, the same goes for my clan. Wu Hao clasped his fists in thanks and slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. Very good. In that case, Mr. Wu will use what I know to cooperate with the immortals to surround Yi Su. First of all, one must admit one thing, and that is that it is really difficult to kill him in this Qingxia continent. After a pause, he added, of course, it's not that I'm questioning the skills and secret techniques of the immortals. It's just that if he's in Qingxia, all attacks will be transferred to the clans by him, and even if he's killed by chance, I'm afraid that the Qingxia continent will be sunk. After all, this is the Qingxia continent, the largest continent on the entire earth. If we don't have the Qingxia continent, where else can we go to settle down and remake our roots? The immortals nodded in unison. Yes, that's the reasoning. The Red Rock continent in the south is not bad, but unfortunately, the roots of that dynasty are not shallow, and the immortal world has a ruthless person of the mixed metamorphosis Great Luo Golden Immortal. So going there will inevitably lead to the outbreak of a battle of the teaching system, which is really troublesome. Yes, and the islands of the East Sea, those immortal mountains are even more difficult to deal with. The roots are so deep that it's said that even the emperors are involved. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will destroy who. Right. After all the math, it's still better to kill Yi Su. But how did you leave Qingxia continent? Yeah, he's not stupid. The immortals all looked their sights towards Wu Hao with anticipation. Wu Hao pursed his lips, flipped his hand and took out a scroll, gently shaking it. A living, breathing fairy leapt out of that scroll. The light green knee-length short skirt outlined a delicate figure, and the two onion-white jade legs that were not half blemished stepped on the immortal boots. Her waist hangs a long sword and her head wears a stepladder, a pair of cunning and soulful eyes, as if hiding a bright moon, white cheeks with a faint blush. Some immortals immediately had their eyes light up and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What a beautiful fairy this is. I seem to have heard of her, always running in all directions, searching for any spirit that can repair the roots and bones. Could it be that she? Not bad. Wu Hao retracted his gaze fondly and sighed softly. This is me, and Yi Su's senior sister, and between us, we have always been very good, especially her and Yi Su, who have long been secretly in love with each other. This little senior sister of mine then cut off her own Dao flower 9 times before she ascended, and all she asked for was just to accompany him for a few more years in the lower realms. Then it was impossible to chop any more and had to ascend to the immortal realm. This silly girl also disregarded her own root damage and ran around daily, searching for spiritual objects to repair the immortal bones with him. This run is a whole 800 years. Hiss. Some immortals sucked in a mouthful of cool air, looked solemn, and gave a thumbs up out of instinct. What an infatuated fairy. What a deplorable love. What happened then? A fairy couldn't help but pursue the question. Wu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Later on, she had to shut down for 4, because if she doesn't close it again, it will be harder for her roots to retain their origin. It will be ostracized from the immortal realm, knocked down to mortal dust, and will not be allowed to ascend for eternity. The Zijing Palace cultivator suddenly looked up, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. The rest of the immortals quietly sighed in relief. But then they thought about it. By mentioning this matter, you are no more than planning to use this person to lure Yi Su away from Qingxia continent. But she's all closed up, or closed up for dead. What's the difference between forcibly calling her out and killing her? And it's not a corpse that people need. What's the point of saying that? For a while, the gazes of the immortals were all a bit unkind. However, Wu Hao was half panicked as he reached out and gently stroked the scroll's shadow, sighing with emotion. In the past, I was worried that something might happen to my little sister, so I intercepted a wisp of her soul breath, copied her memories, and warmed them up for hundreds of years with immortal techniques. If she does have an accident, this scroll will collect the remnant souls of her scattered in heaven and earth, and then it will only take a little time to pull her out of the river of time in one piece. She will live on. The immortals were stunned in unison as their eyes snapped open. You mean? That's right. Wu Hao nodded. If a suitable body is found, and this scroll that possesses her breath, soul, and memories is substituted for the body, in this world, there will be 2 identical little sisters. The fairies were filled with dawning realization. Their eyes snapped open and they couldn't help but clap their hands. Wonderful! Wonderful! This plan will work. If it goes well, we can definitely lure Yisu out of the Qingxia continent. Away from the Qingxia continent. Yisu is a fart. Not a fart. I can crush him with one finger. But some immortals hesitated. But this method, it really hurts the heavenly cooperation. It means we need to give up a fairy of about the same age. And it's impossible to keep this body after the deed is done. It also means that we have to kill 2 innocent fairies. Oops, what time is this? The rest of the immortals were filled with disinterest. Even though immortals are at large, the caves left behind by those ancient immortals are still filled with killing machines. There are countless immortal fairies who have died exploring the Cave of Heaven. Is it hard to find one that just died? But, alright, I'll leave this matter to me. I'll return to the immortal realm to search for a suitable match. After saying that, this immortal broke through the small world and rushed up to the immortal realm. Wu Hao blandly put away the scroll and couldn't help but look his eyes toward the sky, madness rolling among his eyes. Junior sister, it's almost time. The day is almost here. I also didn't expect that the pieces left behind in the past would actually be useful today. What a creation. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Little sister, make a good guess. If Yisu knew that you were suffering danger outside of the Qingxia continent, would he give up his life to save you like he did before? Will, and how do you stop it? No, and what would you think? Hey, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ghostly, he pulled out the copper mirror that allowed him to peek into Ning Qiushi's words and looked at the duo who were rushing through the clouds, the madness in his eyes growing stronger. Suddenly, Yisu looked up. The 2 of them clashed their eyes across a bronze mirror. Wu Hao shuddered lightly and subconsciously misplaced his eyes. But the next moment, he looked back in annoyance. At that moment, he was horrified to find that on that mirror, densely packed cracks drilled out. Bang! The bronze mirror exploded on the spot. Wu Hao was dumbfounded. Chapter 41, The Lee Substitute for the Peach. If you are there, he is there, the clan is there. The top of the clouds on Qingxia Island. Yisu inexplicably stopped and glanced back at the distance, a deep bewilderment rolling in his eyes. Ning Qiushi was curious. What's wrong? I don't know. Just now, I felt like someone was spying on us. Ning Qiuyin hesitated for a while, and only after a long time did she speak. Illusion, right? On Earth. Stealing. Well, the one who palms the mountains and rivers should be you, where others are qualified to see you. After a pause, she added, and that tripod hides the immortal realm origin, or it was left behind by an Empyrean realm exalted. So unless the one spying on you is also an Empyrean realm, all they'll see will just be chaos. But those emperors, aren't they all toward you? How could they spy on you? Yisu inclined his head to think carefully. It was also true that even though he hadn't become an immortal, he was still considered to have fused with an immortal realm origin, while still being in the Emperor realm. Trying to peek under the Emperor realm? It's not that simple. Shaking his head to shake out these have-nots, Yisu focused on hurrying. Prepare to cross the entire Qingxia continent and go all the way to the west to that Vishnu continent, which was separated from the Qingxia continent by only one mountain. Seek the immortal cauldron and close the heavenly gate. The only way to get all the immortals in the sky is to have a single descent path from Qingxia Zhou, to make the heavenly immortals, who could not give up the earth, and could not cut away the Qingxia continent, honestly use the immortal treasures containing the origin of the immortal realm to stabilize the Qingxia continent, which was about to fall in the distance. Yet it's not easy. Yisu muttered. Qingxia continent is too big. It's really too big. To the east it is connected to the eastern domain. To the south there is the South Sea. To the north there is the purple Yuan continent. To the northeast there is also a corner of the northern underworld. To the west there is the Vishnu. To the southwest there is the Lei. And to the northwest there is also a Xianyi continent. If there are really 12 immortal tripods, to close this gate, you need 7. A full 7. More than half of the tripod. And as the number of immortal tripods he found increased, the probability of the immortals in the immortal world knowing about it would also increase. At that time, if he were to refine further down, he would know without thinking about it, how much the immortals in the sky would be unable to sit still, and how many immortals would come down to the realm and compete with him. In a trance, Yisu had already seen that day when the entire immortal realm, all the cultivators in the immortal cultivation realm, would be standing across from him. The densely packed silhouettes nearly filled the entire sky. Countless immortals who have existed since time immemorial sit in the clouds, looking down on him, then accusing him and chiding him. Thinking of this, Yisu couldn't help but shake his head. But I'm saving you guys. Not in passing, but just saving you. But it doesn't matter. Who cares? In the future, if I am lucky enough to survive, then I will kowtow to the demon sacred mountain 2 times properly, without them. What business is it of mine in this heaven and on earth? Gotta speed up. Yisu pursed his lips and glanced sideways at Ning Xiushi, his eyes slowing down slightly. Well, there's that promise. Chunyen, are you ready? Maybe. We need to pick up the pace. Immortal world. Inside a cave where the flow of time was very different from the outside world, an immortal with a goatee was pinching the tiny blade of a knife in one hand and holding an ancient book in the other, his brow furrowed. At his side, a scroll hung in midair. A fairy silhouette with both form, God, Tao rhythm, and breath stood in the air, her eyes slightly drooping and her mouth smiling. Behind him, a huge Dan furnace was burning with a roaring flame. If someone was here and looked at it with their heavenly eyes, they would definitely be able to see dozens of naked female corpses stacked like firewood inside the Dan furnace. Under the flames, it gradually dissolved and dissipated, and on the other side of that immortal, several fairies that were quite similar in shape to that shadow were lying peacefully on top of the bed, their chests rising and falling slightly. That immortal looked at the ancient books from time to time, and then looked at those fairies, murmuring in a low voice, "Indeed, it's easy to replicate the shape with mere corpses, but the soul in this painting is really too weak. If it is placed within the body in this way, it will be assimilated extremely easily, lose the god, and even if the appearance is exactly similar, it will still be seen. Gotta think about it and strive for perfection, not only the appearance, but the divine soul, breath, Tao rhyme and even the character, must also be similar, so as to be able to hide from the world. But what would it take to raise the exact same divine soul?" The goatee-bearded immortal mused for a long time, his eyes fluttering. After a long time, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Outside the cave, Wu Hao stood side by side with the Zijing Palace immortal, with his back to the cave, taking in the scenery of this immortal realm. "Congratulations, you're almost there. It won't be long before there is one more identical Ningqiu Yue in this world, and if operated properly, perhaps your long-cherished wish will be fulfilled." Wu Hao, however, did not look half-pleased. Instead, he was getting more and more confused. He craned his head to look at the closed door and slowly withdrew his gaze, sighing, "Fellow Daoist, you said that if a little senior sister who was exactly the same in both appearance and soul and even memory comes out later, then, what counts as the one in the lower world?" The Zijing Palace immortal's face was hesitant, and after a long period of deliberation, he slowly shook his head. "I don't know. If there is no lower world for her, what is it that is taking shape behind her? No matter how much they resemble each other, even if their memories and personalities are exactly the same, you know that the real her is in the lower realm, and the person in that cave, no matter how much they resemble each other, is still a fake. Let me ask you this, if you took the opportunity to change her perceptions right now, so that when she came out she would be filled with you, would you accept it?" Wu Hao showed pain on his face and clenched his fists tightly. "No, don't accept it, because it is false and delusional. She, who is in the lower realm, the lower realm is her even if she already has a different face and breath and soul, but she is her. The man in the cave is not her after all." So, the Zijing Palace immortal let out a long sigh and gently nudged his chest. "You don't actually have so much as a man or woman's feelings for her. You're just don't want to lose. Isn't it the same with all the things you did today? You're just trying to prove to your master, to your senior sister, that you're better and stronger than Yisu." They all looked at it wrong. Wu Hao was stunned, lowered his eyes and muttered, "I just don't want to lose?" The Zijing Palace immortal nodded, his face filled with emotion. "Which people in the world away from who will not survive? What cannot be cut off? The so-called cannot let go of someone. Where is what cannot let go of who? Cannot let go of? Clearly is their own. Just yourself. I want you to keep your head and know what you want and stop blinding yourself. What Yisu is doing now, whether it's for the sake of the world or not, it doesn't matter. He wants to merge with Qingxia and ascend, and he wants to take control of the lifeblood of the many immortal sects, which in itself is arrogant and treasonous. He must die. The Qingxia continent cannot be controlled by any power. Just like the emperor, even though he has ascended to the top, he is not allowed to establish his own forces. They are powerful, but they are also alone. So later I want you to stay put." Wu Hao froze in place in a daze, his face full of confusion. Knock. At that moment, the cave door behind them gently shook, and the Zijing Palace immortals immediately concealed their forms and left in a hurry. "Yeah, eldest brother?" Wu Hao's body shook, a figure that rushed out in a hurry. She looked at Wu Hao with a face full of joy and stood in front of him stepping in a small circle. The head step rocked and swayed. Elder brother, look, this old immortal has cured my roots. Yay. I can go down to the world. I can go down to the world. Hey. He. Wu Hao was stunned and filled with confusion as he couldn't help but think of that story that had been circulating for a long time. A sailing ship on an endless sea, with enough supplies, and enough craftsmen to keep replacing the sailing ship with new materials as it sails along. Then put it back together again and fit it into another boat exactly like it. When two ships dock at the same time, who knows which one is the original one? Now, a similar dilemma lay before him. Wu Hao couldn't help but measure the Ning Qiuyin in front of him and couldn't help but feel emotional. Too much like. Whether it was the divine soul, the breath, the Tao rhythm or even the eyes that seemed to be stuffed with the sun and the moon when they lifted Yisu, they were all so similar. If he hadn't witnessed it all himself, even he would have had a really hard time telling who was real and who wasn't. Wu Hao had to take a deep breath, repeatedly telling himself that this was fake. This was fake. She's just a pawn. A pawn. Boom. At that moment, that Zijing Palace cultivator went and returned, standing in the air. He coldly looked disdainfully at Wu Hao and Ning Qiuyue and spoke indifferently. Wu Hao, so you're here. You made me look for you. Let me ask you this. Why did your heavenly pivot palace take the liberty of allowing Yisu to refine the Qingxia continent and merge with the entirety of it? You, heavenly pivot palace, do you want to be the enemy of the entire immortal world? Quickly hand over Yisu and spare your life. Don't think that if you hide him outside of Qingxia continent, there's nothing you can do about it. Ning Qiuyue was stunned and turned her head expansively. Wu Hao took a deep breath and violently flung his sleeve robe. An immortal chi rolled up Ning Qiushi and crashed to earth. Junior sister, run. I'm here. Yisu has committed mass anger. The entire immortal realm's cultivators are hunting him down. You quickly go down to the realm to find him. Tell him that before he becomes an immortal, he should never return to Qingxia continent. Leave the clan alone. He has protected us for 5,000 years. Next, it's time for us to protect him, even if the clan is destroyed. If he's there, if you're there, the clan is there. Noisy. The Zijing Palace cultivator grunted coldly and struck out angrily, so the whole sky above rolled with thunder. Countless thunderbolts that were comparable to the thickness of a mountain blasted at Wu Hao. Wu Hao sprayed a mouthful of blood in the air and fell into the sea of clouds, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Ning Qiuyin's pupils suddenly shrunk. No, eldest senior brother. She tried to break free, but the immortal chi was like chains, binding her firmly and throwing her countless miles away. Until a certain moment, that immortal aura was like a kite with broken strings, instantly dissipating. Ning Qiuyin's eyes were red and she was trembling. She knows that her senior brother, no more. She couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. How could this be? How could this be? Doesn't the clan have the emperor's protection? How could they dare? Suddenly, several auras approached rapidly. Ning Qiuyin hastily collected her breath and hid in the clouds, silently watching the murderous immortals in the sky. Is this the place? Where are the people? I don't know. She just came out. She must have run not far. You and I will separate to look for her. Make sure to find her. That brat is too chicken thief. Actually left Qingxia continent. Still don't know what kind of method is used. Even can hide from our divine thoughts. Find her, bring her down to the realm, and use her to force him to appear. Is this really going to work? Whatever. The heavenly pivot palace immortals are too hard-boned. One by one, they would rather die than cooperate. And that Qingfeng Shangren, he even went so far as to blow himself up. Now that the one named Wu is also dead, she's the only one left, and that's our only hope. Find it, immediately. We can't let her be the first to find surname Yi. At that time, if she stabs the matter to where the emperor is, it will be troublesome. Swish. Ning Qiuyue's eyes instantly turned red. The senior master had blown himself up. The eldest brother had just been killed, and the other immortals of the clan had all fallen as well. Damn. Damn it! She looked at the men with red eyes. Fire Cloud Sect, Xianqing Sect, Lu Clan, Zijing Palace. Almost the entire Qingxia continent's forces that had immortal sects in the upper realm came out. Killjoy wanders around. Ning Qiuyin pursed her lips and silently clenched her fists, forcing herself to endure the piercing grief. She wanted so badly to rush out and fight them to the death, but she is also very clear. Even the master of that kind of cultivation also fell on her district ascension realm of cultivation. How to be able to rival? Go down to the world. You must go down to the world. Those people were right. As long as we find our youngest senior brother and protect his safety, then we can go and find the emperor. The emperor would definitely give it to her, to all the people up and down the heavenly pivot Holy Land, and accounting. With that in mind, she left in a hurry. Like a shooting star, it swooped down to earth. Shortly after he left, those immortals with murderous auras stood in place in unison, looking at her back with anticipation. It's done. That'll do it, right? It should work out. But anyone with a bit of brains, she will definitely go straight to the Qingxia continent beyond. And as of now, The Qingxia continent is full of wolves, but also quite like the appearance after the Great War. Indeed. But just in case, it's better to go to a few people to chase and hunt, even if we don't. Pretending to be on the lookout in Qingxia continent will still scare her. That's fine. It's just a bit of a waste. An immortal mused for a moment. I don't know how your clan has arranged it. Anyway, my clan just resolved to bestow some spiritual treasures for restoring mountains and rivers for the remodeling of mountain gates in the lower realms. If we're going to put on an appearance anyway, why don't we go along and restore the clan as well? The immortal's eyes lit up. Good idea. It's true that the lower realm clans can't be abandoned. The forces of the rest of the continents really reject us, and we can't be rootless in the lower realm. That's it then. We'll send a few cultivators to hunt her down and whisk her out of the Qingxia continent to keep her away. Then we'll issue a decree directly to the lower realm clans, calling on all of them to search for Ning Qiuyue. Just tell Yisu directly that your little sister is looking for you and we're going to kill her. Of course, everything that Ning Qiushi has done in the past 800 years must also be circulated, and he must be made to know that his senior sister has never given up on him. 800 years of sparing his roots and bones to remake them for him. If he is truly as passionate as he is, would he leave Qingxia continent? Gentlemen, will you? The fairies looked at each other and smiled. He will. Even if it doesn't, the incident will become a demon in his mind, and he will never forgive himself for looking at him coldly. Chapter 42, He's out. He's really out. A shooting star that crashed into the earth. It paused briefly over the western side of the eastern domain islands before turning south, sticking to the sea and circling around to the southwest side of the Qingxia continent. Finally it hit its light and stood on the clouds, using its eyes to look deep into the Qingxia continent. Broken mountains, fallen temples, broken rivers, crumbling earth. Ning Qiuyin couldn't help but murmur in a low voice as her pupils shrunk slightly. Broken. Really broken. They didn't lie to me. The clan. It's really gone. Not far from the South China Sea, an immortal turned around violently. His eyes glazed over. She's here. Chase. Don't let her get away. Demon girl, look at the sword. Madaka. Wow. Sword lights crisscrossed. An immortal spirit chi surged wildly. A bright moon rose from above the South China Sea, twisting the light and cracking the void. And yet, in a moment, he was sent crashing down into the South China Sea, smashing some small, mountainous, isolated island to pieces. The immortals glanced at the endless South China Sea, pondered for a moment, and winked at each other. Whisked toward the Vishnu continent. The South Sea mountains and water dragon veins are separated. He doesn't necessarily dare to come out. Yes, extremely. Although the Vishnu continent and the Qingxia continent have different dragon veins, but after all, they are connected to each other. If I were him, I might not be too daring to go out to sea, but it's still possible to go to the Vishnu continent and take a shot. That's it then. Chase. Inside the Vishnu continent, Yisu suddenly turned back to look southeast. His heart trembled, and his face showed astonishment. Ning Qiushi spread out her divine thoughts, taking in thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, but no sign of anything out of the ordinary. What's wrong? Yisu's face was complicated. I seem to have sensed little sister's aura. She's here. Ning Qiushi was stunned and shook her head decisively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am in. Yisu suspiciously looked at Ning Qiuyue quickly changed his words. She wants to come. Long ago, we have stirred the Qingxia continent into this way. How could she still not know about your news when so many immortals from all the great sects have descended to the realm? She hasn't come in all this time, so my guess is that she's either too scared to see you or, well, she scrunched her head and pinched her thumb, or something that little bit wrong. Well, not much, but it's going to take a while. Yes? Yisu was a bit frustrated. What's so important? I guess, she just doesn't want to see me. What was I thinking? Yisu quickly returned to his senses and shook his head. Don't think about that. I'm no longer a member of the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Ground, and I've been a stranger to her for a long time. Keep looking. Just now you said which one of the dragon veins is it? Stranger. Ning Qiushi pursed her lips, and the luster in her eyes darkened slightly. But soon, she took a deep breath to look into the distance, pointing to some small, inconspicuous mountain range. That's there. I think that's the main vein there. These seem very majestic and vast, but they are branches and vassals. I guess the emperors should have intentionally covered up the main vein trail. If they hadn't ever touched the immortal cauldron, it wouldn't have been easy to detect it. Yisu nodded slightly. It makes sense. Go and take a look. Not long after, the very depths of the earth's veins, inside a cave that seemed to resemble a true dragon's lair. Yisu looked at the bronze tripod in front of him that seemed to be the size of a house and silently gave a thumbs up. Good eye, Chun Yen. You guessed it once. Ning Qiuyue pursed her lips and smiled in a far-fetched manner. Senior brother. Then you close the door and refine. I'll go out and keep an eye on things for you so that no one disturbs you. Yi Su smiled and nodded. Good, but don't try to be strong when things happen. Although your righteous brother is gone, you still have me. Ning Qiuyue hummed. And after silently laying down a concealment spell formation, she turned around and drilled out of the ground. She sat on her knees on some unassuming hill. Resting his chin on his knees, he looked up at the blue sky and muttered, Little senior brother, I am sorry. It is not that I don't want to see you. It is that I can't see you. If you knew, you'd pull it out for me, wouldn't you? It will, definitely. As she spoke, her tone trailed off, her mind becoming less and less grounded. Is 800 years long? For a cultivator, this was too short, but for someone who had no cultivation, no freedom, and hadn't seen much scenery, it was unimaginably long. She couldn't imagine just how much faith it would take, how much she would have to expect from the future. It's what has kept me going for so long through the day-to-day tedium. More than anything, she could not have imagined the day he had expected to abandon him. And what disappointment should there be? So who am I to expect him to remember me? To expect him to be like he used to be? Where do I fit in? Ning Qiushi, you deserve it. You really do. Rumble. At that moment, the extremely distant sky to the southeast resounded with rolling heavenly thunder. A round of bright moon suddenly leaped out from the clouds, stirred the rolling heavenly thunder to pieces. Ning Qiuyue stood up with a wide-eyed stare. Is this Moonflower? She sank her mind and felt the sword intent, which had been firmly sealed by Zi Yuan with his divine soul, begin to tremble as the Moonflower approached rapidly. It was as if two notes of exactly the same frequency suddenly crashed together. Obviously neither of them had been catalyzed, but they were vaguely on the verge of erupting. But this sword intent, it was sealed with her divine soul. With this tremor from it, Ning Qiushi only felt her entire divine soul explode with blood. A vine that pierced the flesh and blood from within, like a flower, quietly blooming. Pust. Ning Qiushi's head tilted and she spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, the Ning Qiuyue, who was harnessing the Moonflower sword intent, suddenly saw her eyes light up at this moment. She turned around violently and made a vicious chop towards the crowd of immortals behind her, chopping out the proudest sword in his life. In this instant, it was as if the moon had been dragged down from the sky to the earth. Boom! No good. Retreat! Those immortal scalps went numb and immediately retreated. One stood in the distance looking at this place in disbelief. What a terrifying sword intent! Almost surpassing the extreme realm. But anyone who runs slower is afraid of falling here. What now? An immortal hesitated for a moment. Anyway, the person was whisked over. So let's put on an act next. Don't let her get close to Qingxia continent. And don't let her leave Vishnu continent. Well, that's okay. Inform that side that the plan can be implemented. Make sure to make the entire Qingxia continent aware of it. So the immortals feigned defeat and flew away. Only Ning Qiuyue was left behind, standing deep in the clouds, with a face full of suspicion. She looked towards the small hill where Ning Qiushi was and tilted her head. Strange. Why is Yuehua suddenly trembling? It's like encountering the same moonlight. But in this world, how can the exact same sword intent exist? Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up. Yes, it must be Junior Brother. He was the one who brought me to comprehend this Moonflower sword intent in the first place. He understands it best. If there really is someone in the world who can make the exact same sword intent as me, it must be him. Yes, it must be him. Ning Qiuyue's eyes were as bright as the bright moon, and her breath caught in a rush. She couldn't wait to harness her sword intent, seeking the direction that would cause it to resonate and fall sharply. The brilliant sword light illuminated the entire earth as if it was covered with a layer of faint white frost. Ning Qiushi stared blankly at the ever-approaching bright moon, her doubts growing stronger in her heart. Who is she? How does she know my sword intent? It's also repaired so purely that it looks exactly like mine. Until the outline of the man's appearance gradually condensed before her eyes. Ning Qiuyue's pupils shrunk, followed by a tremor, her face turning green with anger. She clenched her teeth in a deadpan, one word at a time. You. Good. Great. The. Guts. Son. Ning Qiuyue was filled with surprise, looking up and down at Ning Qiuyue, who seemed to be blooming like a flower stamen, and tilted her head. Immortals? Demons? How strange. How do you know my sword intent? Could it be that Junior Brother taught you? Where is little brother? Ning Qiuyue laughed sharply, not caring about the pain, gently shaking, dislodging the vines all over his body, and looking at Ning Qiuyue with a heavy anger. Yours? Little senior brother? Good you evil devil. How dare you disguise? Disguise. Tai. Evil demon. Look at the sword. A long sword of rattan with a demonic aura was suddenly stabbing towards Ning Qiuyue. Every move is a killing move. But after all, She had fallen from the Ascension realm, and her most skillful sword intent was still trapped and locked by her divine soul, so how could she be a match for Ning Qiuyin? And Ning Qiuyin also saw the weakness that permeated underneath this move, seeing the move with a face full of indifference. You are so rude. I don't know you. How come you want to shout and fight when we just met? Did I mess with you? Ning Qiuyin grew angrier and angrier, and her attack grew stronger and stronger. She kept pursuing. Say, who are you and what do you want with senior brother? Senior? Ning Qiuyin was filled with bewilderment. When did master receive another disciple? Or a wood demon? You're the one who's a wood demon. Your whole family is a wood demon. Ning Qiuyin couldn't help but break out in curses and viciously slashed at the imposter. Say, who the hell are you? Me? I'm Ning Qiuyin. Ning Qiuyin had an innocent look on his face as he gently shook away Ning Qiuyu's sword and pointed to his nose. You know me? Yes. Junior brother must have mentioned me to you. Quick, tell me where he is. I'm looking for him for something important. He's in danger now. Very, very dangerous nah. Ning Qiuyin couldn't bear it anymore, and almost one didn't hold back and sacrificed her moonflower sword intent to fight her to the death. But she finally relented, and she took a deep breath. Can't move the moonflower. The big bug said it. The divine soul binds the moonflower. It's both a shackle and a key. If he moves it, his disguise will disappear. Then, by then the matter of the fallen immortal compass will be exposed. What will he choose? I don't dare to bet. I don't dare to bet. Ning Qiushi suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness wash over her. She clearly knew that the other party was disguising her, and although she didn't know why she was disguising her, she didn't need to think about it in her head to know that this must be a plot against Jisoo. But with her current cultivation level, even if she had a way to die with the other party, with the fallen immortal compass in place, she couldn't die. For a while, Ning Qiushi was at a loss. What do you want with him? Ning Qiuyin's eyes lit up and her tone was anxious. Do you really know where my little senior brother is? Quickly take me to him. Something happened to the clan. Those bastards actually broke their promise and fully besieged the clan. I have to find him and go with him to the immortal realm to tell the immortal emperor. Revenge for all. Ning Qiushi passed a look at the cutie. Look, and after enduring, she still couldn't hold back from opening her mouth. No, can you figure out what's going on before you disguise someone else's? Round up the clans? Which clan to besiege? The Heavenly Pivot Palace? The Heavenly Pivot Holy Land? Ning Qiuyin was surprised. You also know quite a lot. It seems that little senior brother trusts you. Ning Qiushi was completely speechless. She lowered her eyes and sulked for a long time. You really want him? Well, it has to be found. Not afraid to die? Fear not. Knowing that I can find little brother. Pretending is quite like it. Ning Qiushi muttered in a small voice. Cough. In that case, you should quickly return to Qingxia continent. Outside of the Heavenly Pivot Holy Land, there is a mountain called Demon Saint Mountain. He is in that mountain. Ning Qiuyin frowned, but those people said that junior brother left the Qingxia continent saying that he refined it and stirred up public anger. Why is he still staying in Qingxia continent? Ning Qiushi's eyes snapped shut. Keenly, she sensed why such an imposter had suddenly appeared. When it's those immortals, deliberately created imposters. He wanted to use this imposter to trick Jisoo out of Qingxia continent. Ning Qiushi couldn't help but smile coldly. Humph, naive. You guys think that you can threaten little senior brother with this? Good thing I'm right here. Both. She smirked and glanced at Ning Qiuyin, her plan coming to life. Hey, since you know that he refined the Qingxia continent, you should know that he is now merging with the entire Qingxia continent. He is invincible in the Qingxia continent. Even immortals are no more than a handful of his enemies. What makes you think that he would give up his ensouled enemy and run outside to be hunted down? Ning Qiuyin frowned. Is there a possibility that the fight was so vicious that the Qingxia continent was on the verge of being smashed, and he had to leave it? Like replicating the success of Green Hazel, or something. Ning Qiushi raised her eyebrows. Don't tell me, the man has even learned from his own witty brain. It took so long to guess their true purpose. But fortunately, if the world is the most good at deceiving itself, naturally it is only itself. Ning Qiushi pursed her lips. Congratulations, you guessed right. But not all right. Jisoo did have the idea of refining the other continents, but he also knew that he would be ambushed by the immortals if he trespassed on the Qingxia continent. So, he asked me to come here to unblock the dragon vein between the Qingxia continent and the Vishnu continent, when he doesn't have to leave the Qingxia continent to refine it. Just in time. Since you're here, you immediately make a run for me to Qingxia continent, and seek him out in the demon sacred mountain outside of the Heavenly Pivot sacred ground, and tell him that tomorrow morning, I'll send the dragon vein into the country to help him refine it. As she spoke, Ning Qiuyin slightly revealed a hint of the phalanx that she had covered up. The tumbling dragon vein. the subtle Tao rhythm, and Yi Su's aura if nothing else, all of a sudden entered Ning Qiuyin's mind. Ning Qiuyin suddenly widened her eyes, her face full of joy. She was about to pounce into the ground when Ning Qiushi stopped her, her face full of caution. And you said you weren't in disguise. What do you want? Elder brother. Elder brother's breath. Nonsense. Without his scent, how else can we refine it for him? But, are you going to help his or not? Or rather, are you Ning Qiushi or not? The Ning Qiuyue in Senior Ye's mouth, no matter what, will not hesitate to help him his. You don't help, then it's not her. Ning Qiuyue took a deep breath and slowly offered her longsword. Then, between us, only one of us can live. Ning Qiuyin was as anxious as hell. She really wanted to go to the ground, to see if it was him, but the demon girl in front of her put up a stance that she wouldn't let her down even if she died. You can't really kill each other, can you? So, if little brother knows, he'll forgive himself? After a few struggles, she sighed long and hard and gently stomped her foot. Fine, I'll go back to Qingxia continent. It's coming back. Thus, a meteor rushed towards Qingxiazhou. The immortals hiding at the edge of the Qingxia continent were immediately startled. Not good. How did she come? Quick! Stop her! Boom boom boom! A great battle erupted on the edge of the Vishnu continent. Ning Qiuyin had a resolute attitude, and had to enter the Qingxia continent. The fairies were also adamant and dead set on keeping her out. For a while, the battle was scorching. The immortals were sweating profusely. This person is crazy. What does he have to go into Qingxia continent for? How's it going over there in Qingxia continent? Has it been expanded yet? If we don't expand, this madman won't be able to stop it. What do we do? Really let her run in there? How can that work? Losing a wife and a soldier? No. Can only get her dead. Keep stopping. If you really can't, you'll have to kill her. On the small hill, Ning Qiuyue looked at the heavier and heavier clouds in the sky and let out a slight sigh of relief. Come on. A couple more break-ins and they're going to kill you. Don't let me down. However, just as that bright moon was about to fall from the sky, the mountain bag under his feet suddenly trembled. A breath swept away sharply. Ning Qiuyue was stunned, and her flowery face lost its color. On the battlefield, many immortals froze in unison, followed by ecstasy. He's out. For real. Ning Qiuyin looked back suddenly and burst into tears. Chapter 43, Sealing the Heavenly Gate, Vishnu Island immortals banned from traveling. Deep underground, Yi Su slowly opened his eyes, spreading out his hand. The huge shin monkey tripod above his head shrunk rapidly and steadily fell into his hand. E-Earth, G-Gold, and Water. 3 more immortal realm origins have arrived, and the Emperor's sense in the sea of consciousness is getting thicker and thicker. Fortunately, at any time there is a tripod town in the sea of consciousness. Otherwise this source, this Emperor's sense, both superimposed, I'm afraid that would have been the soul shell, are given to the Taoist. That would be like now. Nonetheless the strength of the divine soul is frighteningly hard. Even the flesh is as thick as the earth. I'm afraid it's not even a problem to carry 1 or 2 attacks from an immortal without utilizing one's origin. TSK. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Su put the tripod inside his body and waved his hand to remove the concealment spell formation laid down by Ning Qiuyue. He loosened his mind slightly, his breath leaking out. The whole of Vishnu shook slightly. All mountains, waters, lakes, zephyrs, cities, immortal gates, mortal kingdoms, and endless living beings, densely packed. Cultivators from all over the Vishnu continent coincidentally flew to the east, one by one descending from the immortal realm, also flying towards the east, as if they were going to participate in some kind of grand event for the immortals. It was all reflected in the mind in an instant. Yi Su hooked the corner of his mouth. It was a wonderful feeling. Everything that happened above the Vishnu continent, whenever he wanted, even the trail of an ant could hardly escape his vision. And there was an additional, very solid link between the Qingxia continent, the Vishnu continent, and the South China Sea. Within these 2 continents and 1 sea, with today's divine soul strength, he could instantly move to any place at will. Naturally, the battle that was erupting at the edge of the Vishnu continent could hardly escape his eyes. When he saw the besieged figure and sensed the familiar aura, his heart and mind jolted. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his entire body froze in place. Little sister? Why is she here? No, she's not little sister. Yi Su quickly frowned. It was also unknown whether it was because the strength of his divine soul had increased, or whether the Emperor's sense had caused him to grow closer to the so-called Great Tao. He was keenly aware that Ning Qiuyue, who was engaged in a fierce battle in the sky, was permeated with a sense of disharmony. Her divine soul, her breath, her Tao rhythm and even her physique had traces of stitching and piecing together everywhere. Yi Su squinted his eyes and pushed on in detail. These immortals seem to be going all out, but they are actually holding back at every turn. and those that can clearly be wiped out instantly are holding back. Moreover, since it's a siege, why is there not a single person in the direction of the Vishnu continent? But instead, the people going to the Qingxia continent can't even squeeze through. It's like, just stopping her. Stopping her from entering the Qingxia continent? Yes, that must be it. It dawned on Yisu in his heart. Since it was to stop her, it was naturally not hard to surmise why she was allowed to disguise herself, especially when those immortals looked at him in unison after his aura leaked out. Around the Vishnu continent, dozens of immortal realm auras rapidly drew closer. The purpose is directed here. Yisu slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. Great idea. Too bad it's a little late. But on second thought, he couldn't help but frown again. For what they need to use a fake one? Where did the real little sister go? If she's as I think she is, and she's in cahoots with the clan, thinking that I'm the one dragging the clan down, then she can hide her thoughts and meet in her true form. Could I have been more indiscriminate? Unless... Yisu pursed his lips and silently clenched his fists. A hint of icy killing intent flashed in his eyes. Unless something is wrong with her and it's hard to get down to the world. Or just imprisoned. But anyway, using a fake cha-cha will prove that little sister isn't as good as I thought. And she, I'm afraid, can't help herself. Yisu tilted his head back and looked towards the sky. His gaze like electricity. It seemed to be looking through the firmament to the world and the sky that he had never ventured into. Looking towards that moralistic and beneficent clan that not only expelled him from the clan, but also indiscriminately forced the little demon that had always believed in him to have to sacrifice herself. And now they are even obstructing and even imprisoning the little sister who still believes in them. Damn it, all of it. Yisu couldn't wait to kill the immortal world and overturn this broken sect. But he can't. If there was no immortal cauldron to hold down the fort, that immortal realm origin would be enough to support his ascension though. In terms of his current divine soul strength, it may only take an instant for the origin to be Taoized. But with the immortal cauldron, this thing is originally the dragon vein on earth, which is turbid gas. How can it ascend again? Yisu clenched his fists in death, his brain working rapidly. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up. There! In the next moment, his figure disappeared into place, instantly moving to the center of the battlefield. Standing in front of the imposter Ning Choyue, staring at those immortals with a face full of murderous intent. You guys, are you looking for death? The immortals froze in unison, a slight confusion in their eyes. How did he appear? Did you detect any aura fluctuations? What a subtle recluse. No, but it doesn't matter. This isn't Qingxia continent. What are you worried about? That immortal cocked his head and thought. That's right. I guess it's because this place is close to Qingxia continent. No need for words. Surround him. We can't let him escape. As the words landed, the immortals immediately moved to surround Yisu with 3 layers inside and outside, especially in the direction of Qingxia continent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a dragnet had been laid, and the numbers continue to grow. Ning Qiuyue wiped her tears and gently grabbed Yisu's sleeve and shook it. Aggrieved. I'm sorry, little brother. I can't break in. Yisu looked back at her, though he knew she was a fake, a carefully carved vase, but she's so much like her. If you don't see the patchwork, he would definitely think of her as his little sister. Yisu took a deep breath and silently told himself, she's a fake, but now treat her like she's real. Thus, he gently reached out and ran his hand along Ning Qiuyue's straggly sideburns, wiping away the tear tracks on her face, just like she did 5,000 years ago when she was aggravated. As for Ning Qiuyue, she also rubbed against his palm like a kitten and beamed like she did back then. Yisu drew the corners of his mouth. Ning Qiuyue, who had finally arrived at this place in a hurry, couldn't help but bite her silver teeth at the sight. Demoness, disgusting demoness, just fake me, and you imitate me? Junior brother, don't let her fool you, I'm the real deal. In the sky, a certain immortal standing in front of Yisu felt more and more immortal auras gathering towards this place. With this lineup, let alone Yisu, even if it was an immortal of the mixed great Luo golden immortal realm, as long as he didn't forcefully make use of his cultivation that surpassed the extreme realm, then he would only have to admit defeat. Not to mention, he was still just an unimmortalized mortal, and was not yet in the Qingxia continent. That immortal smiled coldly and looked askance at Yisu with slanted eyes. Yisu, have you ever thought of today? Hedonistic Qingxia continent, you're so capable. What do you take us immortal sects for? Is it air? Come on, keep going wild. Another immortal hooked the corner of his mouth, his face full of teasing. Yisu, aren't you quite bullish? Stop so many immortals with your head. Why don't you use it now? Go on. What? No? Yisu rolled his eyes. Then you come to be? If you come, I'll let you experience the experience. That immortal burst into a rage, his breath surging wildly. An earthly extreme realm of pressure fell from the air and slapped heavily at Yisu. Unbridled. Bold. You'll just be able to reign supreme in the Qingxia continent. But this isn't the Qingxia continent. So what qualifications do you have to talk to me like this? You give it to me. On your knees. Boom. However, the imagined fall to dust did not occur. Yisu lightly glanced at the man. His tone was sincere. Considering that it's not easy for you to cultivate and that you're burdened with the origin of the immortal realm, I'll give you a chance to choose. Now. Immediately. Get the hell out of Vishnu right now. It's a waste for you to die here. If you really want to die, how about moving to Qingxia continent? Cultivators who were able to ascend to the immortal realm, one and all, had the immortal realm's origin fused in their bodies. If they fell, their immortal realm origin would return to heaven and earth. And the Vishnu continent, after all, has already had the Emperor's origin. If the Emperor's origin is a tree, then these unusual immortals, at the end of the day, even if it is a green leaf, Yisu couldn't look at this starry green leaf. But Qingxia Zhou was different. King Xiaozu was not yet available. He really hoped that these immortals wouldn't die easily outside of the Qingxia continent. It would be too much of a waste. But to the ears of the immortals, it was really like a plea for mercy. That immortal saw that his mighty pressure had not crushed Yisu, and thought that it was Ning Chouyue who had secretly carried it. But it didn't matter. Her mission was accomplished. Big deal. Kill both. He exchanged a glance with the immortal next to him, and the man nodded slightly and stepped back towards the back. Prepare to use the arcane formation to completely suppress Yisu, lest we get sidetracked. For a moment, dots of starlight emerged from the air, and a touch of darkness suddenly descended. Yisu was full of calm. The corner of that immortal's mouth hooked up in an arc as he teasingly looked at Yisu. What? Have you been locked up for too long and your brain is locked up, stupid? You still think this is Qingxia continent? Yisu ah Yisu. If you can't become an immortal, you will never know the mystery of the great Tao. And you will never know that. In fact, you, away from the Qingxia continent, you're a waste. Utter trash. You should not know, right? This little sister of yours, she is a fake ah. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think that she's going to come down to you? Ning Qiuyin was stunned and became furious. You're the one who's fake. Your whole family is fake. She didn't say much, and immediately sacrificed her lunar sword intent and smashed it over her head. Yisu was stunned, his face full of living hell. This sword intent, this temper, you can learn that? And not far away, behind a certain white cloud, with a snort, Ning Qiuyue spewed out a mouthful of blood and fell off the cloud. Yisu raised his eyebrows, and with a thought, he transferred a white cloud to steadily catch her, his face full of concern. What's the matter with you? But the scent of these people is making you uncomfortable? Just a moment. I'll purge it here. Purge? Ha! Ha 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 ha. That immortal joined his fingers as a sword and split that moonlight, staring at Yisu with a face full of mockery. Are you brainless? It's come to this, and you still think this is Qingxia continent? Let me tell you, this is the Vishnu continent, not the Qingxia continent. Or did you refine the Vishnu continent as well? Ha! 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 At that moment, the native cultivators of the Vishnu continent approached in a hurry. Immortals who had ascended from the Vishnu continent emerged slowly from the air. Who refines my Vishnu? And who breaks the lineage of my religion? Who is speaking up? The native cultivator of the Vishnu continent looked at Yisu curiously. He's the one who refined the Qingxia continent? Ha ha ha. Looks like it's nothing special. I thought there was some kind of triple header. So it's just a two-armed head. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. A two-armed head. A two-armed head. The immortals of the two continents looked at each other and smiled heartily. The Vishnu continent immortal gazed coldly at Yisu. I heard that you're still going to refine the Vishnu continent? Come on. Refine one for me. Refine. Why don't you? Little mortals, do not know the height of heaven. A bit of chance think they are the son of luck, but do not know. In front of us immortals. You, just a mole. Alright. The Qingxia Zhou immortal gently waved his hand when he saw that the big formation had been formed. He pointed at the arcane and unusual formation diagram behind him. It is said that when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Yisu, to be able to die under the Star River formation, you are enough to be proud of yourself. Gentlemen, rise to formation. Edict. Bits of starlight fall to earth, and darkness swallows the sunlight. For just a moment, the whole of Vishnu turned day and night upside down. Countless living beings raised their heads to look beyond the sky, feeling the killing intent that was as if it was substantial, inescapable and unavoidable. For a time, countless living beings fell to their knees and kowtowed. Immortal world. Wu Hao suddenly looked down to earth and smiled. Have a good trip. Yisu. The Zijing Palace immortal smiled heartily and flipped his hand to take out 2 wine glasses. Congratulations, Palace Master Wu. You win again. Wuha took the glass of wine and drank it freely. Indescribably relaxed and soothing. He smashed his mouth, looked to earth, and laughed. Yi Su, fight me? Who are you to do that? On what grounds? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Qingxia continent, the Qilin that was guarding outside the mountain gate of the heavenly pivot sacred ground, interfering with the immortals' repair of the mountains and rivers by throwing stones towards the sacred ground from time to time, suddenly turned its head to the west and looked at it, with doubts in its eyes. Ha, why is it dark over there? The immortals of the heavenly pivot sacred ground were delighted in their hearts and coincidentally put down their immortal treasures for repairing the mountains and rivers, took out their magic weapons, and surrounded towards the Qilin in a murderous manner. The stance, the battle, the desire to flay the unicorn. Kirin frowned widely and looked to the west again. Could it be you? No, what's wrong with you again? Big brother? It's not going to be tricked out and slaughtered, is it? Kirin panicked a bit and couldn't help but back away, muttering in her mind. Is it too late to move? Buzz. At that moment, a shuddering sound shook the four fields. The griffin jerked his head around, only to see the western sky, where the stars shone brightly, and a shooting star, trailing a thin comet's tail, crashed into the earth. The whole earth, 4-1, trembles. Kirin's face suddenly changed. Vishnu. Ning Xiuyin didn't know when, but there was no longer any blood on her face. She violently pushed Yisu and screamed out of breath. Go, quickly go. I'll block it. Junior brother, you must go. I was the one who was tricked. I shouldn't have come to you. It's all my fault. I'm so stupid. I'm the one who harmed you. Go away. Elder brother, you have to live well. A slender, weak figure with stitches written all over it rushed up to the top of the clouds. She did her best to open her hands and hold up a modest barrier, trying to deflect these big stars falling from the sky. Yisu stared at her in a daze, his heart quite complicated. Who the hell are you? And by what means did you learn it? Why, you would be so alike? That's just it. We'll talk about this later. He jerked out his right hand and gave a gentle push towards the air, as if closing some open door. Effective immediately. Within the Vishnu continent, immortals are forbidden to travel. Chapter 44, a big continent. Gone just like that? He's finally dying. Looking at the star rain in the sky that seemed to be drowning the earth, the native cultivators of the Vishnu continent were very emotional. The immortals who had ascended from the Vishnu continent were even more emotional. To be honest, when they heard that so many immortals had come down to the realm to surround them, and in the end, instead of succeeding, they were lent a hand by unknown means, attacking their clan by their own means. But just half a day's work, not only is the majority of clans nearly wiped out, the entire Qingxia continent is close to Shenzhou land sinking. It's just impossible not to care. Over the past few days, I don't know how many sect immortals have flocked to the Immortal Realm Scripture Pavilion, and I don't know how many closed-door lodgers have been awakened. It was even unknown how many immortals had come close to toppling the entire Immortal Realm. The world was full of Emperor Realm reverends. It was also this search that caused the entire immortal world to boil over and fall into a great panic. The 10 great emperors have unexpectedly disappeared. Those were the 10 pillars that held up the immortal world, and they were actually gone. Could the rumors from 5,000 years ago be true? Could it be that there really is a great calamity in the immortal world? Well, in the end, a certain lodger from the same era as Emperor Zun stood out and smiled coldly. What's the panic? They have their own things to do. If they die, do you and the others have the life to stand here barking? The immortal world will still exist? The human world will still exist? Get lost. Don't disturb my old man's purification. The immortals breathed a long sigh of relief and so concentrated on delving into the sea of knowledge and seeking the truth about the lower world. And finally, in just a few words in the many canonical books, the immortals froze and cobbled together a magnificent thoroughfare that existed long before the immortal world was born. Sacrificial word. That so-called harmonization is but a tiny branch on the path of the sacrificial Tao. It is said that in the ancient times, someone merged the stars and rivers and was in charge of all the stars in the world, sacrificing the word to the stars and rivers. He himself is the stars and rivers. Sacrifice the way to mountains, rivers, lakes and even the sea. They themselves become mountains, rivers, lakes, sun and moon. To fight with them was to fight with an entire Tao of sacrifices, and not to mention being difficult to kill. It was extremely difficult to even get close to them. It's just that the beings who embark on this path are rarely comfortable in the end. When he became a mountain, he could not leave the land. And when he became a river, it was his destiny to join the sea. He became the sun, and the night had nothing to do with him anymore. Burning, then, became his destiny. Later, when the immortal way was first revealed, the living beings found that, in fact, they did not need these external objects, only relying on a body. They can be the same as the sun and the moon. the same life as the rivers and mountains. This divine, but with many limitations, avenue was then gradually deserted. Yi Su, on the other hand, was the being who, after hundreds of millions of years, had retraced the path of the sacrificial way, and had traveled quite far. It actually succeeded in merging with the entire Qingxia continent. It's just a step away from the so-called sacrificial way. If he succeeds in sacrificing his way and owns a continent, what's the point? Who can restrain him in heaven and on earth? Especially since they, Vishnu continent, were right next to Qingxia continent. Who knows if he will slowly devour the landscape and chi of the Vishnu continent by some other means. Good thing, he's going to die. The Vishnu continent cultivators and immortals breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw that porcelain that had almost used half of the immortal world's human resources to refine. The mantis stopped under that Star River Grand Formation, couldn't help but smile softly, full of emotion. Ha! Worthy of the healing god's way, worthy of the ghost hand immortal doctor. You see, she believes it herself. More than that, if I didn't know the inside story, I would have thought that she was real. The foolish child, the foolish child. A wisp of a remnant soul can be engraved to this extent. If it is her real body, how will it be? The fairies were very emotional. The cultivators who had not yet become immortals, however, could not help but cast a sour look, couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, what more can a man ask for when he has a daughter like this? When they saw Yisu full of bashful stretch out his right hand, gently press, forced to say what? Immortals are forbidden in Vishnu? Ha! The immortals couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh lightly. The cultivators could no longer hold back their sneers. Does he really think this is the Qingxia continent? Even if it's the Qingxia continent, he's banning it just because he says so? Who does he think he is? An emperor? Ha! An emperor doesn't necessarily have the ability to seal off a continent's land at will, right? At most, everyone, for the sake of him being an emperor realm honored one, don't go to this place, but be serious about sealing the ban. Even an emperor can't do it. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth suddenly rose with a strange phenomenon. A little bit of shimmering light, centered on Yisu, swept away layers of ripples. The darkness that had covered the entire Vishnu continent was instantly torn open and widened. The falling river of stars touched the ripples, as if the snowflakes in the cold winter of 9, falling into the summer heat, or the sun is just the head. In just an instant, those stars were transformed into pure aura and sprinkled into the earth. The Vishnu continent cultivators were filled with bewilderment, not knowing what was happening for a moment. Subconsciously, they raised their heads and looked towards those immortals standing in the clouds. They, of all people, must know what's going on. Upon looking up, however, they were surprised to find that the night has been lit up and the stars are broken. Those immortals who stood in the air, gazing indifferently at the earth, had long since disappeared to nowhere, except that fairy. This must be an illusion, right? It must be an illusion. He said banning is banning. Who does he think she is? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. What answered him was a long period of silence as they saw that just halfway across the Qingxia continent, which was no more than tens of miles away from this place, a large group of immortals, like them, stood in place with bewildered faces. The scalp of the native cultivator of the Vishnu continent immediately went numb, as if he had firecrackers strapped all over his body and had been set on fire. Gobble. Someone swallowed hard and scowled. Gentlemen, the poor Taoist counted with his fingers. Today is suitable for seclusion. It is not easy to go out. The poor Taoist will take his leave. Do not think, do not disturb. These words were like a reminder to the other cultivators, and one by one, their bodies trembled as they immediately clasped their fists and looked solemn. Fellow Taoist is right. The little Taoist will return to the mountain gate, and will never take half a step out of the mountain gate within 100 years. The poor Taoist also. The poor Taoist also. The poor Taoist will go back to the sect, and will not come out for 100 years. No, 500 years. 500 years. It's not even coming out. Yisu hooked the corner of his mouth. He knew that these people appeared to be saying goodbye, but they were actually apologizing. But who are they apologizing to? Why are they apologizing? He didn't know, but it didn't matter. He only raised his hand and pressed it gently, his tone flat. Did I tell you to leave? Boom! There was a thunderous roar in the sky, and then it seemed as if the sky was collapsing, and the Vishnu continent cultivators in the sky only felt an irresistible force. From the sky, the ground, and all around, falling in unison. In an instant, all the cultivators were like a puddle of mud, embedded in the mud and filled with pain. Immortal, 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 spare your life, spare your life, spare your life. Immortal, we have eyes that don't recognize and Tai, fell from our eyes. Wrong, we're wrong, please forgive me. Supreme immortal, Ning Qiushi blinked. It was as if the sun and moon were stuffed into those good-looking eyes. One opening and closing. The stars are shining. Ning Qiushi blinked along. Only Zi Yuan's disguise technique was too born into the picture, and it also invoked some of the immortal realm's origin. So much so that it didn't look as good as the imposters, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth and curse. Demonis! Demonis! What a demonis! And you winked at little brother? You still seduce him? No! 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 We must get you. Find a way to get you. And this scene, falling in the eyes of the immortals outside the junction of the two continents Vishnu continent, was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Especially those immortals who had ascended from the Vishnu continent were so angry that they nearly went insane. They frantically attacked the invisible and untouchable barrier in front of them, but it was as solid as a bronze wall, shouting maniacally. Bold! Surname Yi, you're looking for death. If you have the guts to let this seed in, I'll make sure you see what it means to be cruel. Surname Yi, you coward! Using the power of heaven and earth counts for nothing. If you have the guts to talk about cultivation alone, you and I will go one-on-one. Surname Ji. You, give me back my clan, give me back my roots. Yi Su coldly glanced back, before gently pointing. A bolt of electricity fell from the void, knocking the immortal down to mortal dust. He spoke faintly. Next time you talk to me, don't be so high and mighty. You are nothing. With those words, he turned and walked away. The immortals in the sky above Qingxia continent were filled with shock and swallowed their saliva unanimously. He's this, refining Vishnu as well? When did that happen? A continent this big is gone just like that? How is it possible for him to be just a few short days away from the great battle of Qingxia continent? No, this doesn't make sense. But if he hadn't refined it, how could he be in Vishnu and knock a golden immortal realm immortal off his mortal coil with a casual finger? Though this is Earth and everyone can play with the same strength. But that was an immortal after all. The Qingxia Zhou immortal looked grave and very puzzled. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Qingxia continent was not like the Vishnu continent, and they, the immortals, could at least go down to the realm. He could also support and bolster his own forces, waiting for more and more immortals, with whom he could open up the frontier and gain a foothold in the immortal world. Vishnu! The fairies ticked their lips imperceptibly. This is great. Immortals can't get down to the realm, making it difficult to shelter the clan. The scattered cultivators of the lower realm and the upper realm have long been looking at the major sect forces with displeasure. Now that there are no immortals, the Vishnu continent is afraid that it will turn upside down. But that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Wow. For a while, the hearts of a group of immortals were alive, their eyes glowing green as they stared at the immortals of the Vishnu continent, like looking at a fat little lamb. Over Vishnu, without the raucous chatter of the immortals, Yi Su shook his head and withdrew his sight. He glanced at the cultivator embedded in the ground and pondered for a moment. Although the Vishnu continent has been set up with the rule that the immortal realm origin shall not be approached, and from now on there will be no more immortals descending to the realm. But similarly, it will be difficult for Vishnu continent cultivators to lure the immortal realm origin down to the realm. In other words, the Tao of the cultivators of the Vishnu continent is broken unless they go to other continents. We have to leave some people to tell the Vishnu continent cultivators that to become immortal, they have to go to the Qingxia continent. In this way, the more the immortal realm valued the Qingxia continent, the harder it was to part with it, and the more it had to use the immortal realm's original source to sacrifice the Qingxia continent on my behalf, to toughen up the immortal bones, and to deter that plague. Thinking about this, Yi Su's eyes brightened slightly. He slightly retracted the heaven and earth pressure, allowing those cultivators to get up, and spoke faintly. For your first offense, I will spare you once, but you guys need to spread these words for me, to the cultivators of the entire Vishnu continent. Those people kowtowed frantically. You say, the Shao Dao will definitely relay this to all cultivators. Yes, definitely bring it. Definitely bring it to. Yi Su slowly opened his mouth. Vishnu cultivator, Qingxia transits, ascending to the immortal realm, the great Tao can be expected. The cultivators were stunned and filled with bewilderment, but they didn't ask anything more. The truth is, I wouldn't dare. Immortals are losing. After they had written this down, they rolled on their backs and drove away in the clouds. Yi Su was somewhat looking forward to it. If it is only warmed by the mountain and water dragon veins of Qingxia Island, I don't know how long it will take for the immortal bone to become a great success, and I don't know how long it will take to completely refine Qingxia Island. But now, green haze, Vishnu, well, there's the South China Sea. Shut down the South Seas later, too. In that case, the immortals of the three continents would definitely use other methods to protect their sects. The cultivators of these three continents came alive all of a sudden, truly a family with a common enemy. The immortals of the three continents had worked with him to cultivate Qingxia, so I thought it wouldn't take long. But, Qingxia is still too quiet. There is no conflict, there is no fighting. There is no fighting. The mountains and rivers will not be broken. It won't break. So why would they want to repair the mountains and rivers? And how am I supposed to draw on the scattered immortal realm origin? Yi Su frowned tightly, pondering how to burn a fire in Qingxia continent. At that moment, he saw Ning Qiuyue and looked into those bright eyes. Snap! Yi Su slammed his forehead and turned around expansively, pointing at those immortals. Then who? Wow! The roaming immortals looked startled, and coincidentally scattered as birds and beasts. One by one, they instantly erupted their cultivation, broke through the void, and flew up to the immortal realm, far away from Qingxia, including that immortal who had been knocked down to the dust. He had also hardened himself to carry a body full of wounds, taking the risk that he would leave behind root damage. Humongous rushed to the immortal world. Yi Su pumped his mouth and silently retracted his hand. That's just it. It's better to ask them than to ask the people of the heavenly pivot Holy Land. It's there. Thought that they understand the matter. Just in time to check it out too. This calamity hasn't moved in a long time. With that in mind, he turned around and glanced deeply at this fake-to-be-true Ning Qiuyue, the corners of his mouth twitching more and more. Ning Qiuyue carried her small hands behind her back, stood on her tiptoes, and gently swayed her skirt from side to side, smiling sweetly. Little brother, haven't seen you in many years, have you? Miss me? Yi Su showed his teeth, not knowing how to reply for a moment. Not far away, Ning Qiuyue silently clenched her fists, deadening the killing intent and anger in her heart. Her mind raced, and all the poisonous schemes she had seen and heard of in her life leapt into her mind. But she knew Yi Su too well. If he was determined to protect anyone, he would be the first to fall. No, I have to find a way to remind him that this man is a fake. Only then will I have a chance to make a move. With this in mind, she moved to Yi Su's side and came to his ear to mutter in a voice that only each other could hear. Yi Su was full of surprise. Why do you feel the same way? Ning Qiuyue was stunned. She froze and looked at Yi Su. Also? Chapter 45 Master. No, Qingfeng Daoist, you will also have today? Also? Did he see it too? But if he saw it, why did he keep it? Shouldn't she be stabbed to death? Ning Qiuyue felt like her brain was a little less than adequate. She was just about to voice out something when Yi Su suddenly made a silencing gesture towards her. He glanced at Ning Qiuyue and pursed his lips. Little division. Senior sister, come here for a moment. Ning Qiuyue ran over with a pair of bright eyes, and when she was very close to Yi Su, she suddenly leapt with her feet together and stood in front of him, blinking. What's wrong? Little brother. What's wrong? By the way, who is she? Why does she call you senior too? Could it be that master has taken on another disciple? How come I've never heard of it? Yi Su sniffled. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. I'll talk to you later. You first. First go find a cave for my brother. Well, remember to make the environment better. Ning Qiuyue nodded decisively, turned around, and left. Nor did he ask what he was going to use it for, or why she was allowed to go, when there was clearly a demon girl's. But little brother has spoken. As the most intimate little sister, the only thing to do is to go well to find a small mountain suitable for opening a cave. It is best to be able to see far, and a small river, or a small lake. If there are some small rabbits small squirrels or whatever, it would be better. Little brother, he loves the water and the hustle and bustle. After supporting the impostor, Yi Su gently waved his hand, separating a small world that even an immortal of the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal couldn't seek out even if he came. Full of curiosity, she looked at Ning Qiuyue. How did you see that she was a fake? If it weren't for the fact that I have an immortal cauldron, and my divine soul is warmed day and night by the Emperor's origin as well as the great Tao sensations, I would have seen that there was a sense of disharmony all over her body. Maybe I even thought that she was my little sister, because I am the one who was Ning Qiuyue pursed her lips, and for a moment she was a little headstrong. Do we really have to confess? But once she thought of the immortal compulsion on her body, and thought of those immortals who could easily open mountains and open up the sea, towering above the earth, she then decided to kill this idea again. Can't confess At this moment Yi Su is already on the opposite side of the entire immortal world, and this is not relying on his own superior cultivation, relying on nothing more than the immortal realm origin left behind by the Emperor. The biased fallen immortal compass was the very nemesis of the origin. If he is without his origin, the consequences, I really don't dare to think about it, but that's an excuse, which is not so easy to find. Ning Qiuyue secretly sighed, secretly blaming herself for being too wavy today. She shouldn't have been so direct. Thinking about it, she could only explain with a stiff upper lip. Just intuition. I always thought that she didn't look like your senior sister. Is it because of that disharmony you speak of? Yi Su raised his eyebrows slightly. Intuition? Ning Qiushi took a deep breath. Yes, it is intuition. What exactly is the reason? I also don't know, but my intuition, I guess, has always been pretty accurate, and I've dodged many trials and tribulations by relying on it. Yi Su inclined his head to think carefully. Also makes sense. This world was already full of strange spirits. Not to mention, she had a demon bloodline. It is the natural instinct of certain beings to avoid evil. He had then heard that whenever the earth dragon turned over before, there were many unenlightened animals that would leave the place of calamity out of instinct. What's more, she was a great demon who had failed to ascend. If we think about it carefully, on the occasion of her failure to pass through the tribulation, such a big Nanhai preferred to fall beside him. How is this not a manifestation of intuition? It's just a hunch. A hunch is a hunch. Ning Qiushi quietly sighed in relief and added, then since you saw that she was a fake, why didn't you get her killed? Yi Su glanced deeply at the direction where Ning Qiushi had left, his eyes deep. I wouldn't dare. Ning Qiushi? Yi Su gave a long sigh. You say, the fake came. Where is the real? Where did the real go? Could she have been imprisoned or controlled? If those moralistic immortals knew that I had recognized it, what do you think they would do to the real her? I guess they'll continue to use her. Though I don't know how they imitated it, it must not have gone over too well, judging by the stitching on her. I have to pretend I don't know so, at least they know I haven't recognized it, and won't be in a hurry to imitate another fake, or just control her. Ning Qiushi was stunned. There was a quiet flow of delight and emotion in those not-so-good-looking eyes. So that's what it was. So he was worried about me. I told you. How could he change? He's always been my little brother. Always has been. Forcefully suppressing the elation in his eyes, Ning Qiushi ghostly asked. Then you don't complain that she hasn't come to see you in all these years? A hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Su's eyes. There used to be, but not anymore. And since they went through all the trouble of fishing for me with a fake lower world, it proves that she doesn't think I'm nothing more than a coward who craves immortality like I think she does. She must have been subjected to some irresistible reason, so she can't go down to the world. Then naturally I have no reason to resent her. Ning Qiushi pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and patted her cheeks. It was as if this was the only way to suppress the emotions rolling around in my heart so that they wouldn't come out of the corners of my eyes. So what now? Yi Su's eyes were cold. I'm going back to the heavenly pivot Holy Land once. They must know what happened to her. By the way, let's see what that plague now is all about. Ning Qiushi cocked her head, thinking carefully. When she first went down to the realm, she didn't go back to the clan and didn't tell anyone where she had gone. But the clan must have known that she had gone down to the realm, and it wasn't hard to tell from the appearance of this understudy. They also knew something was wrong with them. Just don't know. Zijing Palace immortals have not told the clan about the matter of the fallen immortal compulsion, but there should be none. And if there were, it must be at this moment when she is sought on earth. Thinking about this, Ning Qiushi was incomparably glad that she had met Zi Yuan. If it wasn't for him, not to mention whether or not those immortals' disguises could be seen through by the current Yi Su, from the fallen immortal compass alone, from above the disguise immortal technique, her location could be deduced. It would be more or less a nuisance if it got out then. Even so, Ning Qiushi still didn't want Yi Su to return to the sect. Who knew who he would meet and what kind of information he would get from the sect? Would this disrupt his plans and delay his search for the immortal cauldron? But what's to stop it? Ning Qiushi rubbed her brows and squeezed out a smile. Do we have to go? Yi Su's face was solemn. Must go. I can't be at peace with my Taoist heart if I don't go. Ning Qiushi let out a long sigh. Alright then, go ahead senior brother. This double, I'll watch over it for you. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely don't let her wander off. Yi Su smiled, and out of instinct, he gently rubbed Ning Qiushi's head, and she, subconsciously like a kitten, rubbed against his palm. Then with a thump in his heart, he immediately pretended to be overly sensitive and moved his head uneasily. Yi Su smiled apologetically. Sorry, get used to it. Ning Qiushi pursed her lips and drooped her head without speaking. In that case, I will trouble you to help me watch a little. Well, actually not really watch. This place is forbidden to immortal magic. She is the exception but not the exception. I used the power of heaven and earth to lock her immortal realm origin. It is impossible for her to leave the Vishnu continent. Only, it just so happens that I can't take you with me, so you can talk to her for a while. Although, she's fake. Ning Qiushi nodded heavily. Go. I'm here. Yi Su nodded slightly, glanced at the understudy who was in a certain blessed land by the mountains and the water, puffing and puffing to start building a cave, and shook his head. With a slight movement of his mind, his form disappeared into the Vishnu continent. It didn't set off even the slightest fluctuation of aura. Ning Qiushi took a deep breath and looked towards the Qingxia continent, murmuring in a low voice, I hope you don't meet those people from your division in the Qingxia continent. For example, Master. For example, Brother. Qingxia continent, Tianshu Holy Land. The calamity that descended for no apparent reason destroyed more than half of the mountain peaks and halls, but it also destroyed the landscape formation that had been painstakingly built by generations of people. It's heartbreaking, yet thankful. At least this way, that gate would no longer be the only channel to get in and out of the clan without having to look at that disgusting beast Qilin. The thought of that unicorn. The entire clan, one and all of them hated each other. Bah, dogfighting thing. When the immortals find a way to put that traitor to death, let's see how you die. Alas, it's really the world. Back then, we were still proud to have seen it, and if we could get close enough to touch it, the clan sisters would all have to look at it highly. But now, alas, it is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ridiculous what sooner or later, I have to skin him. I heard that he still has an heir. Mother, if I don't refine the little one into a slave, it's really hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. What about the females? Mother, don't know if they'll take form either. Just, work quickly. Alas, even if the immortal world gives many immortal treasures, but remodeling the mountains and rivers is really not simple. It's too hard. It's just too hard. Traitors really deserve to die. Too damned. With that said, the group drooped and ran with long sighs to the peaks that had not yet been restored. What no one noticed, however, was this. Just above the treetops that were no more than 3 feet away from them, Yisu indifferently looked down at them. When he heard that the sects in the upper realm had indeed bestowed immortal treasures to restore the mountains and rivers, he couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. Good, but not good enough. Not enough either. You are still too comfortable with your lives, or you need to add more fire to the fire. Following the direction those people left, Yisu saw a collapsed mountain peak and a crumbling palace. Inexplicably, I felt a sense of relief in my heart. Yisu couldn't help but take a long breath, his face full of enjoyment. After a moment, he withdrew his thoughts and spread out his divine mind. Sensing the heavenly pivot sacred ground carefully, he searched for signs of calamity, as well as immortals. He froze. This is, Master? A hint of eccentricity flashed in Yisu's eyes. On the occasion of rejoining Qingxia some time ago, I vaguely saw a bronze gate, and I also saw that you were firmly bound by the immortal treasure. I thought it was an illusion at the time, but I didn't realize. It's true. Yisu couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth. Although I don't quite understand why you've become like this, it's obvious. You've been dumped too. Master. Master. No, I should call you Supreme Master Qingfeng. You are so capable, so highly cultivated. I wonder if you have ever counted to this day, to the fact that you have also been abandoned? Shaking his head, Yisu's mind moved, silently passing through the small world woven by heavy immortal treasures, ignoring those immortal treasures that emitted the pressure of the immortal Tao. Just like that, she stood in front of Lord Qingfeng in a watery manner. He looked down on him while it didn't even notice Yisu's arrival. Yisu looked at him in a daze. Densely immortal Tao chains, from the immortal treasure within the penetration, as if a python, firmly bound him like a dumpling, bundled on top of an extremely high-grade lotus platform. He couldn't do even the simplest of lifting his hands and stretching his feet. The only thing that could be done was to pass through those immortal Tao chains and draw the immortal spirit chi from within those immortal treasures, pouring it into the lotus platform. Then use the lotus platform to suppress the spiritual spring that is coveted by countless forces. But it's not a fountain. It's a plague. It's a catastrophe. The spirit spring, which was constantly gushing out the tainted and demonic chi, at some point, had already dyed the lotus platform, which was of extremely high quality, into a bright black color, and then climbed up onto Shangren Qingfeng's body. Today, the half of his body below his chest had completely turned black. The golden Dan, which had long since fused with the immortal realm's origin, was on his Tanzhong acupoint, emitting a dim golden light. That Yuan Shun, which had long ago ascended to the golden immortal realm, sat on top of the Jindan. It was like a small golden black hole, drawing the immortal spirit energy from within the body to maintain the operation of the Jindan. A touch of regret, of remembrance, hung congealed on that pale, bloodless face. Yisu pursed her lips. Inexplicably, I felt angry and sad. Shaking his head and laughing, he murmured softly, "You and I are really like master and disciple. I've been abandoned and so have you." Ridiculous, ridiculous. Seemingly hearing his voice, Qingfeng Shangren's eyelids trembled slightly, and his voice, faint as a fly, murmured out from his mouth. Sayaka, is that you? Sayaka. He slowly opened his eyes and scanned around, followed by a startled look. There was a light on that withered face. Are you here yet? Yisu pursed his lips and had the intention to mock a few sentences, but he really didn't know how to open his mouth. Lord Qingfeng smiled gently, as if murmuring to himself, and as if speaking to him. You should hate me very much. Also, treating you like that, it would be strange if you don't hate it or hate it. I deserve it anyway. At that time, he ascended to the immortal realm and compelled in my ears many times, saying how that spirit spring was, and that if it was used to cultivate immortals, it wouldn't be long before our heavenly pivot palace would become the #1 power in the immortal realm. I reprimanded him and said that was your saving grace. He's actually going to do it to you. It's a good thing that Autumn Words hasn't ascended and I'm not blind. But this guy, once the lifespan is long, one thinks that one's eyes are looking at the long term, and that the immortal world looks peaceful, but in actuality there are waves in the dark, especially since my heavenly pivot palace has risen too quickly and its roots are fluttering. Back then, Autumn Language chopped off her own cultivation and was unwilling to ascend, but it made me anxious. Autumn Language, I as a master also sorry for you. You cut your own cultivation 9 times. You thought that 9 times is the extreme realm, but do not know. You were secretly loosened by me in origin. Forcibly ascension. I just didn't expect that you would be so attached to the earth that you would be ascending soon. And you still chopped. So much so that your roots were injured. Ugh, but I didn't care. He told me you'll come to terms with it, saying something like Little Leaf is destined to be immortal, destined to have no chance at immortality. The Tao of Autumn Words can still go a long way. Far, far away. It's just that we were both wrong. How far Autumn Whisper can go is up to you, Asayaka. During the days you were away, she didn't spend a single day practicing cultivation, wandering around all over the world, saying something about how the world is so big and how there can't be any spiritual objects that can repair the roots and bones. This search is a whole 800 years. Yisu trembled and looked at Lord Qingfeng with a face full of horror. Master, what you say, but is it true? Chapter 46, go on, go to her, there's still a master here. Since ancient times, the immortal world and the earth interoperability. Mortals who want to ascend to the immortal world, in addition to have a set of not bad bones, and then through the refining gas, foundation building, danning, the first baby, the transformation of the god, to return to the virtual, the 7 mortal realms of the tribulation of the ascension, there is no other way. But descending from the immortal world was a matter as simple as eating and drinking. The youngest sister ascended to the immortal world for 800 years, during which time she did not descend to the earth even once, and did not even pass on a single word of news. Is it normal? This is not normal. Yisu had thought of many things, such as being closed in forgetting the years for a while, such as going to some secret realm where she thought only 10 days and half a month had passed. She also thought that it was just that the immortal world was too free, and she was so playful that she forgot that the lower world also had such a wasteful senior brother who was trapped in a forbidden place. More thought about her because of his own immortal bone broken, lifelong difficult to reach the realm of immortality, no longer possible to swim with her in the immortal world. So it is, don't want him, but Yisu never thought that she actually self-decapitated her cultivation. That needs to cut off a section of his own divine soul. Self-seriously injured the Dantian, and drained his cultivation. The whole process is very dangerous, but where there is a hint of hesitation, but where there is a hint of inadvertence, light is the root and bone all broken, heavy is the death of the road, and she chopped the whole 9 times. 9 times. Yisu seems to be in the hot June wearing a thin shirt was dropped into the ice hole. It is not easy to climb out, but it is already cold. He felt so cold that he couldn't help shivering and couldn't help but feel like giving himself 2 big smacks. She is like that, and one actually thinks that way, and resents. Yisu swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and tremblingly asked again, Master, are you telling the truth? The Clear Wind Supremo opened his eyes with difficulty and looked back up. Perhaps the light released by the Yuanshan was too dazzling, illuminating him so that he couldn't see. He shook his head before withdrawing the Yuanshan and squeezing his eyes hard. This time, he saw it clearly. It's not a hallucination. His good disciple really came back. Then joy and emotion mixed with guilt wet the withered and old face all at once. It's back. It's really back. I thought. Alas, Little Leaf, the master is sorry for you. The master is wrong. The master should not listen to slanderous words. Take away your merit and chill your heart. I don't care. Yisu couldn't help but shake his head to interrupt him, his tone 10,000 times more urgent. Senior, just tell me, is what you said all true? Junior sister, she really. The guilt on Lord Qingfeng's face grew stronger as he sighed and lowered his head, his lips trembling as he spoke hoarsely. Yes, it's true. Knock, knock. Yi Su staggered back, tears streaming down his face. The nails dive deep into the palm, piercing the flesh, and blood seeps out of the fingers, dripping and falling into the empty space of nothingness at his feet. After a long time, he took a deep breath and slowly raised his head, his gaze cold. So what do you mean by fallen immortal compulsion? Where is she now? Little sister? You guys, what did you do with her? Supreme Master Qingfeng gave a long sigh, and with this sigh, his entire person aged countless times. I also don't know where she is, but the fallen immortal compass. This is a kind of compulsion that is extremely prestigious in the immortal realm, and is a good alchemy spirit, which feeds on devouring the immortal realm's original source of any artifacts, human beings, demons, and gods. As long as the fusion has the origin of the immortal world, can use this parasite to erase the origin, resulting in the immortal realm of the 100 souls, falling down the immortal realm, and for life it will be difficult to be recognized by the immortal origin again. Yi Su frowned. Instinctively, he felt a threat. If the other side learns that the reason why he can control the land of a continent is the immortal cauldron with the immortal realm's origin fused in it, then if he uses this method to restrain it, how should he counteract it? However, since this item could be used for alchemy, there must be a way to counteract it. And how could the origin of the Emperor realm be devoured so easily? Shaking his head to temporarily shake the matter out of his mind and keep it in his heart, he looked around and spoke calmly. So this fallen immortal compass, what does it have to do with little sister? Qingfeng Shangren was full of bitterness. Your incompetent elder brother seems to have implanted this compulsion for her. Swish! Yi Su snapped his head back, his breath leaking out. The whole little world trembled violently and, what did you say? Lord Qingfeng once again let out a long sigh and gently raised his head to look into the sky, as if he wanted to reverse time. Look to long ago, that heavenly pivot sect that wasn't as large as it is today. Your senior brother was originally a country's prince, just failed to seize the throne, forced to stay away from his country. When I traveled down the mountain, see his roots are good, so he was accepted as an open disciple. I knew about his heart, but didn't care. I thought that pursuing the great way would wear him down. And it wasn't until your little sister went up to the mountains and grew to adulthood that I realized that not much had changed. But I still don't care. I thought when he became an immortal, he would be better, but I never thought that he would always be the same jealous, stubborn, and heartfelt man. He had poisoned you more than once, openly and secretly, some of which your youngest sister stopped for you, and some of which I stopped, but it got to the point where I still didn't care, and just punished him with 200 years of confinement. Later on, your junior sister ascended, and most of his energy was on your junior sister, so he didn't target you much in those first few hundred years, until later on, when he was reciting in my ears about how it wasn't easy for the heavenly pivot palace to survive when it's surrounded by wolves, and how that spirit springs was so divine. My heart was moved, so I acquiesced in his subsequent designs on you, forcing you to endure the loneliness and sorrow and to go down the mountain in disgrace, but neither he nor I expected you to carry on so many years of loneliness. There's no one to talk to, no one to take care of what you eat or drink. I have no choice but to give you a random charge and banish you from the mountain. Until later, I realized that I was wrong. The so-called spiritual springs are actually calamities, just that there are you. So the calamities become spiritual springs, and the forbidden land becomes a blessed land. Qingfeng Shangren was filled with chagrin, wishing to reverse time to go back to the past, find that high and mighty self, and fiercely smack a few mouths, cut off those ears stuffed with slander, gouge out those useless eyes and stomp on them. There is no such thing as a good time in this world. It's all about someone carrying the weight of the world. And then later, I said that you were the only one who could solve this calamity, issued a decree to restore your identity, called for help from the entire Qingxia continent clan, and sent a message to your little senior sister to come down to the realm to find you. She's been with you for years, she must know you best, but I clearly know that her roots are damaged, and going down to the realm rashly will have a great probability of causing her roots to break, and she won't be able to retain that immortal realm origin. The longer she stays on Earth, the less she will be able to return to the immortal world. But what if, in case you're found in time, go to the Emperor's help then, and they'll surely come to her rescue. But I never thought that your no-good big brother would. After learning about this, actually, surprisingly, he implanted your little sister with the fallen immortal compulsion and knocked her to Earth. By now, I have no idea where she went. Yi Su's face became more and more gloomy, like a puddle of black water. He remembered the hundreds of years of lonely days, remembered that full of the immortal world everywhere looking for the little sister, remembered this useless master, remembered that deserve 1,000 deaths of the big brother. Yi Su slowly raised his head up, his killing aura overflowing. This small Qiankuan, which was cut by many immortal treasures, instantly crumble through a tiny crack. Vaguely, he saw that outside of Little Qianquan, countless sect cultivators were like a swarm of ants on a hot pan, panicking and sacrificing their magic treasures, pouring out their cultivation in an attempt to repair it. Yi Su didn't bother with them. His eyes passed through the crowd and through the sky, as if he was going to go all the way up and find that damned big brother. Wu hao! Wu hao! Up to the bottom of the sky. I, Yi Su, hereby make an oath that I will thwart your bones and grind out all divine souls, and I will make sure that you die without a burial place. Lord Qingfeng became more and more agonized, but what could he do? And from what angle should one stand? To harbor that rebellious disciple who should never have been admitted to the sect, who deceived his master and killed his ancestor, and who killed each other hand and foot. He shook his head gently, the shine in his eyes dimming a little. He murmured softly, go on, go on. Think of it as purging the lintel of the door, giving an explanation to the clan, to the world's living beings, and to your little sister. Yi Su turned his head back openly, staring at this withered and dead old man with a face full of indignation. A count? You have the nerve to say such things? If you weren't so dim-witted and incapable of recognizing people and being duplicitous, how would you be here today? Shangren Qingfeng silently lowered his head without saying a word. Yi Su looked deeply at him and did not say anything more. He shifted his eyes downward, along the half of Shangren Qingfeng's body that had been dyed black, to the lotus throne, to the spirit spring that was already a dark red color. A half-open, half-closed bronze door sank in the depths of the spirit spring. Yi Su narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, what I saw last time was not an illusion. Within this spirit spring, there is indeed something else. But what could be behind that bronze door? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Su separated a strand of his divine soul and transformed it into a tripod, slightly sacrificing the immortal bone again. He borrowed a strand of the Qingxia continent origin to protect his divine soul, and then used the rest of his divine soul to catalyze it. In this way, once there was a change, that Zun Ding would delay for him for a split second, while the origin of Qingxia continent would pull the rest of his divine soul back into his body in a hurry. As for the shell, there were two immortal cauldrons guarding it. Even if the small world shattered and the immortals came to violate it, it wasn't as if it would beat him to a pulp in an instant. Everything is ready. Yi Su catalyzed the small tripod and jumped straight into the spirit spring, going against the flow of the filthy, fraught river, the river that seemed like it could pollute the entire world. When it encountered the tripod that the divine soul had been transformed into, it was like winter snow falling into molten lava, instantly dissipating. Wisps of pure aura, mixed within the tainted fury, crashed into the lotus platform. Lord Qingfeng raised his eyes slightly. Relief flickered in those lusterless eyes, only to darken rapidly in a very short time. He pursed his lips and glanced up at the widening rift around him. Vaguely, an immortal in the sky was arriving on a rainbow light, and he was about to approach this small world, and he was about to be informed by those people that he had returned. Lord Qingfeng's eyes grew firm. Also, you have protected us for so many years. This time, let me, this useless master, also protect you once. In the next instant, Lord Qingfeng sacrificed his Yuan Shen and did his best to hold it open. It was like a small golden sun, pouring out its light and shining on top of those chains that bound him firmly. A golden light climbed up the iron chain, like a spiritual snake like along the chain rapid expansion. Will those immortal treasures one by one light? And then yanked down. Boom! The entire small world sank violently and collapsed inward. Those cracks that were propped open by Yi Su's breath gradually closed. Cough, cough. For a long, long time, until the small sun was completely extinguished, the Qingfeng Shangren was relieved. The color of blood gradually surged above the withered and aged face. He, it seems, is recovering. But he understood that he was dispersing his Yuan Shen into the entire small world, merging with those immortal treasures. In other words, he also drew the ground and imprisoned himself. And without the primordial spirit, this body that had long been eroded by the calamity, it wouldn't be long before it would be like the lotus seed under the seat, completely eroded by the tainted fiendishness, and would lose its vitality. He'll die, and he'll die fast. But Lord Qingfeng was not amused as he smiled and looked at Yi Su's shell. Well, it seems to be a bit taller, and the breath is a bit more ethereal, so I guess it's because of the refining of the Qingxia continent, isn't it? Today, when you learn about everything that has happened over the years, I think you will also forgive me, right? It's okay if you don't forgive. You definitely won't blame your little senior sister, and you won't let go of that deceiving master. In the past, I cared too much about the clan, but I didn't realize that as long as you're here and Autumn Language is here, the clan will still be there. A clan is never a great big portal, a great big blessing. Clan, it's always been people. Little Leaf, you must find your little senior sister. Must. She's been too tired and too bitter these past 800 years. Do you remember the first time I met you? When you were only the size of a bean-ding, tiny little one, bare-chested in the middle of winter, freezing with sores all over your body, shivering and shaking and holding a small broken bowl with a sweet potato that you had dug up for a long time before you found it. I asked you if you want to follow me to practice. You cover the small broken bowl, staring a pair of small eyes. That is called a vigilant O. Ha 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 ha. As he recited it, Lord Chingfeng laughed. A line of tears slipped silently. At this moment, he was truly like an old man longing for the past, reciting the past with his juniors, thinking of a scene that was warm but somehow felt pitiful. Gradually, he closed his eyes. The continuous gushing of tainted fury rapidly engulfed his body, like a dry corpse that had been withered for many years. With a smile on his face, looking at Yi Su, the immortal treasures in the sky shimmered with luster, like a cluster of stars, shining on the faces of the old man and the young man, rocking gently, one kind and gentle, the other handsome and stubborn, one sitting, one standing, one smiles, the other slates, two facing each other. P.S. Realms after becoming an immortal, Ascension, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Dala Golden Immortal, Mixed Dala Golden Immortal, and Emperor Realm. Chapter 47 The final chapter. After a lapse of 5,000 years, Yi Su once again came face to face with this tainted fury. Familiar chaos, familiar as if billions of living beings were hissing and moaning in his ears, familiar as one negative emotion and thought after another, instantly exploding in his mind. It was as if it was going to prop up the divine soul and burst it on the spot. Fortunately, today's Yi Su was no longer the unimmortalized cultivator from 5,000 years ago, and his physical body drew on the origin of the Qingxia continent through his immortal bones, firmly protecting his divine soul. All the filth, all the cacophony, melted away the moment it touched him. It was purified into wisps of aura, mixed with extremely thin inexplicable qi, and fed back into the Qingxia continent, and so the ability to refine the tainted fury grew stronger and stronger. Yi Su felt the wisp of qi in his mind move slightly. Is this what the emperor said? A power that doesn't belong to this world? Pure, holy, vibrant yet also indelibly dead. No wonder they chose Qingxia continent. I think that if there is no such exuberant vitality in the Qingxia continent, even if there is no tainted fury, I'm afraid that it can make a continent's land cut off from vitality. Thinking about this, Yi Su could not help but hesitate. If he had followed his idea of sealing the heavenly gates of all continents and leaving the Qingxia continent alone with its heavenly gates open, this process inevitably destroys large swaths of mountains and rivers and endless living beings. If Qingxia continent didn't have such exuberant vitality anymore, would it still be able to carry this deadly qi? However, if he didn't refine it and continue to seal the heavenly gate, it was guaranteed that it would force the immortals of the upper realm to jump over the wall and slice off the Qingxia continent with their great magical powers. What about forcibly severing ties with the continents? At that time, even if he refined the other continents, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the Qingxia continent, leaving aside the heavy burden that the emperors had thrown on his shoulders. Without the Qingxia continent and the immortal realm origin within these immortal cauldrons, how could he go up against time and fish out those little demons that had fallen into the long river of time? Should I give up? But they have been passed down for so many years and have not given up. Who is he to give up? If it wasn't for them, perhaps he would have collapsed in the little demon village long ago. And how can you give up? Yi Su pursed his lips and silently put this matter on his mind for the time being, concentrating on harnessing the tripod and swimming against the current. The bronze gate was farther away than he had imagined, and this great river of tainted fury that was leaking out was longer than he had imagined. I don't know how long I'd been walking or flying. The river flowed faster and faster and became more and more turbulent, and the cacophony of voices that had been hissing in his ears was becoming clearer and clearer. Thief, arrogant thief, you stole from us. Give us back what's ours. Give it back. You won't be smug for long. It's coming, coming soon. The voice seemed very angry, resentful, and full of killing intent. It was like an elixir that had been painstakingly boiled, and the moment it was about to be opened, it was snatched away from him. Yi Su gradually frowned. It was obvious that the thief was roughly referring to him, and the great probability that the thing that had been stolen was the inexplicable aura that had been drawn from Qingxia Zhou. But what's coming up? Is it about to break through the gates and descend to earth? Yi Su took a deep breath and carefully felt the firmness of the Divine Soul small cauldron, ensuring that the Divine Soul cauldron wouldn't suddenly crumble. He tried his best to fly towards the bronze gate. In the end, he stood a long distance away from the bronze gateway when Yi Su stood on top of the tainted fiend Long River and gazed at the portal. Who are you and why have you come to earth? Inside the portal, dark red tainted fury churned and twisted, as if there were billions of faces floating in it. A pair of scarlet eyes kept breaking and reorganizing. A voice intertwined and entwined, bright and dark. Thieves, vile thieves, come for what? Eat you. Of course. Hungry. I'm so hungry. Stick your head up and let me have a bite. Just one bite. You look so delicious as your world. He. Little brother. Come on Sister legs itchy. Thief. Shameful thief. You deserve to die. You deserve to die as much as your world. Let me out. Let me out. I'm saved. I'm saved. Transcendence. 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 I want to transcend. It's all fake. All of it. You're all clowns. Clowns. Yisu listened carefully to the sound behind the bronze door. His brows furrowed. Compared to being in the long river, outside the spirit spring, the sound here was indeed much clearer, but it was still just as noisy. You say something and I say something, and it's like you didn't. A stream of information that seemed to be useful and useless was stuffed into his mind, and Yisu's heart became more and more irritated. Nameless anger quietly raged and burned above the lake of his heart. A thought, not knowing if it was himself or the voices coming from him, rushed silently to mind. Yisu was getting angrier and madder. Subconsciously, he frantically urged the immortal bone through his divine soul, mobilizing all the mobilizable power of the Qingxia continent origin. Throwing back his head, he roared, "Shut up, all of you!" Boom! Outside the small world, Qingxia Island, a crystalline skeleton broke through the ground and hovered cross-legged in the sky. Boundless darkness churned from all around, instantly engulfing the light. Countless cultivators looked up, their faces full of shock, followed by a million excitement. It's immortal bones. It's immortal bones. Quickly go. Ingest this bone and we will be the masters of Qingxia continent. Hurry. Swish, swish, swish. A stream of light rushed towards the sky, rushing towards the immortal bone from all directions. It was also at this time that an incomparably bright golden light that contained a rich immortal Tao origin suddenly tore through the leaden dark clouds and shone on top of that immortal bone. A large hand that seemed to be able to cover the entire sky, accompanied by a cold hum, descended slowly from the sky. Humph! Little cultivator, how dare you die the immortal bones? Get out! You get out too! Madaka! With another muffled sound, a long sword, which was bigger than a mountain and wider than the earth, stabbed out from the void and chopped at the large hand. The big hand shook with rage and changed its claw into a fist, meeting the pointed sword and smashing it fiercely with fury. The Lu clan of Middle-earth? With you? What if you add me? Ouch! A golden dragon that seemed to be poured out of golden juice, carrying the immortal Tao origin of a haze of radiant light, opened its mouth and sprayed violently. The brilliant dragon bead smashed into the large hand, shattering it to pieces. The immortal Tao origin exploded into a rain of light, showering the earth. However, that wasn't the end of it. The golden dragon shattered the large hand, but then swung its tail violently. The tail as thick as a mountain slapped the immortal sword to pieces in the process, and then he probed his claws and grabbed at the immortal bone. Excitement flickered within the golden pupils of the golden dragon. Something that doesn't know how to die. A mere shadow. How dare you seize this supreme treasure with me? Ridiculous. Its dragon claws were getting closer and closer to the immortal bones. It could even imagine that if it obtained this item, it would use its immortal realm shell to refine this bone and deprive Qingxia continent of its origin. At that time, it was sitting on the origin of heaven and earth, so why would it need to work hard to maintain the lower realm and cultivate immortal realm beings to stabilize the mountains and rivers in the upper realm? It is itself the mountains and rivers. Golden Dragon was getting excited. It's done. It'll be done soon. I've long said that instead of forcibly holding up the immortal realm with an immortal body, it would be better to directly refine the earth. It is a pity that those mouse-eyed immortals, the beautiful name of the human world is so big. You refine a mountain and I refine a water. Then there is no human world how to do? That's none of my business. What's so great about this Thai place on earth? It's full of potholes and more killing and lusting. How self-contained and free the immortal world is. On the contrary, one by one, they would rather guard the illusory illusion realm condensed by great mana and froze, refusing to refine it. This is good, letting the junior get such a great chance. But now, it's mine. Ha 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 ha. When he was about to succeed, a landscape seal suddenly landed and slapped the golden dragon into the dust. It looked indignantly toward the sky. Without realizing it, the dark clouds had long been dyed by the haze to be radiant and transparent. A huge figure that landed on Earth. The golden dragon was stunned and filled with disbelief. You guys? You actually completely opened up the immortal world to the Earth? Are they all crazy? Aren't you afraid that the tainted chi of the human realm will taint the origin of the immortal Tao, causing the immortal realm to fall? Those immortals smiled faintly. Sully, what do you know about the great Tao? I don't know that the immortal realm, the human realm, is originally one. It's just that those emperors forced the rules so that everyone had to ascend. It is also beautifully said that the immortal Tao origin will assimilate the human realm, and in time, There will be no more human realm in the world. Nothing is nothing. Who cares? That's ridiculous. An immortal was filled with emotion. Yes, if this junior didn't have the ability to seal the heavenly gate, and it wasn't even this Qingxia continent. What scares us the most is that the lower realms actually have the power of the immortal Tao origin. It's still those 10 patriarchal origins that hold up the immortal realm. I said how come I haven't seen those emperors all these years? It turns out that they've already gone to fall into the red dust of self-fall, and they've all dispersed. Alright, without further ado, quickly use the immortal Tao origin to sacrifice this bone. Place the immortal realm in the Qingxia continent, and gradually annex the other continents, lest we get sideways. We, the mixed great Luo golden immortals, are here, so what loose ends can there be in this era without emperors? What a fuss! After all was said and done, dozens of mixed great Luo golden immortal realm immortals struck out in unison, mobilizing the immortal Tao origin of half of the immortal realm, dropping down like the Milky Way and pouring into the immortal bone. Boom! The immortal bone sank and floated within the immortal Tao origin, sometimes flying towards the immortal realm, and sometimes falling into the red dust. It was as if two very different forces were fighting over the belonging of the immortal bone. Meanwhile, deep underground, the earth vein dragon spirit, who was sleeping peacefully, suddenly opened its eyes. It looked towards the sky with a face full of excitement, unable to hold back its hot tears. It's finally come to pass. It's finally come to pass. It's not easy. You worthless things. Do you know how I survived these tens of billions of years? Master Dragon? The Dragon Master are tired of sleeping tired woo-woo, finally waited for today. Dragon Master I became wiping his tears in aggravation. The earth vein dragon spirit looked around and flicked his claws. The next moment, except for the Qingxia continent, except for the Vishnu continent, except for the South China Sea, the whole earth trembled slightly. An illusory spirit of the dragon vein either rushed up the mountain, or went deep into the ground, or drilled into the great river and sea, and in an inconspicuous corner, it articulated a tripod, big or small, along the winding dragon path left behind in the depths of the earth for an unknown number of thousands of years ago. He rushed towards the Qingxia continent. Inside the spirit springs, Yi Su was getting crazier and crazier. Reason told him that this wasn't right. This had to be wrong. It was the sound outside the bronze door that affected his mind. It wasn't his idea. He told himself over and over again to go back. Just go back. Just return his soul to his body and he would be fine. But for some reason, he could clearly even sense his body and feel Qingxia Zhou. It felt like at this moment, his immortal bones were surrounded by immortals. The monstrous immortal realm origin was pouring into his bones. He felt lighter and lighter, and the entire Qingxia continent was so light that it seemed as if he only needed to lift it gently. Along with the entire Qingxia continent, he could soar, and all he needed to do was go back, the easiest way possible. But in his favor, he couldn't do it, and he didn't know why. It was as if there was a power that could not be seen or touched, or even felt, that firmly bound his divine soul here, allowing the long river of tainted fiends to wash over it and wear down his divine soul bit by bit. He was like a reef stretched across a river, all too aware of the end of his demise, yet still powerless to break free. Even the reason why he was trapped here was beyond him. Yi Su's heart became more and more anxious, and anxiety, which was likewise a negative emotion, was filling him deeper and deeper. And the voices, they continue. Thief, thief, give me back my stuff. It's mine. My little brother. Don't rush off. Come and play. It's fun. You seem to have not leaked out the Yuan Yang yet. Come on, sister, to help you. Must know that the avenue is originally lacking. You are so complete. How to go far? Come on, come on. My sister loves you so much. Come on, little brother. Come on, come on. Here is the most wonderful experience in the world. You will love it. Come on, come on. Yi Su held his head. No, no, let me go back. I want to go back. I still have people to save, and a senior sister to find. All of you. Shut up, shut up. He. So you like the small ones. Come on, come on. Sister is versatile. Oh, small, big, ripe. Sister. Oh no. Sister can do it. Come on, come on. Don't be afraid. Little brother. It's cold inside. Come and hug me. Yi Su became more and more annoyed and anxious, but he vaguely knew why he couldn't return to his position. Behind that bronze door is where all the negativity in the entire world belongs. And the reason why living beings are called living beings is that they have a brain that clearly belongs to them, but they cannot control it perfectly. Knowing full well that at this moment he shouldn't be annoyed, shouldn't be anxious, shouldn't be listening to these words, but he couldn't help it. Not at all. Yi Su took a long breath and silently chanted, calm down, hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil, think no evil. The 8 trigrams return to yin and yang. Yin and yang return to taiji. Taiji form and quality transforms into gas. Taisu has no gas and has form and quality. Taiji has form and quality. Taiji has form and quality. Taiji has no form and quality. Taiyi has no eternity of emptiness and nothingness. Gradually, those voices became smaller and smaller, more and more inaudible, and his heart returned to dead silence and nothingness. It's like the state of the universe before the universe was born. His divine soul began to be illusory, ethereal, and that which had gone up against the tainted fury dissipated point by point. Suddenly, Yisu suddenly opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. So it is. Full book finished.